Marshall Peak, Chapter 4639, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. There were Star City and Universe Temple in Great Evolution Territory, so it would be convenient for Grandmaster Mafan to get the information he needed from these two places, as both places were filled with people from all walks of life, and all sorts of information spread around very quickly. Therefore, the old man returned about 10 days later. Yang Kai was waiting for him in the main hall, but he didn't get up to greet him when he saw him. The old man was obviously in a different mood. A glimmer of hope suddenly came into his sight just when he had almost given up. Despite his best efforts, he could barely contain his excitement. The information he obtained from the Star City and Universe Temple proved that Yang Kai didn't lie to him. There was really an amazing world tree in the star boundary that had attracted the attention of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises had set up Tao temples, while many high-rank open heaven realm masters had gathered together in that place. The star boundary was now touted to be the 3,000 worlds open heaven realm cradle, which was a peerless honor. Although Grandmaster Mafan hadn't gone to the star boundary to see it for himself, he could confirm that Yang Kai wasn't exaggerating. Faced with such a temptation, both the old man and Great Evolution Paradise were unable to resist it. Therefore, despite knowing that he had to pay a price by biting the bait, he would still do it. The old man then took a seat in front of Yang Kai and spoke in a frank tone. Although Great Evolution Paradise is now a husk of its former self, we used to be one of the 72 paradises. Just like you've given to the other cave heavens and paradises, we'll also get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years, and I want a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers to use as a Tao temple. Good. Yang Kai nodded, as he didn't have the intention of haggling with him over this. The old man was slightly surprised by his straightforwardness. Then he continued, I don't know what benefits those cave heavens and paradises have offered you, but we don't have any rewards to give you now. However, you owed me a favor, and you must have come all the way here to ask for something. I won't take advantage of you. Just see it as you've returned the favor, and I'll also agree to your request this time. Yang Kai put on a grin. You're truly a straightforward person, Senior. I won't stand on ceremony then. Do we have a deal? Grandmaster Mafan nodded. However, you'll have to wait here for a while longer. I'll have to send the young ones to the star boundary and help them settle down before I return and refine the artifact for you. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm not in a rush for that artifact. You can handle the matters regarding Great Evolution Paradise first. He knew that the old man would never be at ease before having a look at the star boundary himself. Only when the old man visited the star boundary and witnessed its prosperity would the deal be approved. After a pause, Yang Kai added, Senior, would you be interested in becoming a supreme, high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace? If you agree to it, I'll offer more benefits to the disciples of Great Evolution Paradise living in the star boundary. Grandmaster Mafan fell silent upon hearing that. Seeing that the old man didn't immediately reject him, Yang Kai knew that there might be some hope. Hence, he quickly followed up, There's no rush in making a decision, Senior. You can have a look at the star boundary first, and we'll talk about it later. To be honest with you, Yu Chong Dao of Free and Unfettered Paradise is now a supreme, high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Grandmaster Mafan stared intently at him and remarked, It seems that the star boundary is truly attractive to a lot of people. If that wasn't the case, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't have agreed to becoming a guest elder of a universe world sect. Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. The old man got up and said, I'll make the arrangements for the young ones now. You can do whatever you want here. After taking a few steps forward, he turned his head and asked, What do you want me to make for you this time? Yang Kai hurriedly replied, A mobile palace artifact. I suffered a setback when I was dealing with Suoquan Hui previously, so I want to obtain one for my sect. Grandmaster Ma Fan commented, that will require a lot of materials. You'd better get prepared. Yong Kai smiled and nodded. I know. The old man stopped talking and left the place. It was pretty troublesome to send the young ones of Great Evolution Paradise to the star boundary. First of all, they had to pick out disciples with exceptional aptitudes. Nail and Lu Shui and the others were astounded when they heard about the news. Yong Kai went on to wait in the place where Grandmaster Ma Fan usually lived for 1 month before he saw the old man again. After some asking, Yong Kai found out that Nalan Lu Shui was still in the process of selecting disciples, and it would take some time before the matter could be settled. Yong Kai said, Senior, it'll take you half a year to go to the star boundary and come back here, so I won't linger here. After you arrive at the star boundary, just look for the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qing Si, and she'll make all the arrangements. Also, you can tell her all the materials that are required to refine the palace artifact. She'll prepare everything. After saying that, Yong Kai passed the old man a jade slip that served as a faith token. Yong Kai had written down all the information Hua Qing Si would need. Grandmaster Ma Fan took it and frowned. Are you not coming with me? Yong Kai replied with a smile. I'm not going back for now, as I still have other matters to attend to. I'll come get the palace artifact when I return to this place in the future. Good. The old man nodded, as he didn't want to force him. A moment later, he suddenly said, Take out your void, yin-yang mirrors. Upon hearing that, Yong Kai grinned from ear to ear as he said, Many thanks, Senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan said, I've never taken advantage of anyone before. Artifact refining is my craft, and it won't take me much effort. Since you've offered me such great help, I'll repay you in kind. Regardless of whether I agree to becoming a supreme, high-rank guest elder of your sect, you can come to me whenever you need to refine artifacts in the future. Yong Kai was ecstatic. Many thanks, Senior. Since he had gotten such a promise, it no longer mattered whether the old man would become a guest elder or not. 16 array boards were then taken out swiftly. Grandmaster Ma Fan asked for many materials from Yong Kai before he started working on them. He certainly needed to repair the damaged parts, but he also planned to remodel them based on the existing foundation. Just like refining pills, making artifacts required attention to detail. Usually, once an artifact had taken shape, it would require an artifact refiner more skillful than the original creator to further refine and improve it. Grandmaster Ma Fan was obviously capable of doing this. It would just take him some time to refine the hastily made array boards, which wasn't difficult for him at all. When Yong Kai retrieved the void yin-yang mirrors some time later, the sizes of all 16 array boards had shrunk significantly. Additionally, the void yin-yang mirrors obviously had been upgraded after the refinement. The consumption of energy it would require to activate this set of artifacts had been lessened, and their sturdiness had been improved. Yong Kai was certainly pleased with it. Grandmaster Ma Fan would only start refining the palace artifact after he returned from the star boundary, and it would take a lot of time. Since Yong Kai didn't have the intention to wait here, he bid the old man farewell. He wouldn't need to worry about the materials anyway. By then, Grandmaster Ma Fan would just have to give a list to Hua Qing Si, and everything would be prepared by her. However, before Yong Kai's departure, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly recalled something as he said, Leave that purple chi here. I can mix it in with the palace artifact and increase its power. Hearing that, Yong Kai hurriedly fished out the purple chi from his small universe and asked curiously, Does Senior know what this thing is? He had previously noticed that Grandmaster Ma Fan was a little interested in the purple chi, so the old man could clearly recognize it. The item was certainly terrific, since it could catch the attention of an artifact refining Grandmaster. It's a purple heaven divine thunder, Grandmaster Ma Fan replied. It's also called the purging evil divine thunder, which is capable of vanquishing all kinds of wicked and malicious intent. Divine thunder? Yong Kai was astounded. The purple chi that had swirled around his fingers like a snake didn't look like lightning at all. Grandmaster Mafan didn't explain anything as he gently flicked the purple chi. The next instant, an explosive sound was heard as a series of booming thunderclaps rang out. The purple chi that originally draped around Yang Kai's fingers in an obedient manner suddenly became violent, as though it was a beast that would swallow its prey alive. Although Yang Kai was strong, his fingers still felt numb from the impact. It's a very rare material. Only a pristine and pure universe world can nurture a strand of purple heaven divine thunder. Unfortunately, with this thing around, such a universe world is destined to decline. Grandmaster Mafan took the purple chi from Yang Kai's hand and activated his world force to suppress it. The violent purple chi soon became obedient again. Why is that? Yang Kai was puzzled. Grandmaster Mafan explained. That's because the entire essence of a universe world is absorbed into this thing. How could a universe world survive such a process? Yang Kai seemed to understand something. As the old man looked at the purple heaven divine thunder in his hand, he fell into his thoughts. He remembered that in the past, there was a woman clad in red clothes in Great Evolution Paradise who possessed a purple sword that was refined from purple heaven divine thunder. That woman said that she would destroy all evil in the world with her sword in a clear voice. His memory of it was so vivid that it was as though it just happened yesterday. At that time, Grandmaster Mafan was a common disciple who had just joined the sect. Time passed by so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was already an old man with a long gray beard. You may leave now. The palace artifact will be ready when you come back next time. Grandmaster Mafan waved his hand. Yang Kai bowed his head. Many thanks, Grandmaster. An hour later, in a restricted area in Great Evolution Paradise, candlelights flickered inside the ancestral hall. In front of more than 30,000 memorial tablets, Grandmaster Mafan said with a smile while his eyes were slightly red, Sect Master, elders, senior brothers, senior sisters, I've persevered long enough to see this day. There's hope for Great Evolution Paradise now. Just you wait. I'll soon lead the descendants of Great Evolution Paradise out to obtain revenge for all of you. On that day, a high-rank open heaven realm master arrived at Heavenly Marshall Hall's Great Evolution branch and destroyed its signboard, though he didn't harm anyone in the process. The open heaven realm masters, who were in charge of the Great Evolution branch, trembled in fear as they had no idea whether they had offended this top cultivator in some way, nor did they know where he came from. They just knew that he was an old man with gray hair and beard. After he left, the cultivators in the branch hurriedly informed those from the headquarters of Heavenly Marshall Hall about it. The hall master personally came to look into the matter, but he couldn't find any answers. However, after that day, those from Heavenly Marshall Hall tactfully stopped using the name Great Evolution for their branch. A few days later, in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise, Grandmaster Mafan looked down at the selected youths and nodded with satisfaction. Naylan Lu Shui and the others were surprised to see that their old ancestor, who always had a hunchback, was standing tall on this day, as though the burden on his body had finally disappeared. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4640, Returning to the Shattered Heaven. The Shattered Heaven was a lawless land where opportunities and crisis coexisted. It was rumored that there were countless treasures in this place. Therefore, even though it was extremely dangerous, it could still attract brave souls to step into it. In a restaurant in the Shattered Heaven Star City, Yang Kai was seated by the window on the second floor. As he looked down at the sea of people, he tooted in amazement. He previously came to this place to enter the shadowless cave heaven and save the proprietress. Since he was in a rush at the time, he wasn't in the mood to look around. It wasn't until he revisited the Shattered Heaven Star City that he realized that despite the fact that the city was small and disorderly. There were a lot of valuable items on sale. Certainly, it might have something to do with his cultivation as well. He was only an Emperor realm cultivator when he previously came to this place, but now he was already a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since his horizons had been broadened, he naturally could see things in a different light. I heard that the Shattered Heaven was formed because ancient great experts fought against one another and destroyed several neighboring great territories. I wonder what got those ancient great experts into such a scuffle, Yang Kai muttered. There was a grim-looking middle-aged man who was seated across from him, who decided to ignore Yang Kai as he took a sip of his wine. Yang Kai turned to look at him and put on a smile. You've lived for so long already, so why do you still get mad so easily? Wu Kuang snapped. You should try being trapped in a sack for 20 years. Yang Kai chuckled. Well, there was a change of plans. I hadn't expected that it'd take me such a long time to repair the universe temples. After Yang Kai left the star boundary, his visits to Black Territory and Great Evolution Paradise didn't take him much time. However, he had been held up for 20 years repairing the broken universe temples. During this period of time, Wu Kuang had been hiding inside the 6 Fated Paths bag while Yang Kai lugged it along with him. After all, this guy was still a disciple of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven on paper. He had killed Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian before absorbing all of their cultivation. He could hide his whereabouts while he was in the new Great Territory, as those from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven wouldn't be able to find him there. Nevertheless, if he rashly showed up anywhere else, he would probably be discovered by Yu Huan from Myriad Demons Heaven. By then, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was coming to the Shattered Heaven, he told the latter to bring him along. The first thing that sprang into Yang Kai's mind was the 6 Fated Paths bag. His own small universe couldn't accommodate Wu Kuang, who was also in the 6th Order, as it would render him too weak if he did so. As such, he could only use the 6 Fated Paths bag. In the past, Yang Kai had used this thing to keep Yuhi, who was also in the 6th Order, inside it. However, this artifact also had a limit. It could only accommodate a few 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what the 6 Fated Paths bag was made of that allowed it to keep 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it. There was no way Wu Kuang could return to Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. Meanwhile, no sect in the 3,000 worlds would welcome him. As such, the Shattered Heaven was the best place for him. Murder and robbery were rampant in this cursed place. It was no wonder that a devil lord like Wu Kuang would take a liking to it. In a matter-of-factly manner, the young woman said, "I'll kill anyone you hate, young master." The white-robed youth didn't respond to her. As they spoke, they had already flown out 10 million kilometers. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had also left the Star City. After identifying the direction, he turned into a ray of light and shot forward. The reason he visited the Shattered Heaven was to increase his strength. An Open Heaven Realm Master had to increase their heritage in order to strengthen their cultivation, which was a painfully long process, be it refining Open Heaven pills or various materials of different orders. It required a lot of time and effort. For a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to ascend to the 7th Order, 1,000 years of cultivation was the absolute minimum requirement. For a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make it to the 8th Order, it would take him several thousand years to over 10,000 years to even make an attempt. As for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master trying to reach the 9th Order, several tens of thousands of years were required. Yang Kai had no idea whether there were any 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, but he had seen several masters in the 8th Order before, be it the Ancestor who was in charge of the small source worlds in Yin Cave Heaven or the ancestors he had seen in the Universe Temple. They were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai speculated that such people did exist in the cave heavens and paradises, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Perhaps there was only one ninth order open heaven realm master in each of those sects. Yang Kai even speculated that some of the cave heavens and paradises might not have a single ninth order open heaven realm master overseeing them. He was now a sixth order open heaven realm master, and due to the various opportunities he had come across, the heritage of his small universe was more ample than average. However, he was still some distance away from the seventh order. In order to increase his cultivation quickly, Yang Kai either had to enter another small source world or look for a temporal river like the one Su Linggong had mentioned before. Nevertheless, he was unable to use either of these shortcuts. The cave heavens and paradises all had small source worlds, but they were only open for their own disciples. Even Yin Yang Cave Heaven would never allow Yang Kai to use their small source world again, let alone other great forces. The only way to speed things up that Yang Kai could think of was the astral wind divine ability that he had come across after leaving the shadowless cave heaven with the proprietress back then. It was a divine ability that was left behind by a great expert in ancient times. Although many years had passed, it still remained intact as it blocked the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The astral wind would gust into shadowless cave heaven from time to time and sweep away the heritages of open heaven realm masters' small universes. It was similar to the eerie aura in Black Territory. In the astral wind divine ability, wind spirits had been nurtured. Previously, Yang Kai drew some wind spirits in his small universe and killed them. After they passed away, they left behind a lot of very pure world force, which helped strengthen his heritage. However, Yang Kai was eager to return to Void Land at that time, so he didn't stay for long. Instead, he memorized the route and thought that he would come back in the future. The reason he revisited the shattered heaven this time was to go after the wind spirits in the astral wind divine ability. As long as he could attract all the wind spirits into his small universe and kill them, he would make a huge leap forward on his way to the seventh order. Yang Kai still remembered that after they left the shadowless cave heaven previously, they went on to wander around the shattered heaven for half a year before they ran across a fight between two fifth-order open heaven realm masters. After asking them for directions, Yang Kai's group kept moving forward for half a month before they arrived at Shattered Heaven Star City. Since he didn't have much time to memorize the route back then, Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could find the astral wind divine ability this time. However, the astral wind divine ability covered a vast area, so as long as he knew the general location, he would eventually find it. Wherever he went, Yang Kai could see cultivators who were in a hurry. Although the Shattered Heaven was dangerous, it was also a battlefield of great experts from ancient times where many treasures and hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises were left behind. Therefore, it could still attract many cultivators to fight for opportunities. Sometimes, Yang Kai would see cultivators getting into bloody fights. He would usually ignore and circumvent these people. As he went further, Yang Kai encountered fewer and fewer people. After looking around for half a year, his wish was finally granted as he saw the gigantic astral wind divine ability hovering in the void. Although it wasn't the first time he saw it, Yang Kai was still awestruck by its magnificence. It was a storm that covered an area of several tens of millions of kilometers as it swirled around, affecting the void around it, making it seem like space was being torn apart. If a universe world, such as the star boundary, was hit by such a divine ability, it would be ground to pieces instantly. The cultivation of the ancient great expert who unleashed this divine ability must be inscrutable. Yang Kai longed for that kind of strength. Such a divine ability could only have been produced by a master in the eighth order at the very least. However, considering the fact that the divine ability had been worn down over time, the person who used it in the past must have been a ninth order open heaven realm master. There was no doubt that a ninth order open heaven realm master came from one of the cave heavens and paradises. What was the reason that caused those ancient great experts to fight here and even shatter the neighboring great territories? It was said that all 108 cave heavens and paradises had been united since time immemorial. So why did they fight against one another in this place? Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-41, Bright King Cave Heaven, Suwong. Compared to the 3,000 worlds which had existed for countless eons, both Voidland and Yongkai were still young and inexperienced. There were many secrets he hadn't figured out and many sights he hadn't seen in this vast universe. Su Linggong had said the secret behind the universe temples could threaten the safety of the 3,000 worlds, but Yongkai hadn't figured out the reason behind it. A universe temple was like a transit station for cultivators. As long as one had left behind their imprint, they could use the universe transference law and instantly return to a universe temple within the same great territory. Although it was truly abstruse, Yongkai didn't understand why it had something to do with the safety of the 3,000 worlds. In any case, he didn't really mind it, as he reckoned that he would figure out all these puzzles one day. Presently, he was staring at the huge astral wind divine ability, but just when he was preparing to enter, he saw a figure actually emerge from it. The person was clad in tattered clothes and covered in blood, while he almost crashed into Yongkai, who instantly stopped in his tracks. The man who just dashed out of the astral wind was startled, as he hadn't expected to see another human in this place. With that said, he was pretty agile as he quickly moved aside and brushed past Yongkai. Upon stopping on a spot that was 1,000 meters away, he turned around to look at Yongkai in shock. Yongkai was staring at him as well. Although this person was battered and his aura was weak, he was clearly a sixth order open heaven realm master. Moreover, the wounds on this person's figure radiated a golden glow, while the flesh in the wounds squirmed and healed itself at a visible rate. With his brow raised, Yongkai couldn't help but recall a secret technique from one of the cave heavens, immovable bright, king body. The star boundary had become a household name, since there was a world tree in that place. Back then, while Yongkai was still in the star boundary, he came into contact with high-rank open heaven realm masters from all 108 cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong also helped him understand more about these top great forces at the time. Bright King Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, and their disciples were all body tempering masters whose figures were extremely sturdy and far surpassed cultivators in the same order. That was because they had a secret art called the immovable bright king body that was best suited for body tempering. From the sect master to the common disciples, everyone from Bright King Cave Heaven was a master in body tempering, while the people who had the right to cultivate the immovable bright king body were the best of them all. They were not used to using any artifacts, as their bodies were the strongest weapons and armor. In the 3,000 worlds, Bright King Cave Heaven had collected the highest number of body tempering secret arts and secret techniques. Stout, immovable, bright king body, unbreakable diamond body, and flawless golden body were extremely rare special constitutions in the outside world, but they were very common among Bright King Cave Heaven disciples. Su Linggong once mentioned that it was extremely hard to harm a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven. Both men and women from the sect were sturdy, and they had no regard for any great forces that were below their caliber. When two cultivators in the same realm fought, the one from Bright King Cave Heaven would usually win if the other was not overwhelmingly stronger. Given their intrepid physiques, they could simply wear their opponents down until they won the battle. Yongkai never expected to come across a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven in this place. It seemed that just like Su Linggong had said, these guys who cultivated immovable bright king body were madmen who didn't treasure their lives. They would always make use of anything they could to temper their bodies, no matter how dangerous. It was apparent that this person had dashed into the astral wind divine ability some time ago in order to strengthen his physique. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire this man, whose body was as sturdy as his own half-dragon form. It had to be noted that the astral wind divine ability was probably left behind by a ninth-order open heaven realm master. Even the average high-rank open heaven realm master would have a hard time while inside of it, although this sixth-order open heaven realm master appeared battered. In truth, he had only suffered some flesh wounds. The reason Yang Kai had a robust body was because he had a dragon clan bloodline. On the other hand, this person tempered his body through pure hard work and perseverance. That unknown man arched his brow and asked, "Are you here to temper your body as well, junior brother?" Indeed. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. The person's eyes lit up when he heard that as he gave Yang Kai a thumbs up without hesitation. "You're brave and insightful." He then pointed his thumb at his own nose and boasted by saying, "Just like me." Yang Kai chuckled upon hearing that. Since it was confirmed that this person was from bright King Cave Heaven, he could let his guard down. Cultivators from the Cave Heavens and Paradises could be arrogant, but they wouldn't usually create trouble and get into fights with others for no reason. Su Wang, the young man, told Yang Kai his name and looked fervently at him. "What's your name, junior brother?" Although both of them were in the sixth order, this person directly regarded himself as the senior brother, so it was apparent that he had a frank personality. "Yang Kai." "So, it is junior brother Yang." Su Wang nodded firmly. While he was speaking, all the wounds on his body had healed. Although he still appeared exhausted, he would recover after getting some rest. He then passionately said, "Junior brother, since you found this astral wind divine ability and want to enter to temper your body, I have some advice for you as a senior brother." "Please go ahead, senior brother Su." Yang Kai extended his hand. Su Wang said, "The inside of this divine ability is indeed a good place for body tempering. However, it's also extremely dangerous, so you have to be careful. You have to be especially cautious of the wind spirits, and must not let them come near you. It's hard to get rid of them, and they can absorb your world force to strengthen themselves. If you fight them, they'll grow even stronger, but if you don't fight them, they'll never leave you alone. They can also sneak into your small universe, so be especially cautious." Yang Kai was already aware of this. In the past, he had brought quite a number of open heaven realm masters out of the shadowless cave heaven. When they were passing through the astral wind divine ability, some of the fourth order open heaven realm masters were invaded by the wind spirits. In just over 10 breaths, their heritages were swallowed up, which caused their small universes to collapse and led to their demise. It was obvious that Su Wang was a forthright individual, since he didn't hide this truth from Yang Kai despite the fact that it was the first time they met. A moved Yang Kai asked, "Was your small universe intruded by a wind spirit, senior brother?" This person wouldn't have realized it if he hadn't experienced it. As expected, Su Wang appeared somewhat fearful as he recalled, and fortunately, I was somehow able to force it out. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. He was more than just lucky, since he was able to force a wind spirit out of his small universe. This person named Su Wang apparently had his own unique methods. Yang Kai didn't delve deeper into the topic, and just nodded with gratitude. "Many thanks for the warning, senior brother Su. I'll remember to run away from the wind spirits if I see them." Su Wang grinned and revealed his white teeth. A real man is able to yield when it's necessary to do so. "I'm quite fond of you, junior brother." All of a sudden, he balled up his fist and hit it with his other palm. While appearing to be combative, he said, "Since I've given you such valuable information, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. You might find it a little odd, though." A bad feeling swept over Yang Kai as his brow twitched slightly. "Since it's odd, you probably shouldn't bring it up." Su Wang guffawed. "Sorry, your request is denied. Since both are body tempering cultivators, and we're in the same order, We shouldn't miss such a chance. Please fight with me, junior brother. Don't worry, I won't kill you and I won't mind it if you're able to break me. Without caring about whether Yang Kai would agree or not, Su Wang directly charged forward and pushed out his fist. Since Yang Kai was already expecting this, he immediately raised his fist to meet the attack. He instantly felt a violent force coming at him, as though he was punching an entire universe. Borrowing that force, Yang Kai didn't resist and allowed himself to be sent flying backward, crashing into the astral wind divine ability. Su Wang, who had only let out one punch, became dumbfounded for a moment before he pursed his lips. That junior brother is a slippery one. He wanted to chase after Yang Kai. However, he had just consumed a lot of his strength. If he entered the divine ability again in such a state, he would be inviting trouble to himself. After giving it a thought, he put on a grin. It's not like you can hide inside forever. I'll just wait for you to come out. Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and gulped down some open heaven pills before recuperating in silence. 3 days later, Su Wang appeared amazed. He initially thought that Yang Kai could only last 1 or 2 days in the astral wind, but the latter was still nowhere to be seen. It had to be noted that when he came here for the first time, he could only last for 5 days. After 5 days, Yang Kai was still nowhere to be found. There was an approving look on Su Wang's face, as Yang Kai was also able to last for so long despite the fact that it was his first time here. It went to show that Yang Kai was just as sturdy as Su Wang was, and they were probably equal matches. 10 days later, Su Wang sported a solemn expression. Half a month later, Su Wang was unable to sit back anymore, as he dashed into the astral wind to look for Yang Kai. Another half a month later, he flew out of the astral wind while covered in blood. He turned to look at the gigantic astral wind and sighed. Why did he die at such a young age? Now, there's one fewer person who can fight with me. This feels terrible. It had been a whole month since Yang Kai entered the astral wind, but he still hadn't returned. Su Wang tried to look for him, but it was to no avail. It was now obvious that Yang Kai had lost his life. Su Wang reckoned that Yang Kai had passed away after his small universe was invaded by a wind spirit. The reason Su Wang was able to force a wind spirit out of his small universe was that he had come across a certain opportunity in the past that gave him more control over his small universe. However, other sixth-order open heaven realm masters might not be able to copy his success. With that said, what really made Su Wang feel vexed was that Yang Kai hadn't had a proper fight with him before his death. Despite that, they were mere acquaintances. Although he felt sorry for Yang Kai, they were not really friends to begin with, so after feeling regretful for a moment, Su Wang stopped thinking about it and rested for a bit before returning to the astral wind. As he let the astral wind cut his flesh, he attempted to comprehend the abstrusity of the immovable bright king body. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who was thought to be dead, was seated somewhere in the depths of the astral wind with his legs crossed. There was an ancient tree hovering behind him, as its low-hanging branches formed a shield that warded off the astral wind around him. The wind that could cause people like Su Wang to be covered in blood was unable to penetrate the towering evergreen at all. It could only form some ripples on the surface of the green light barrier. A wind spirit with 4 limbs but without any facial features howled and shot towards Yang Kai, as though it was a shark that caught a whiff of blood in the water. Just when it was about to crash into the towering evergreen, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he slightly opened up the protective layer of his divine manifestation. Since there were no more obstacles, the wind spirit directly dove into Yang Kai's small universe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-42, Blood Crow. There were already some wind spirits of different sizes and strengths inside Yang Kai's small universe. However, all of them were being burned by Golden Crow's true fire. When Yang Kai previously escaped this place, he made use of his golden crow's true fire to deal with the wind spirits which had appeared. With such an experience, he was now able to repeat this process with ease. While the wind spirits appeared to be growling, they were voiceless. They struggled in silence as they were being destroyed by the golden crow's true fire. After each wind spirit was incinerated, a dark fog would be released along with a large amount of pure world force. Yang Kai could easily absorb this world force to strengthen his small universe. The dark fog was obviously something bad. Therefore, Yang Kai would seal it and then force it out of his body. As a result, he appeared to be shrouded in a layer of black chi, which was quite eerie. A lot of wind spirits had been nurtured in the astral wind divine ability over the millennia. Moreover, they were sensitive to their surroundings. The moment Yang Kai barged in, even the wind spirits in the distance noticed him and charged towards him. The wind spirits were burned and killed while the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe increased. 1 month later, fewer wind spirits jumped into the trap, and eventually no more showed up. Yang Kai got to his feet and headed towards the depths of the astral wind divine ability before repeating the same process. Meanwhile, Su Wang, who had been practicing body tempering in the astral wind divine ability, felt somewhat confused recently. In the past, every time he entered the astral wind, he would be bothered by the wind spirits from time to time. He didn't have the intention to deal with those eerie wind spirits, so he could only flee. Therefore, his training involved enduring the astral wind divine ability while escaping from the wind spirits. However, he could clearly feel that the wind spirits had decreased in number recently, and eventually he couldn't even see a single one. This was puzzling to him. He had been cultivating in this place for more than 10 years, but the situation had never changed. It wasn't until the arrival of the young man, named Yang Kai, that things had become different. Could the disappearance of the wind spirits have something to do with him? Nonetheless, Su Wang had personally experienced the power of those wind spirits. Although he was also a sixth order open heaven realm master, he still had to run away from them. So how could Yang Kai possibly be spared the calamity? While feeling curious, Su Wang shuffled towards the depths of the astral wind, which he had never attempted to enter in the past 10 years. Wherever he went, though, other than the destructive astral wind, he couldn't see a single wind spirit. He was unable to go too far into the astral wind, since he wouldn't be able to bear the tearing forces. When his limit was reached, he had no choice but to leave. Unfortunately, he was unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was still alive, or whether the disappearance of the wind spirits had anything to do with him. One day, while Su Wang was meditating outside of the astral wind, he suddenly felt that something was off. When he opened his eyes, he saw a red crow with bloodshot eyes 1,000 meters away. While hovering in the void, the crow stared at him with a tilted head. Seeing that Su Wang had opened his eyes, the crow suddenly flapped its wings and squawked. A disturbing cry was instantly heard in Su Wang's mind. Following the lead of the voice, his thoughts fluctuated while a gust of energy shot towards his head. Blood crow! Su Wang widened his eyes and hurriedly leapt to his feet. Blood crow was a symbol as well as a title of one of the greatest calamities in the shattered heaven over recent decades. Blood Crow Divine Monarch, who had gathered together a group of open heaven realm masters, had taken up residence in the shattered heaven, and over the past few years had committed a lot of outrageous crimes and killed countless people. Other than the cultivators from the ordinary sects who explored the shattered heaven to seek out treasures, even some of the top cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises had suffered losses because of Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Some of them were even killed. Many of them were sixth order open heaven realm masters. Others might not know the background of Blood Crow Divine Monarch, but Su Wang was fully aware of that since he was a sixth order open heaven realm master from Bright King Heaven. Some years ago, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which was located in Blood Monster territory, collapsed. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, known as Blood Monster Divine Monarch after his death. At that time, he had trapped another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Black Crow Divine Monarch in his small universe. When Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened up previously, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized the chance and was reborn in another person's body. He already had the heritage of a 7th Order Master, so although he was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after seizing another body, he was a cunning and sly old fox. While he was suppressed in the universe Cave Heaven, Black Crow Divine Monarch comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, which significantly increased his strength. Inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Black Crow Divine Monarch had killed many of the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises who had entered the universe Cave Heaven for life experience, which infuriated those great forces. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fell apart, those from the cave heavens and paradises cordoned off the territory gates leading out of Blood Monster territory in an attempt to capture Black Crow Divine Monarch so that they could avenge the death of their disciples. However, it wasn't certain what trick that guy had used, but he had managed to escape. Following that, Black Crow Divine Monarch arrived at the Shattered Heaven. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a lawless land, such as the Shattered Heaven, was relatively safe for him. Su Wang had heard from his elders that Ti Zheng, who was responsible for the external affairs of Myriad Demons Heaven, was killed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was said that he was ambushed when he was in critical condition and drained of all his blood essence. Otherwise, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't have passed away so easily. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises had deployed countless disciples and resources to the Shattered Heaven in an attempt to capture Black Crow Divine Monarch. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven were especially enthusiastic about this task. However, their efforts turned out to be futile. As years turned to decades, Black Crow Divine Monarch recruited even more subordinates. Since he had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture, his power had increased significantly, and he had also changed his title from Black Crow to Blood Crow. It was said that wherever the Blood Crow went, all living creatures would die. Therefore, the moment Su Wang saw a Blood Crow, he knew that he was in trouble. While getting up, he threw a punch out at the squawking Blood Crow and instantly turned it into a blood mist. Before Su Wang could flee, though, a blood cloud rushed over and surrounded him, which ensured that he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, an eerie laugh was heard, and a voice called out, "You have very ample vitality, brat. This monarch is in luck." Su Wang roared as he charged forward with clenched fists. While he was inside the blood cloud, he was unable to identify his direction, and though his world force surged and shattered pieces of the blood cloud, it was soon restored and continued engulfing him. Despite being in a perilous situation, Su Wang remained unfazed. As he used his divine sense to look for Blood Crow and repeatedly pushed out his fists in an imposing manner. Since he was always able to get out of the astral wind divine ability, there was no way he would lose his life here. Like a cat that had captured a rat, Blood Crow Divine Monarch taunted him by saying, "Try harder, brat. Why are you so weak? Keep your blood burning." Su Wang naturally ignored him. The intense battle lasted for 3 days. Su Wang's vitality never withered as he remained at the peak of his power. His body radiated a golden glow as his immovable bright king body was fully activated. The average Open Heaven Realm Master, even if they were in the 6th Order, would have been penetrated by the blood cloud and had their blood sucked out long ago. Once one's vitality withered, their strength would plunge to a point where they would be easily captured by their opponent. Since Su Wang was able to ward off the astral wind, he naturally could do the same for this blood cloud. The immovable bright king body was a body-tempering secret art that was superior to even the flawless golden body. Although Blood Crow Divine Monarch's blood cloud was abstruse, it was unable to harm Su Wong in the short time. However, to the Blood Crow Divine Monarch, Su Wong was just a cornered beast who would eventually have to admit defeat. Since he held the absolute advantage, he would be able to enjoy his meal as long as he could continue trapping Su Wong. It was actually a source of amusement, watching his food struggling before death. Half a month later, Su Wong suddenly stopped attacking. As he gazed at the dense blood cloud, he praised the other party by saying, "You indeed live up to your reputation, Blood Crow Divine Monarch." The eerie laugh was heard again. "Stop flattering this monarch. I won't let you go no matter what. If you're tactful enough, surrender now, and I will kill you without causing too much pain. If you remain obstinate, I'll make sure that you suffer greatly before you die." He cackled. Su Wong grinned and revealed his white teeth. "You want to eat me? Aren't you worried your stomach might burst?" Blood Crow sneered. "This monarch has a strong stomach. There's nothing in the world that I can't eat. Give it a try." Then, upon finishing his words, Su Wong directly sat down with his legs crossed and stopped making any futile attempts to escape. As he emptied his mind and remained unmoving, a golden figure manifested behind him and protected him. Seeing that, Blood Crow frowned. If Su Wong had continued blindly exerting himself, he would have only hastened his own death. Although a sixth-order open heaven realm master was strong, the heritage of their small universe was limited. It wasn't like Su Wong could go on squandering his strength forever. However, now that Su Wong had sat down and focused all his efforts on protecting himself, he could stall for a much longer time, which made Blood Crow feel vexed. He had rarely come across anyone whose vitality was as ample as this guy in his previous life, let alone this life. If he could refine Su Wong's blood essence, his cultivation would increase greatly. It was more effective than consuming several ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Blood Crow then snorted, "Let's see how much longer you can persevere." Following that, he fully activated the blood mist in an attempt to penetrate Su Wong. Layers of ripples started appearing on the golden figure, which was the manifestation of the immovable bright king. In the meantime, several sixth-order open heaven realm masters suddenly showed up in the blood mist and bombarded the seated Su Wong with their secret techniques and divine abilities. These sixth-order open heaven realm masters were all lackeys of Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Some of them were brought out of the blood monster cave heaven by him in the past, while some of them were subdued in the shattered heaven. Without any exception, they were all taught pieces of the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture and planted with a blood principle restriction. That was the reason they wouldn't dare to disobey Blood Crow. There was once a newly subdued sixth-order open heaven realm master who remained arrogant and defiant, but with a single thought, Blood Crow Divine Monarch turned that sixth-order open heaven realm master, who was planted with a blood principle restriction, into a puddle of blood essence and ate him. After that, no one dared to disobey Blood Crow again. Although the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture they cultivated was not the complete version, they were already able to refine blood essence as well, which allowed their cultivation to increase rapidly. Nevertheless, their foundations were unstable, and their temperaments had been affected, becoming more brutal and savage. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-43. It's quite lively here. The place where the astral wind divine ability was located was in the depths of the shattered heaven, where rarely anyone would visit. Su Wong chanced upon this wonderful place for body tempering in the past by accident, but now that he was trapped by Blood Crow's divine ability, he couldn't even hope to be rescued. His situation exacerbated, since he was faced with the attacks of the several sixth-order open heaven realm masters who served Blood Crow. In just a few days, The golden glow of his immovable bright king body had dimmed significantly. The golden figure behind him faltered as well, as though it would collapse at any moment. Since he was in such a perilous situation, he would be doomed without the protection of the immovable bright king body. In fact, Su Wang wasn't afraid of death. It had come to a point where he was at peace with destiny. He was just frustrated with himself for being so weak that he wasn't even able to escape from Blood Crow. He was a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven who had cultivated the immovable bright king body. As a sixth order open heaven realm master, he was naturally powerful. Of the cultivators in the same order, only those from the other cave heavens and paradises were potentially a match for him. The rest of the sixth order open heaven realm masters in the 3,000 worlds would never be able to defeat him. However, Blood Crow was different. This guy was reborn after occupying someone else's body, so he had the heritage of the seventh order, and he possessed some profound and mysterious divine abilities. So, he was much more powerful than the average sixth order open heaven realm master. Additionally, he had a number of sixth order blood slaves to serve as his lackeys. That was the reason Su Wang felt so dispirited. You won't last much longer, boy. What's the point of struggling so hard? You have to know that the sooner you give up, the quicker you'll be relieved of your suffering. Blood Crow's voice reverberated around the blood cloud as he attempted to harass him. Su Wang naturally wouldn't fall for his trick as he ignored Blood Crow entirely. While he was warding off the blood mist, he also had to deal with the sixth order blood slaves. You're so obstinate. In that case, I'll let you have a taste of the pain of death. As soon as Blood Crow finished speaking, the blood cloud around Su Wang surged violently. A tiny crack appeared on the already dim, immovable bright king body. The blood mist passed through the crack and swirled around Su Wang like a snake. Su Wang bellowed and pushed his strength to block all his pores and acupoints. He knew that once he was penetrated by the blood mist, he would be doomed. By then, regardless of how sturdy his body was, he would be controlled by Blood Crow, Divine Monarch's blood principles. Being distracted, though, Su Wang found it even harder to deal with the sixth order blood slaves. Just when his life was hanging by a thread, a figure suddenly shot out of the huge astral wind divine ability. Seeing the sight in front of him, he remarked with surprise, "It's quite lively here." When this newcomer detected a familiar aura, he arched his brow and looked at the blood cloud while muttering, "Black Crow?" Just when Blood Crow was ready to destroy the stout, immovable, bright king body and absorb Su Wang's blood essence, he became startled for a moment. Upon detecting Yang Kai with his divine sense, he exclaimed, "Why are you here, you brat?" While Yang Kai was surprised to have come across Blood Crow in this place, the other party was equally shocked. The two of them were old acquaintances. When they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, Blood Crow initially wanted to seize Yang Kai's body, since the latter had incredibly rich vitality, but he ultimately failed in his attempt. Since Chu Huashan was a woman, she wasn't a valid target either. On the other hand, Pei Wenxian, who was from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven, had a way to ward him off. In the end, Blood Crow could only occupy the body of Zhou Yi, who was from Great Thousand Bloodland, and was successfully reborn. After that, he headed straight to the Blood Monster Divine Palace in an attempt to refine and take control of it. If he had succeeded, he would become the owner of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. By then, all the cultivators in that place would be controlled by him. With the resources in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as his support, Blood Crow would have ample time and capital to restore himself to his peak. However, his plans were foiled by Yang Kai, who had destroyed the Blood Monster Divine Palace and caused the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to break apart. Blood Crow Divine Monarch was thus exposed ahead of time and became the target of scorn. It could be said that it was because of Yang Kai that Blood Crow had to go into hiding in the Shattered Heaven. If this brat hadn't foiled his plan, he would have stayed in the blood monster cave heaven and lived a carefree life instead of having to be cautious all the time now. When Yang Kai previously arrived in the shattered heaven to save the proprietress, the two of them had met and secretly worked together. In that battle, Blood Crow Divine Monarch led his blood slaves and killed many open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Although they had joined forces before, it still hadn't resolved the grudges between them. There had never been a day when Blood Crow didn't want to skin Yang Kai alive and drink his blood. However, since Yang Kai's last visit to the shattered heaven decades ago, there had not been any news about him. Although Blood Crow was fuming with rage, there was nothing he could do. Nevertheless, he hadn't expected to come across Yang Kai on this day. While he was shocked, he was also ecstatic. Back then, Yang Kai had the protection of Zhu Jiuyin, a powerful divine spirit, so there was no way for Blood Crow to deal with him. After weighing the pros and cons, he even decided to work with him. However, things were different now. Not only had Blood Crow ascended to the Sixth Order, but his blood slaves had also become tremendously powerful. Even Su Wang, who was from Bright King Cave Heaven, was trapped in his divine ability. As long as Yang Kai wasn't protected by a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't be spared from calamity this time. It was apparent that he was on his own, and there was no Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master or Divine Spirit around to protect him. Ha! Blood Crow couldn't help but guffaw in a smug manner. One really wears out iron shoes looking for their feet. Brat, it's a double happiness for me today. It seems that I'll have an ample meal after so long. The heavens have been kind to this monarch. Certainly, Yang Kai's vitality was more vigorous than that of Su Wang. That was the reason Blood Crow had his eyes on Yang Kai back then, and even wanted to seize his body. Su Wang alone was enough to allow him to take a huge leap forward in his Sixth Order cultivation. So if he could also consume Yang Kai, he would reach the threshold of the Seventh Order. No one else could make it to the Seventh Order from the Sixth Order in such a rapid manner. However, Blood Crow was different. He already had the heritage of a Seventh Order Master to begin with, and he had fully comprehended the abstrusity of the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. Even though there would be some drawbacks, if he ascended to the Seventh Order so soon, there wouldn't be a problem if he was willing to spend some time resolving those issues and stabilizing his cultivation afterwards. Capture him, Blood Crow yelled. Immediately, 2 Sixth Order blood slaves ditched Su Wang and dashed out of the blood cloud before charging towards Yang Kai. The blood slaves were leaking blood mists while there was an unusual shade of red on their skin. Their eyes were so bloodshot that they looked like lanterns, which was quite horrifying to see. Yang Kai gazed at the blood slave on his left in silence and sighed. This man was Elder Tan Luo Xing from Abundant City, who held the same status as Pang Duo and Gong Yang Shi in the past. However, he had made a mistake and became a traitor to Abundant City. Before the blood monster cave heaven fell apart, he fled from Abundant City. Somehow, Blood Crow Divine Monarch found him and brought him out of that place. Back then, Tan Luo Xing lusted after the city, Lord of Abundant City, Mo Mei. Although he was a conniving person, he hadn't made any huge mistakes up until the point he met Yang Kai. But now he was engulfed in a savage aura, and there wasn't a hint of reason behind his gaze. It was obvious that his temperament had changed for the worse. With that said, he could still recognize Yang Kai. That was why the fury and murderous intent behind his eyes were more intense than those of his companion. Pang, Duo, Gong Yang Shi, and the others were still in the Fifth Order, and given their pace of cultivation, it would take them several hundred to 1,000 years before they could make it to the Sixth Order. On the other hand, Tan Luo Xing was already in the Sixth Order. However, judging from his chaotic and unstable world force, Yang Kai figured Tan Luo Xing hadn't reached his current order through conventional means. There were naturally drawbacks to increasing one's cultivation too quickly. It seemed that it was the end of Tan Luo Xing's martial Dao in his lifetime, and even his lifespan had been affected as a result. Faced with two sixth-order blood slaves, Yang Kai remained unmoving, as though he was dumbstruck. As world forces undulated, two blood-colored figures crashed into Yang Kai. After a slight pause, however, the figure on the right was sent flying away as quickly as he came. While tumbling out, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and the blood mist around him almost completely dissipated. On the other hand, Tan Luo Xing's neck was clenched by Yang Kai as he was held firmly in place. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, but at this moment he was completely powerless to resist Yang Kai, as though he was a child who had never cultivated before. Inside the blood cloud, Blood Crow's laughter abruptly stopped as he looked at this sight in horror. The blood slaves he had brought with him were all in the sixth-order open heaven realm, and although they were not comparable to the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises like Su Wang, they were definitely much stronger than any newly promoted sixth-order open heaven realm master should be. Nevertheless, one of them was sent flying away, while the other was captured. Blood Crow hadn't even managed to see how Yang Kai made a move. He just felt a surge of world force, and then the scene before him played out. Certainly, it was also because he hadn't been paying attention to the situation Yang Kai was in. He reckoned that even if Yang Kai was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, it definitely hadn't been long since he broke through. Given Yang Kai's relatively weak heritage, it would be like a walk in the park for his blood slaves to capture him. That was why Blood Crow didn't pay attention to him. All he had to do was defeat Su Wang and enjoy his meal. However, he was stunned by this unexpected outcome. Even if he were in Yang Kai's situation, he couldn't have achieved this. He might be able to send a blood slave flying away by using his full strength, but it was inconceivable that Yang Kai was simultaneously able to capture and incapacitate his other blood slave. These sixth-order blood slaves were not weak chickens in a pen that one could snatch up at will. Blood Crow could even see that Tan Luo Xing had been trying to resist, but whenever he attempted to draw on the might of his small universe, he would be interrupted by Yang Kai's secret technique. That was why he was unable to use his strength at all, and appeared so comical. A person who couldn't draw on the power of their small universe couldn't be considered an open heaven realm master. He was just a slightly stronger cultivator. Yang Kai appeared dispassionate while hoisting up Tan Luo Xing. He hadn't expected that when he used Cow Punch on an enemy for the first time, the person would be someone from Abundance City. If Tan Luo Xing hadn't been blinded by jealousy and fled from Abundance City back then, he would have been working under Yang Kai now, just like Mo Mei and the others. Nevertheless, life was like that. Once a person committed a mistake, it would be hard for them to return to the right path. Since he had made the wrong decision, there was no turning back. Perhaps losing his life in this place would be the best outcome for him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai activated Cow Punch while a violent force gusted into Tan Luo Xing's small universe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-44. I was about to say the same. 3 layers of visible ripples spread from Tan Luo Xing. Following that, his small universe collapsed as his figure turned into a blood mist. He was killed just like that. Back when Yang Kai had just made it to the Sixth Order, he was already able to defeat the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain, Mao Shi, who was at the peak of the Sixth Order. Since then, Yang Kai's cultivation had increased significantly through years of accumulation, be it the power of the small source world or the star boundaries world force, or the wind spirits he had killed in the astral wind divine ability recently. They had all contributed to the tremendous increase in his heritage. There was a huge gap between the average Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and himself. If Tan Luo Xing was still clear-headed, he might have been able to trade a few moves before being defeated. However, he was just a blood slave whose mind had been warped, blinded by hatred and murderous intent. He would be useful if he was going to oppress a weaker person. However, when faced with a cultivator like Yang Kai, he was practically useless. The blood slave, who was sent flying away by Yang Kai earlier, returned at that moment. The blood mist had gathered around him again, and it seemed as though it was boiling. Before he even reached his opponent, the blood mist swirled into a huge hand and attempted to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear. Then he pushed his spear forward as his weapon turned into innumerable shadows. While the blood hand fell apart, the spear shadows converged and penetrated the chest of the blood slave, who had just returned like he was a common fish. Presently, the blood slave was pierced through by the tip of the spear Yang Kai wielded. However, the blood slave didn't immediately pass away as he growled like a caged beast and shot out a blood arrow from his mouth. Despite its petite size, the blood arrow had condensed all the power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Even if there was a universe world in front of it, this arrow could still penetrate it. Yang Kai tilted his head and dodged, but he still felt a sting of pain on his face as the arrow brushed past him. He then swung his spear and surged his world force before exploding the upper body of the sixth-order open heaven realm master, while his lower body, which was void of any vitality, drifted off. In just 3 breaths, the 2 sixth-order blood slaves sent by Blood Crow Divine Monarch were killed like they were chickens to the slaughter. The sight horrified Blood Crow. When he met Yang Kai previously, the latter was just an Emperor Realm Junior. If Yang Kai hadn't had the protection of some powerful cultivators at the time, he wouldn't even have the right to have a discussion with him. But when they met again on this day, Yang Kai had already become so formidable. Furthermore, what made Blood Crow surprised and doubtful was that Yang Kai was now in the 6th Order, not in the 5th Order, as he remembered. Only a couple of decades had passed at most, so there was no way his heritage could be so ample regardless of how fast he accumulated strength. How did he achieve this kind of cultivation without several hundred years to 1,000 years of accumulation? While Blood Crow was shocked, the blood cloud that had been engulfing Su Wang weltered. Countless blood crows with crimson eyes suddenly appeared and swarmed Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and used near distant horizon. As though space had been extended infinitely, the blood crows became sluggish regardless of how hard they tried to move forward. It was as if they were standing still, unable to advance. Then, the void shook as the blood crows were ground into blood mist. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai shot past the blood mist and thrust his weapon into the blood cloud. Following that, he surged his world force, but he didn't manage to harm his enemy. Blood Crow's eerie laugh was heard again. "Is that all you've got, boy?" Although Yang Kai was indeed powerful, Blood Crow was no pushover. He had his 7th Order heritage, and he had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. No one could harm him unless a 7th Order open heaven realm master showed up. Moreover, he had actually escaped from the pursuit of the 7th Order open heaven realm masters from myriad demons heaven over the years. "You'll know if that's all I've got soon enough." An unfazed Yang Kai twisted his wrist as the dark golden crow's true fire spilled over the Azure Dragon Spear and started burning the blood cloud. The blood cloud weltered as it was ignited, and world forces repeatedly clashed, causing the surrounding space to warp and contort. "That's it," Blood Crow sneered. While fending off the golden crow's true fire, he still had the energy to split some blood crows out of the blood cloud to launch a counterattack on Yang Kai. The space principles around Yang Kai undulated and formed into an impenetrable defensive layer. The blood crows would instantly turn into blood mist after crashing into it. However, As time passed, the blood mist around Yang Kai thickened, as it was starting to show signs that he was being engulfed. Once that happened, he would fall into the same situation as Su Wang. After he was trapped inside it, he would never be able to get out unless he could break free from the blood mist. After a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai's figure could only be faintly seen. Blood Crow cackled, "Got you?" As he spoke, the blood essence left behind by Tan Luo Xing and the other blood slave killed by Yang Kai seemed to have come alive, as it split into two streams of blood and engulfed Yang Kai. An unperturbed Yang Kai grinned. "What a coincidence. I was about to say the same." Swinging his fist, Yang Kai unleashed his cow punch as he followed the traces of Blood Crow's aura back to the latter's small universe. There was a reason that the secret technique named Cow Punch was regarded as roguish by senior Sister Jean. That was because if the opponent didn't use their world force, they couldn't use their open heaven realm strength. However, if they did activate their world force, they would give Yang Kai a chance to trace it back to their small universe. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to deal with Yang Kai when faced with such a strange technique. Yang Kai wasn't sure if there were other divine abilities and secret techniques in the world that could directly target an open heaven realm master's small universe, though he believed that given the profound heritage and inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises, they should have similar secret techniques. Nevertheless, those must be core secret techniques of those great forces, and their effects couldn't possibly be as great as his cow punch. After all, his secret technique used space principles to directly bypass all forms of defense. There was a prerequisite for the secret technique to work, though. Yang Kai needed to successfully follow the traces of his opponent's world force, which would allow him to find openings in their small universe. That was the essence of his cow punch secret technique. As long as Yang Kai had a chance to find the opening in his opponent's small universe, the other party would certainly suffer a setback. Earlier, Tan Luo Xing's small universe was continuously shaken by his cow punch secret technique. That was why he was easily controlled by Yang Kai despite being a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Since he was unable to activate his world force to resist, he was subsequently killed by Yang Kai. Tan Luo Xing's temperament had become contorted as his eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, so his normally focused and guarded aura was wildly swung about, making it easy to find. That was how Yang Kai could instantly subdue him. However, it would take him some effort to pull the same trick on Blood Crow. After all, it wasn't easy to find the openings of the latter's small universe. Yang Kai directly jabbed his spear into the blood cloud, but he was unable to harm him. Hence, he decided to start a contest of world force. It seemed like a move made when he had no other choice, but he had actually done it deliberately. A cup of tea's time was more than enough for Yang Kai to trace back Blood Crow's world force. Therefore, as the blood mist formed from the blood essence of the two blood slaves engulfed Yang Kai, his cow punch secret technique activated at the same time. The blood cloud started immediately showing signs of coming apart. Blood Crow's small universe descended into chaos, as though it had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel dazed and disoriented. Before Blood Crow could compose himself, he felt an immense force surging within the blood cloud. While he was astonished and tried to resist, it was too late for him to suppress it. Su Wang, who had been trapped for days, turned into a ray of light and shot out of the blood cloud. While his clothes were tattered, his hair flapped freely in the air. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master from Bright King Cave Heaven after all, so his senses were incredibly sharp and didn't miss this chance to escape. Although he wasn't sure why the blood cloud that had restricted him had suddenly become loose, he realized that it was his opportunity to extricate himself. Since he was finally set free, the energy that he had saved for days finally exploded. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai with his spear in his hand, as well as the blood slaves who had been harassing him this past month. There was also a figure that was condensing from the blood cloud. Blood Crow, divine monarch. Su Wang was truly vexed. It had been many days since he was first trapped, and he was almost reduced to a puddle of blood, but it wasn't until this moment that he finally saw the infamous person who had been reborn by occupying another's body. Blood Crow had the appearance of a grim-looking young man. From what Su Wang had gathered, the young man was supposedly a disciple from Great Thousand Bloodland named Shou-Yi. However, after his body was occupied by Blood Crow, his soul must have been devoured as well. At this moment, Blood Crow appeared to be reeling from shock as he gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. His pale face also suggested that he had suffered a small loss. Upon seeing that, Su Wang realized that it was Yang Kai who saved him. Although he appeared composed, he was astounded in his heart. It turned out Yang Kai wasn't killed in the astral wind, divine ability. It had to be noted that it had been half a year since they last met. So how did he survive in the astral wind for so long? It was apparent to Su Wang now that the disappearance of the wind spirits must have had something to do with Yang Kai. There was no other explanation. What made him feel even more surprised was that Yang Kai's aura had become noticeably stronger compared to half a year ago. He was now even more powerful than the old ghosts in his sect who had been stuck in the Sixth Order for countless years. Su Wang had the urge to ask Yang Kai where all the wind spirits had gone, but it was obviously not the right time to do that. So he just nodded gently to him as a gesture of gratitude. "What did you do?" Blood Crow sported a gloomy expression as he gazed doubtfully at Yang Kai. If his small universe hadn't been shaken at that moment, causing it to descend into turmoil, Su Wang wouldn't have escaped, and Yang Kai would have been trapped as well. By then, he would be invincible. Although it would take him a longer time, he would be able to devour these two, whose vitality was unbelievably vigorous. However, he had never expected that Yang Kai had a way to target his opponent's small universe directly. "Would you like a second look at it?" Yang Kai looked smilingly at Blood Crow. Blood Crow snorted without responding to him as he began racking his brain. He was certainly wary of Yang Kai's new secret technique, but since he was now aware of it, he could take precautions. He then recalled the death of his blood slave, Tan Luo Xing. At that time, he only felt that Yang Kai had used a mysterious technique to subdue Tan Luo Xing and kill him. Now, it was obvious to him that Yang Kai had used the same move on him just now. He was an old monster who had been reborn after occupying someone else's body, but he still suffered a setback because of Yang Kai's secret technique, not to mention the blood slaves who had their thoughts blinded by hatred and murderous intent. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-45, Battling Blood Crow. However, judging from Yang Kai's previous action, Blood Crow believed that the eerie technique couldn't be used as the other party pleased. Otherwise, Yang Kai could have instantly made him suffer a setback instead of waiting. After pondering on it for a moment, he guessed that a technique that could directly target a person's small universe was extremely brilliant, which required a lot of preparation. The characteristics of the technique were similar to some of the secret techniques he had heard of in the past. At the thought of this, he grinned. "Since you've come all the way here to invite trouble to yourself, we'll settle the grudges between us today, boy." Yang Kai pointed his spear at him. "I share the same sentiment." The reason he had come all the way to the Shattered Heaven was to go after the wind spirits. Since he had achieved his goal, he now had to get some training. The fact that Blood Crow managed to revive and escape from the blood monster cave, Heaven, had something to do with him, since he was partly responsible for it. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle this issue. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to thrust out his spear to attack his opponent. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order, Yang Kai wouldn't dismiss this kind of old monster who was reborn by occupying someone else's body and think that he could easily defeat him. If he really believed so, he would be the one suffering a setback in the end. No one knew what this old fart, who was originally a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, had up his sleeves. Yong Kai had personally experienced Blood Crow's methods back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so there was no way he would underestimate his opponent. Faced with the ferocious attack, Blood Crow seemed to have been enraged as he clenched his fists and grasped a pair of twin butterfly daggers. As he surged his world force, his twin daggers started radiating a glow that spanned across several kilometers of the void, as though a butterfly was fluttering its wings. Then, Blood Crow crossed the twin daggers in front of him and clashed with the tip of Azure Dragon's spear before pressing down the weapon, as well as Yong Kai's imposing aura. Following that, he pushed his twin daggers forward in an attempt to behead Yong Kai in one motion. Instantly, Yong Kai tilted backwards as the daggers brushed past his forehead. He then wielded his spear and knocked back the twin daggers before following up with the stab of his weapon towards Blood Crow's chest. While moving backwards like a ghost, Blood Crow brought his right dagger down, as though a mountain was descending upon Yong Kai. An unfazed Yong Kai swung his spear and pushed it towards Blood Crow's throat. As their world forces clashed, visible shockwaves blasted out. A few strands of Yong Kai's hair were cut, while there was a bit of redness on Blood Crow's throat. Only 2 or 3 breaths of time had passed since they began trading moves, but they had both respectively knocked on the gates of death at least once, which went to show how dangerous this confrontation was. There wasn't a moment for them to take a breath as they clashed with one another again, as though they had tacitly agreed to it. A battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters was all about the competition between the heritages of their small universes and how much world force they could bring forth. The more ample one's heritage was, the stronger the world force they could use, allowing them to gain the upper hand. The divine abilities and secret techniques were just like flowers decorating the bouquet. As such, it was rare to see cultivators like Yong Kai and Blood Crow, who engaged in fierce close combat with their artifacts, as it was an extremely perilous form of battle. If they were not careful, both of them would be killed. Blood Crow had never expected Yong Kai to be so ruthless, and Yong Kai was surprised to learn that Blood Crow had such impressive combat prowess. Every move he made with the twin butterfly daggers was shocking, pushing Yong Kai's supreme limitless spear technique to the extreme as he attacked and defended simultaneously. For a time, the battle fell into a deadlock. Su Wong felt his blood boiling as he watched the battle before him. As a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, he was most fond of exchanging fists with his enemies. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven were not good at using divine abilities or secret techniques, as their bodies were their most powerful artifacts. Every move they made was able to split heaven and earth apart. There was no doubt that a battle of the kind in front of him best was suited to his tastes. At that moment, his fighting spirit had been ignited. Nevertheless, before he could go over to help, the remaining 2 blood slaves came at him. It was apparent that they wouldn't allow him to assist Yong Kai on the battlefield. A helpless Su Wong could only fight the enemy before him. If he was still at the peak of his strength, he wouldn't have any regard for these blood slaves whose foundation was unstable, as they had made it to the 6th Order through some evil art. However, he had suffered for over a month under Blood Crow's oppression. After such consumption, Su Wong was only able to exert about 70% of his peak power. Faced with the 2 blood slaves, he realized that he wasn't able to defeat them easily in his current state. Fortunately, there was no risk of him losing the fight either. On the other hand, Blood Crow grew more astonished as the battle dragged on. When he saw that Yong Kai was able to easily destroy the 2 blood slaves earlier, he already realized the heritage of this brat's small universe was more ample than he thought. However, since he had his 7th Order foundation, and he had repeatedly escaped from the pursuits of some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he didn't have any regard for Yong Kai, who was also in the 6th Order. It wasn't until they traded moves that he realized Yong Kai was a true anomaly. Blood Crow had never seen a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose heritage was as ample as Yong Kai's. Every time their world forces clashed, it was Blood Crow who would be the one at a disadvantage. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just once or twice, but the repeated clashes were causing his small universe to shake and destabilize. What made it feel even more inconceivable to him was that Yong Kai's spear technique was truly exquisite. The spear in his hands seemed to have come alive. Despite being an expert in melee combat himself, he still couldn't get the upper hand. His heritage wasn't as ample as that of Yong Kai, and his combat skills couldn't gain him an advantage. Meanwhile, his blood slaves had to hold Su Wang up. Hence, he was unable to defeat Yong Kai. At the thought of this, Blood Crow started considering fleeing. The reason he had survived for so many years and even found a chance to become reborn after years of suppression was that he could adapt to the circumstances. He wouldn't easily offend opponents that he could not defeat. Young people who were bold but inexperienced would always end up in a horrible state because of their pride and stubbornness. Although Blood Crow wasn't willing to admit it, he knew that Yong Kai was already invincible within the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. No one could defeat him unless they were a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Before Blood Crow could make up his mind, though, Yong Kai found a chance to trace back his aura and used his cow punch again. At that instant, Blood Crow felt his small universe shaking violently. The mountains crumbled, and everything appeared pale inside of him. It's that damn technique again. Blood Crow clenched his teeth while trying to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest and the turmoil in his small universe. Just then, he saw a great sun leaping into the air as the cawing of a golden crow echoed across the void. The darkness of space was illuminated by the brilliant light of the new sun, and a horrified expression filled Blood Crow's face. An expressionless Yong Kai lifted his spear to the great sun before thrusting it out at Blood Crow, timing it so that the latter still hadn't been able to stabilize his small universe. Initially, Yong Kai didn't use his divine manifestation to attack the blood cloud because Su Wang was still trapped inside it. If he really made a move, he would have harmed him as well. Afterwards, he still didn't use it because there wasn't a suitable opportunity. Although Golden Crow casts the sun was powerful, it would be pointless if Yong Kai missed his target. Since Cow Punch was immediately followed by Golden Crow cast the sun, Blood Crow had no choice but to face this attack head-on, regardless of how much strength he could actually exert. As expected, faced with the divine manifestation which was on par with the full-powered strike of a Seventh Order Master, Blood Crow could only counterattack by slashing out with his glowing twin daggers. However, his attempt was futile. As the great sun exploded, Yong Kai could faintly hear someone scream as Blood Crow turned into blood mist. As the light dimmed, Yong Kai didn't show any happiness following his successful attack, and instead narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at Su Wang. One of the blood slaves that was attacking Su Wang was suddenly replaced by Blood Crow. I knew it, Yong Kai grumbled. He had definitely killed someone using his Golden Crow cast the sun just now, but just before his strike landed, he could feel that Blood Crow had exchanged places with one of his blood slaves. In other words, Yong Kai had killed a blood slave, not Blood Crow. Blood Crow, who had just used a secret technique to swap places with one of his slaves, appeared pale, like he had overexerted himself. Still, he swiftly slashed his twin daggers toward Su Wang. Upon seeing that, Su Wang became slightly flustered. Although it had been difficult for him to deal with the blood slaves, he wasn't in a disadvantageous position at the very least. Nevertheless, since one of the blood slaves was replaced by Blood Crow, the pressure he had to face intensified greatly. The twin daggers soon broke through Su Wang's World Force defenses and were about to cut into him. At the most critical moment, Su Wang bent his body in an impossible angle and performed a hand seal by pressing his thumb against his middle finger as he roared, "Immovable bright king!" A golden light exploded out, but was soon destroyed by Blood Crow. The twin daggers stabbed almost a palm's length into Su Wang's flesh, causing him to bleed. Fortunately, as a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, his body was extremely robust, so a palm's length was the best Blood Crow could achieve in his current state. Seeing that his attempt had failed, Blood Crow landed a kick on Su Wang's shoulder and sent him flying away. In the meantime, he turned into a blood light and directly shot towards the depths of the void. Meanwhile, the only surviving blood slave turned around and pounced on Yang Kai. It was apparent that Blood Crow knew that Yang Kai would try to stop him, so he ordered the blood slave to get into his opponent's way. Yang Kai was indeed rushing over. The moment he realized that something was off, he knew that Su Wang was in trouble. Nevertheless, Blood Crow's methods were truly profound and unpredictable, so he was late to rescue Su Wang. Seeing that Su Wang was wounded by the twin daggers and sent flying away, which left him badly injured, Yang Kai was quite vexed. As he stared fixedly at the blood light that was fleeing, he thrust his spear forward ruthlessly. The blood slave that was coming at Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge, though. Instead, his figure started radiating a red glow as his blood appeared to be boiling. Yang Kai frowned, but it was too late by the time he realized that something was wrong. The blood slave directly detonated and turned into a blood cloud before engulfing Yang Kai in it. At that instant, all he could see was red. In order to create a chance for himself to flee, Blood Crow had readily abandoned a sixth-order blood slave. It went to show that he was truly determined. With that said, he knew that a blood slave was unable to hold Yang Kai up for a long time. After all, he also wasn't a match for Yang Kai, so how was a blood slave, who had lost his mind and was blinded by rage, supposed to persevere for a long time? Earlier, 2 blood slaves were killed by Yang Kai in 3 breaths. Therefore, Blood Crow decided to detonate the blood slave and trap Yang Kai for a while, so that he would stand a greater chance of fleeing. Although the blood cloud was eerie and corrosive, it couldn't stop the burning power of the Golden Crow's true fire. As such, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai, who was covered in a black flame, left the blood cloud unscathed. The initially thick blood cloud had also become very thin due to the fire. As he looked around, Yang Kai realized that Blood Crow was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gazed in a particular direction and sneered, "Do you really think you can flee from me?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4646, Pursuit. Since Yang Kai was an expert in space principles, he was unmatched when it came to both fleeing and pursuing enemies. Although Blood Crow was nowhere to be seen, he would not be able to get rid of Yang Kai if the latter insisted on chasing after him. Yang Kai didn't immediately pursue, though. Instead, he moved and appeared in front of Su Wang the next instant. The wounds on this guy's chest were still bleeding, and he looked slightly pale. Moreover, his injuries were infected with some kind of strange power that squirmed like a snake and consumed Su Wang's blood essence to strengthen itself. Although Su Wang was trying his best to suppress it, it would take him some time to get rid of the eerie blood principles technique. "Just leave me here and pursue the enemy, junior brother," Su Wang looked up and said. Yang Kai nodded gently. "Please be cautious, senior brother Su." Su Wang flashed a smile at him. "I won't die since I have a strong body. Go now. I'll follow after you soon." Without speaking further, Yang Kai followed the trail and pursued Blood Crow. Blood Crow had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture, and his understanding of the Tao of blood was deep. He was able to flee rapidly by using blood principles, but this kind of speed paled when it was compared to space principles. Although he had a several dozen breaths of time head start, and he had been changing directions to throw Yang Kai off, he was still unable to shake off the ladder. One day later, in the depths of the shattered heaven, the two once more engaged in an intense battle. Blood Crow was previously defeated, so he knew that he wasn't a match for Yang Kai. In this battle, he was no longer as imposing as before. After persisting for about half an incense, he was already at a disadvantage, which put him in a perilous situation. Just when Yang Kai was about to kill him ruthlessly, Blood Crow suddenly clenched his teeth and split into three. Not only were these figures identical, but there was also no difference between their auras. All of them were even holding twin butterfly daggers in their hands. The three Blood Crows formed into a triangular formation and launched an attack on Yang Kai in an imposing manner. Yang Kai warded them off with a spear, but was still pushed back 100 kilometers. When he raised his head again, he saw that the three Blood Crows had turned into separate rays of lights and fled in three different directions. The three Blood Crows then each split into three again. Presently, there were 9 Blood Crows. Although Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced, he still couldn't help but frown at this sight. He released his divine sense to scan these 9 clones, but he was unable to identify which one was the real Blood Crow. The fact that Blood Crow was able to split into 9 in the first place was amazing. The grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture was truly abstruse. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai lifted his spear and chased after the nearest Blood Crow. Since he was unable to find the real one, he simply decided to kill all 9 of them. This dragged on into a lengthy pursuit. 1 month later, 8 Blood Crows were killed by Yang Kai using his Azure Dragon Spear, and the only remaining one was running for his life. Yang Kai didn't think he would be so unlucky to the point where he had killed 8 fake Blood Crows out of 9, so he could only speculate that all 9 Blood Crows were fake, but at the same time, all of them were also real. In other words, as long as any one of the 9 Black Crows was still alive, he would not die. 5 days later, Yang Kai finally caught up to the last Blood Crow. During the fierce battle that followed, Blood Crow was powerless to counterattack. At the most critical moment, he detonated himself and turned into countless blood-colored crows that fled in all directions. Although Yang Kai attempted to kill them all, some of them successfully escaped. Despite being at an advantage, Yang Kai still couldn't help but lament that Blood Crow had innumerable ways of fleeing, which was an eye-opening experience. He had never seen a person that was so hard to kill. On a shattered spirit province in the serene void, Blood Crow sported a gloomy expression as he gulped down a large amount of open heaven pills to replenish his energy. Although he had escaped from death twice, he had never been more embarrassed. He was once hunted down by the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven, but they were unable to push him to his limits. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was only in the 6th Order, let him have a taste of the worst time of his life. Although the Tao of Blood was amazing, the Tao of Space was even more abstruse. Faced with such a master, Blood Crow felt helpless while trying to flee. At that moment, he felt fortunate that the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven who pursued him were not experts in the Tao of Space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. After a long time of running and using several highly consuming secret techniques, Blood Crow was finally able to catch his breath. Presently, his aura was so weak he could only exert 50% of his peak strength. Just then, he saw a few rays of lights approaching him. He was now frightened by the slightest sound after being pursued by Yang Kai, so when he saw these lights, he became horrified and almost instinctively fled. However, he soon realized that none of them was Yang Kai. Instead, they were some cultivators who had come together to explore the shattered heaven. Although there were not a lot of people in the depths of the shattered heaven, there were still some. Most of them were cultivators from second-class great forces who came searching for opportunities. That was because this place was where many ancient great experts, who were all high-rank open heaven realm masters, passed away in an epic battle. Besides the legacy artifacts these masters had left behind, there were also a lot of universe paradises and universe cave heavens hidden in the void. Those were the small universes of the high-rank open heaven realm masters that had remained after their deaths. Unfortunately, the entrances to such places were usually very well hidden. Shadowless Cave Heaven, which Yong Kai had ventured into before, was one such universe cave heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, the second-class great forces were neither the best nor the worst. That was why the universe paradises and universe cave heavens in the shattered heaven were deathly attractive to them. If they could find one of the entrances, they would have an exclusive right to the resources inside, which were the former belongings of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Since time immemorial, many sects had found rich rewards in the shattered heaven that helped increase their collective strength. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, many second-class great forces would send their top cultivators to the shattered heaven to search around in the hope that they could gain something. When the blood monster cave heaven opened up, it caught the attention of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. Even many cave heavens and paradises had sent their disciples into that place to get some training, so nothing need be said about the hidden treasures in the shattered heaven. Presently, the people approaching Blood Crow were cultivators from a second-class great force. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were in the 5th order. Since Blood Crow had been pursued by Yong Kai, he had been cautiously hiding his aura. Furthermore, he was still a 6th order open heaven realm master. Therefore, when this group of 4 was approaching, they were not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they landed on the ground that they saw Blood Crow, whose face was as pale as a white sheet. The Shattered Spirit Province was only a dozen square kilometers in size, so it was impossible for them to not notice him. The 4 of them were stunned as the elderly man at the front gazed vigilantly at Blood Crow. The shattered heaven was a lawless land where one's background was useless and only the fittest could survive. Many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would be killed in this place every year, and the great forces behind them were unable to avenge their deaths since they often couldn't even find the murderers. In a place like this, someone who dared to move around on his own was definitely not weak. Blood Crow appeared to be anxious and weakened though, which allowed the 4 of them to set their minds at ease. A middle-aged man darted his eyes around, then shuffled towards Blood Crow with a smile as he asked amicably, "Are you hurt?" Blood Crow, who was seated on the ground, tensed up and nodded faintly. The smile on the middle-aged man's face became brighter. "Don't panic. My name is Sita Yi, and I'm a doctor who is best at healing wounds. If you don't mind it, I can perform a checkup on you." Despite what he said, he didn't ask for Blood Crow's permission as he grabbed the other person's wrist. A seemingly powerless Blood Crow was easily grasped by Sita Yi, who froze the next instant as a blood mist came right at him and snuck into his body through his 7 orifices. Blood Crow, who hadn't moved until now, curled his lips into a smile. He then let out a sigh of pleasure. The other 3 people were fully aware of what Sita Yi was up to when they saw what he was doing, but they didn't intend to stop him. Newcomers to the shattered heaven wouldn't proactively provoke others. However, if they stayed long enough, they'd find out that human nature could be very crooked in places like this. Here it was common to kill others and steal their belongings. Since Sita Yi was facing away from the 3 of them, they were not aware that his face had been covered in blood mist. A moment later, when the only woman among them saw that Sita Yi didn't speak or move at all, she finally realized that something was off. As she frowned, she called out, "Senior Brother C?" Sita Yi naturally didn't respond to her. The old man sported a cold expression, and his murderous intent surged as he bellowed, "Something is wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an eerie laugh that sounded more like the cawing of a crow. Sita Yi's burly figure was suddenly covered in a layer of blood mist. The next instant, he turned into a puddle of blood while his clothes were corroded and melted away. The sitting man, whose face was pale earlier, slowly got to his feet while his clothes flapped around him despite there being no wind. His sixth order aura was also exposed at this point. He opened his mouth and sucked all the blood into his stomach, which restored some of the color to his pale face. He then licked his lips and let out a long breath. "I've finally restored some energy." The old man's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blood Crow, Divine Monarch." It was a title that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Cultivators who wandered around the shattered heaven definitely knew who Blood Crow Divine Monarch was. Over the recent years, many cultivators had lost their lives because of this man. It was rumored that this person was an expert in blood principles, and his targets would all be melted down into blood, which he then fed upon to enhance his strength. They had never expected that they would come across this devil lord, when they merely wanted to get some rest on this shattered spirit province. It also never crossed their minds that the infamous devil lord would pretend to be weak, so that one of them would make a move, and then become his food. It was rumored that Blood Crow Divine Monarch was always accompanied by several blood slaves who were all in the Sixth Order. Any one of them could easily defeat their group. However, Blood Crow Divine Monarch didn't seem to have any blood slaves with him today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-47, Open Heaven Realm Masters Gather Together. Nevertheless, blood slaves were nowhere to be seen, while Blood Crow Divine Monarch himself appeared to be badly injured. It was apparent that he had battled against someone powerful recently. Otherwise, given his strength, he would have directly killed them instead of pretending to be anxious. The old man immediately made a decision. He's injured. Attack together. He had considered the possibility of fleeing, but faced with such an infamous person, they would be doomed if they did that. Instead, if the three of them could work together, they would stand a chance to survive. They naturally were not a match for Blood Crow Divine Monarch if the latter was still at his peak. However, an injured Blood Crow might not want to get into a prolonged fight with them. It had to be said that the old man was pretty resolute, and he was just as bold as when he was young. Right after he yelled, he took the initiative to launch an attack on Blood Crow. The woman lagged behind slightly, but she soon charged forward and cast a stunning divine ability. On the other hand, the last man appeared horrified, as though he hadn't heard the old man. He instantly turned around and fled. Blood Crow didn't move, as he allowed their divine abilities to strike him. The lower part of his body turned into blood mist as he laughed in a wicked manner. If the four of you had made a move together earlier, this monarch might have been put in a difficult position, but now, how dare two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm trash act arrogant in front of this monarch? Following that, the blood cloud beneath him swelled up and covered the old man and the woman. The woman exclaimed in horror, while the old man was equally flustered. Despite their best efforts, they were still not spared the calamity as they were instantly shrouded in the blood cloud. A moment later, the blood cloud streamed back into Blood Crow's body while the old man and the woman were nowhere to be found. Even their clothes had been melted down, only leaving behind two worn-out space rings. The color on Blood Crow's face had been restored as he licked his lips and muttered under his breath, "It's not enough. It's not enough." His gaze seemed able to penetrate the void as he looked in the direction where the last man had fled. Following that, he turned into a blood light and flew after him. A short while later, the man was intercepted by Blood Crow. His face was as pale as a white sheet as he fell on his knees and kowtowed. "Please don't kill me. Divine Monarch, please don't kill me." Blood Crow chuckled, "But this monarch is hungry. Where should I get my food if I don't kill you?" The man was terrified at first. Then he recalled something and exclaimed, "I know where you can obtain a full meal. Divine Monarch, there are many people in that place. You can go there." Blood Crow arched his brow. Oh! The person immediately spilled everything he knew, then looked cautiously at Blood Crow. "I'm willing to submit to Divine Monarch and obey your orders." Blood Crow nodded gently. "How thoughtful of you." While still keeping his guard up, the man put on a fawning smile. "In that case, why don't you become one with me? This monarch can grant you an eternal life." Blood Crow released a blood mist that looked like two rivers and engulfed the man instantly. Following a shriek, silence fell again. Blood Crow retrieved his blood mist as his aura stabilized. The Sixth Order blood slaves he had spent decades nurturing were all been killed, so if Yang Kai hadn't been chasing him, he wouldn't mind taking on a new blood slave and nurturing him. It would take a few years for that person to ascend to the Sixth Order and become a useful aid. However, since he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai, and he also desperately needed to restore his strength, he wouldn't waste any time on a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. He then turned to look in a particular direction. According to the man, before his death, many Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together in that place for some reason, as though they had discovered something. The group of four were initially surveying that area as well. Unfortunately, they came across that large group of people and had no choice but to flee since they were too weak to remain. It never crossed their minds that they would encounter Blood Crow Divine Monarch and be killed. Blood Crow wasn't interested in what those people had discovered, but he drooled over those Open Heaven Realm Masters, as they were no different from delicacies in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't mind obtaining whatever treasure they had discovered while he was at it. He then turned into a bloodlight and shot forward in that direction before disappearing into the distance. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived and landed on the Shattered Spirit Province. After looking around, he furrowed his brow. He could detect some traces of a Blood Principle's secret technique in this place. It was apparent that Blood Crow had stayed here for a short while, and apparently some unlucky people must have bumped into him and gotten killed. During his pursuit, Yang Kai almost lost track of Blood Crow. Nevertheless, since he had found the vestiges of a Blood Principle's secret technique in this place, he reckoned that he was heading in the right direction. The next moment, he sped off into the void. Hours later, Yang Kai was stunned by the sight that fell upon his eyes. That was because in the middle of the void, over 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters, some as individuals or in small groups, had gathered together. They were scattered in a radius of several dozen kilometers, and it wasn't certain what they were doing. However, Yang Kai could detect a faint aura of Blood Principles in this region. Blood Crow is here. Others might not be able to notice it, but Yang Kai had been pursuing that man and had fought against him several times. As such, he was quite sensitive to the aura of Blood Principles. Even though Blood Crow was trying to suppress it, Yang Kai could still detect it. Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd and sneered. Was Blood Crow trying to hide among the crowd so that he couldn't find him? It had to be said that Blood Crow's move was bold, but also effective. That was because after scanning the 200-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai still couldn't find Blood Crow. On the other hand, his arrival had caught the attention of many people as he felt some faint divine senses scanning him. After Blood Crow Divine Monarch was reborn, not only did he still possess the techniques and experiences he had in the past life, but he had also comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture that originally belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It was said that when one mastered the bloodlight scripture, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood, thus allowing one to become immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had seen the myriad of ways Blood Crow could flee, so he figured the latter's concealment skills were also excellent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a certain white-robed youth and frowned. The young man, on the other hand, didn't conceal his contempt and disdain. The two gazed at each other as though there was an irresolvable blood feud between them. Yang Kai soon remembered this person. Previously, after he dropped Wu Kuang off in shattered Heaven Star City, he leaned against the windowsill, looked down, and saw this white-robed man. At that time, Yang Kai was instinctively repulsed by this young man. He initially thought that he was affected by the mood he was in at that time. However, he still felt the same way the second time they met. The young man was followed by a young woman that looked like a maidservant. Standing behind the young man, she bared her fangs at Yang Kai, as though she was a fierce tigress. Yang Kai retracted his gaze while feeling puzzled. He didn't understand why he would feel hostile towards a stranger. After pulling himself together, he approached the nearest open heaven realm master and asked with a smile, "Fellow brother, what's everyone doing here?" Since more than 200 open heaven realm masters had gathered together in this place, something important must be about to happen. However, Yang Kai had observed the place for a while, but couldn't see anything, which was why he was perplexed. This man didn't show his aura, so it wasn't certain what his order was, but he was tall and burly. At this moment, he was staring intently at somewhere in the void. As he was interrupted by Yang Kai, he shot him a displeased glance. "You'll find out soon." "Why did you even ask?" Yang Kai scratched his nose. The burly man had not circulated his strength, so Yang Kai couldn't find out the other party's order. On the other hand, his sixth order aura was conspicuous, as he had just flown over. Since the burly man was still unperturbed when facing a sixth order open heaven realm master like him, it was apparent that he was also in the sixth order. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so haughty. What's more, this burly man wasn't the only sixth order open heaven realm master in this place. Yang Kai grew curious as he wondered what good thing was in this place that had attracted so many open heaven realm masters. Since he couldn't find Blood Crow for the time being, and it wasn't like he could interrogate all 200 of the people here, Yang Kai decided to sit down with his legs crossed and act accordingly. A few days passed, but still nothing happened. On the other hand, there were now more than 300 open heaven realm masters in this place. There was no doubt that they had received some news. Many of them appeared excited, as though they were looking forward to something. Yang Kai tooted in amazement. He had heard that there were many open heaven realm masters who would venture into the shattered heaven to look for treasures. Nevertheless, while he was heading to the astral wind divine ability some time ago, he didn't come across anyone, so he thought that it was just an exaggerated rumor. It wasn't until he saw it with his eyes now that he realized the truth. It was just that the shattered heaven was too vast, so it was hard for one to come across anyone without some common purpose. A few days later, a ray of light was seen approaching from the distance. Sensing a familiar aura, Yang Kai instantly turned his head. The person paused for a moment when he arrived, but when he saw Yang Kai, he directly landed beside him. Yang Kai nodded in response. The person was none other than Su Wang from Bright King Cave Heaven. Previously, after Blood Crow escaped, Su Wang had to recover from an extended struggle and his new wounds, so he told Yang Kai to leave him there, and that he would look for him at a later time. However, during the pursuit, Yang Kai had changed directions many times and crossed billions of kilometers. It was commendable that Su Wang could actually find him. Su Wang let out a breath and looked around in amazement. What are so many people doing here? With a helpless smile, Yang Kai shook his head. "I have no idea." A stunned Su Wang asked, "What are you doing here if you have no idea?" "Blood Crow is somewhere around here." "What?" Su Wang arched his brow. As he recalled what Blood Crow had done to him, he became furious and scanned his surroundings in an aggressive manner. "You won't find him. He used some kind of special technique to conceal himself. I can only detect a faint aura." "What should we do then?" Su Wang knitted his brows. Despite knowing that Blood Crow was here, they still couldn't find his whereabouts, which was why he was vexed. "Just wait," Yang Kai replied impassively. "He'll expose himself eventually." Just when Su Wang was about to speak, a fluctuation of space principles was suddenly felt coming from the void. Following that, a bean-sized black that appeared in the originally empty space. At that instant, the several hundred open heaven realm masters, who had been waiting in this place all this time, became energized as they looked fervently at the black. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-48. Wait and see. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the black that in the void soon expanded to the size of a baby's fist. Furthermore, the aura of another universe world wafted from the black dot. Yang Kai arched his brow as he finally understood why so many people had gathered together in this place. Su Wang exclaimed, "It's a universe cave heaven." The black that suddenly appeared in the void was actually a portal that led to a universe cave heaven. The small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were corporeal. If their small universe didn't collapse when they passed away, there was a chance for them to merge with the void. The small universes left behind by seventh-order open heaven realm masters after their deaths were called universe paradises, while the ones left behind by 8th order and 9th order open heaven realm masters were called universe cave heavens. There were countless great territories in the 3,000 worlds. There might be some existing universe paradises and universe cave heavens in any great territory, but it was always hard to find the entrances to these hidden worlds. Of all the great territories, there was no doubt that the Shattered Heaven had the highest number of universe paradises and universe cave heavens. After all, this was the place where many great experts fought against one another in ancient times. Countless high-rank open heaven realm masters had passed away here. Many of the sects in the 3,000 worlds, especially the second-class great forces, had their own teams deployed into the Shattered Heaven all year round in the hope that they could find those hidden portals. Before coming to the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai thought about the possibility of him discovering such a portal, but that remained a casual thought as he didn't have any high hopes of it. The Shattered Heaven had existed for countless years already, so the portals that were easy to find had all been discovered. Those that were not yet discovered must be extremely well hidden. Moreover, the Shattered Heaven was vast. Even though he was a master of space principles, he might not be able to find anything even if he searched. However, Yang Kai had never expected that while chasing after Bloodcrow, he would come across a portal that led to a universe cave heaven. This was the legacy that was left behind by an open heaven realm master that was at least in the 8th order, possibly containing that master's entire inheritance. Even other high-rank open heaven realm masters would be tempted, not to mention those in the mid-rank. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the black that had expanded to the size of a palm. All of a sudden, right in front of everyone's eyes, the portal that led to the universe cave heaven contracted and disappeared as though it had never existed before. Yang Kai and Su Wang were stunned upon seeing that. The burly man, who was asked a question by Yang Kai some time ago, was initially looking forward to entering the portal. All his energy was about to surge as he was ready to dash into it. However, all his hopes were crushed since the portal had abruptly disappeared. He then let out a sigh and cursed. According to his mutterings, it seemed this wasn't the first time such an incident happened. There were many times in the past when the portal didn't successfully open. It was then that Yang Kai realized why this place had attracted so many people to come together. It was apparent that for some reason, the portal of this universe cave heaven started showing signs of opening recently, but there were many times when it didn't fully open. After word got out, many open heaven realm masters started gathering in this place in the hope that they could go in and snatch up the treasures when the portal fully opened. Could you forcefully open it if you make a move, junior brother? Su Wang secretly asked. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai nodded. It would take some effort. It was then Su Wang arched his brow. You're truly incredible, junior brother. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai turned to look at him. You know me, Senior Brother Su? The question was somewhat strange. After all, they had just parted ways outside of the astral wind divine ability after only exchanging names. Nevertheless, from the questions Su Wang was asking, he seemed to know about him. With a smile, Su Wang replied, I found your name familiar when I first heard it, and after witnessing you take action, I finally recalled that there was a person who had embarrassed the cave heavens and paradises in the Tao Theory assembly in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven back then. Even a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise was killed. Furthermore, the Star Boundary and High Heaven Territory has become household names since the appearance of a world tree over there. Even though this Su doesn't care about worldly affairs, it's not like I'm deaf. There are trillions upon trillions of people in the 3,000 worlds, and countless people share the same names. However, you're a sixth-order open heaven realm master, and even Blood Crow, who has been reborn by occupying someone else's body, was not a match for you. If I can't figure out who you are, I'd be embarrassing my own sect, Bright King Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded gently. There was a shocked expression on Su Wang's face as he asked, Are you really that Voidlands Yang Kai? Yang Kai broke into laughter. Haven't you already figured it out? Su Wang landed a slap on his own forehead and grinned. It was just a speculation, but I hadn't expected it to be true. He then looked fervently at him. I heard that you killed Suoquan Hui. Is that true? Yang Kai replied, It's true, but there's a lot more to that story. I didn't achieve that on my own. Su Wang nodded. Regardless of how you did it, it's astonishing enough already that you were able to kill a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, while only being in the 6th Order. And you're stronger than I am. I should probably call you Senior Brother instead. As he spoke, there was a bashful expression on his face. When he first met Yang Kai, he immediately claimed to be the Senior Brother. At that time, he just thought that other than the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, no one else in the 6th Order could be a match for him. Since he was now aware that this person was the famous Yang Kai, he didn't have the nerve to claim that he was a senior brother to him. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Well, you're definitely older than I am, Senior Brother Su. Su Wang rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say that my aptitude is worse than yours? He was an open-minded person, though, and since Yang Kai didn't mind calling him Senior Brother, he wouldn't be concerned either. After straightening his face, Su Wang looked at the spot where the portal appeared and asked, I wonder who the senior expert was that left behind this universe cave heaven. Do you want to open it, Junior Brother? Yang Kai shook his head. There are too many people watching over the portal now. If we make any rash moves, we'll just draw public outrage. We'd be better off just waiting and seeing. Moreover, I don't know where Blood Crow is. It will be troublesome if he launches a sneak attack on us while we're distracted. Su Wang nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued waiting in silence. A few days later, the portal appeared once again. Previously, it had expanded to the size of a palm and disappeared. This time, it had expanded to the size of a wash basin. Yang Kai had no idea how many times this portal had appeared before, but it seemed that it was getting bigger every time it opened. The reason the people around here never made a move was that the portal was not large enough for a human to pass through. If they forcefully tried to enter through it, it might lead to some unexpected consequences. From the looks of it, the portal would be large enough for them to enter after 2 more openings. By then, there would be a fierce struggle between the evenly matched opponents for control of the entrance. It was apparent that Blood Crow had been hiding in this place without exposing his aura because he wanted to sneak into this universe cave heaven and get rid of Yang Kai. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let him achieve his goal. He had learned how hard it was to kill Blood Crow. If he couldn't destroy him this time, it would be extremely difficult to do so after the latter recovered. Although there were some grudges between them, Blood Crow was the one who had suffered most of the setbacks. If Yang Kai hadn't ruined his original plan, he would have refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace and occupied it. If he were successful, all the resources in the Blood Monster Cave heaven would have belonged to him. Blood Crow could have slowly restored his strength instead of wandering around in the shattered heaven. From Yang Kai's perspective, it wasn't necessary for him to destroy the other party. However, he also had his eyes on the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. He had comprehended parts of the bloodlight scripture in the Blood Monster Cave heaven before, so he knew that the secret art was truly abstruse. Unfortunately, those tablets were not complete, so he was unable to have a full picture of the secret art. The bloodlight scripture was a secret art related to the Tao of blood. If he could fully comprehend it, it would be immensely beneficial to his Dragon Clan bloodline. Besides him, the Dragon Clan members from Voidland would benefit as well. Even the other divine spirits might be able to have a clearer picture of their futures by learning this secret art. Bai Shi and Zhu Jiu-yin once told him that the way divine spirits cultivated was different from that of human cultivators. For the divine spirits, it was all about improving their bloodline. The stronger their bloodline, the more powerful they would be. The bloodlight scripture might be useful to the divine spirits in Voidland. Even if it wasn't the key to unlocking the shackles of their bloodlines, they would still get something out of it. Therefore, if Yang Kai could capture Blood Crow, he would not hesitate to make a move against him. Nevertheless, this guy was even more adept than Yang Kai at fleeing and saving himself. That was the reason Yang Kai hadn't managed to achieve his goal. A few days later, the portal opened up again, and it was 2 times larger than before. It seemed that just like Yang Kai had speculated, the portal would be large enough for the cultivators to pass through when it opened one more time. Certainly, the other open heaven realm masters who had gathered together in this place had figured this out as well. Therefore, these hundreds of people who were initially calm and quiet now became tense and morose. They secretly circulated their strength so that when the portal opened again, they could immediately charge into it and gaze upon the magnificence of the universe cave heaven. As time passed, the tension in the air intensified as they all looked around with vigilance. Suddenly, there came a moment when 6 people moved forward and stood right in front of the portal. Seeing that, Su Wang snorted, "Ridiculous!" These people apparently wanted to stay close to the portal and be the first to enter. Although they appeared to be fairly powerful, the open heaven realm masters at the scene naturally wouldn't allow them to achieve their goal. If they ignited public outrage, they would be knocked out of the competition in advance. However, as soon as Su Wang finished speaking, a few more groups of people came forward from all directions. The numbers of people varied from 2 to 8. Soon, over 30 people had gathered together in front of the portal. These people then surrounded the portal as though they had already agreed upon it. The next instant, they activated their auras together. The onlookers, who initially looked teasingly at them, had their expressions changed, while Su Wang turned solemn as well. That was because 7 out of the more than 30 people were in the 6th order. The rest of them were weaker, but they were all in the 5th order. It was apparent that they didn't come from the same great force. They belonged to about 5 to 6 different sects, but since they knew each other, they had secretly come to an agreement to help each other out. As soon as they made a move, they were in an advantageous position, and the rest had to be wary of these people. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-49, Muddy Waters. Although 30 or so people was not a lot, the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them were intimidating enough. Therefore, while the onlookers were displeased to see that this group of people had joined forces to get ahead, they wouldn't dare to reprimand them. The burly man, who was standing not far away from Yang Kai, spat with a dark expression. He then took a glance at Yang Kai and Su Wang before asking, "Why don't we join forces?" Yang Kai smiled without replying to him, while Su Wang didn't bother to respond. The burly man thought that they were timid, so he said with disdain, "People like you can never obtain anything in life. Just wait and see if there are any scraps left for you." He then stopped paying attention to them as he looked around in an attempt to seek reliable allies. Just then, Yang Kai looked up and said in a small voice, "It's about to start." A faint fluctuation of space principles was felt coming from the void. While others might not notice it, the fluctuation was as conspicuous as a light in the darkness for Yang Kai. As expected, right after he finished speaking, a black that appeared at the spot where the portal had opened up several times before. At that instant, hundreds of gazes turned to look at the black. The burly man didn't have enough time to get any allies as he stared fixedly at the black that as well. In the blink of an eye, the black that expanded to the size of a fist. Judging from the previous circumstances, the portal would be large enough for humans to pass through this time. The over 30 open heaven realm masters around the portal who had temporarily joined forces appeared excited and nervous. Right then, a middle-aged man who was on his own shuffled forward from a particular direction. He looked just like the average cultivator when he took the first step, but his speed doubled when he took his second step, and it doubled again when he took a third step. More than 10 steps later, he turned into a ray of light and attempted to crash into the portal like a meteor. The over 30 open heaven realm masters instantly felt threatened upon seeing that. All 7 sixth order open heaven realm masters turned to look at him as one of them bellowed, "Please be patient, friend." They didn't intend to stop others from entering the universe cave heaven. They just wanted to be the first to enter. However, the portal hadn't fully opened when someone came forward to make a scene. The person who called out just now naturally wanted to stop him. As he spoke, he pushed out a palm that didn't carry any murderous intent. It was obvious that he just wanted to make the middle-aged man back down for now. The middle-aged man was unperturbed and didn't even try to dodge the attack from the sixth order open heaven realm master. Instead, while moving forward, he simply swung his sleeve. Instantly, his world force surged like a tsunami as seventh order pressure swept out across the void. The sixth order open heaven realm master, who made a move, had his expression change drastically as he felt an immense force coming right at him. He lost his footing immediately and was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string in the next moment. Besides him, the more than 30 people around the portal were all sent flying away as well. The weaker fifth order open heaven realm masters spat blood as their faces turned pale. The turn of events stunned everyone, as no one had expected that a seventh order open heaven realm master had hidden among them. After the seventh order middle-aged man made a move, all the people around the portal were blown away. The portal happened to be fully open when the man arrived, and without stopping, he dashed inside and disappeared. Following that, a few figures flew forward from different directions. There was an old woman whose hair was all gray, a young boy with delicate skin, and a woman with a curvy figure. All of them exuded seventh order auras. These people had all come here independently. The hundreds of open heaven realm masters, who were supposed to be scrambling into the portal, were shaking like quails in the winter without nests, as none of them dared to move a muscle. A small number of figures streamed into the universe cave heaven and disappeared. As soon as the last person entered it, the portal contracted and vanished. The rest of the crowd was vexed upon seeing that the portal had disappeared. After all, they had been waiting here for days, but they didn't even have a chance to enter. However, since so many high-rank open heaven realm masters had entered the universe cave heaven, these people wouldn't dare to pass through even if it was still open. To do so would be no different from trying to snatch food from tigers. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he muttered, "There are so many high-rank masters here." He had never expected that so many high-rank open heaven realm masters had hidden among these hundreds of open heaven realm masters. Su Wang snorted, "They're just timid and useless people. They don't deserve the title of high rank." A shocked Yang Kai gazed at him. Are they not from the cave heavens or paradises? If those people were from the cave heavens and paradises, they would be considered Su Wang seniors, and he wouldn't have made such a disdainful remark. Su Wang scoffed. There is no scum like them in the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement, as though knowing what was on the other man's mind. Su Wang sighed. The shattered heaven is more complicated than you think, junior brother. The waters are muddy here. There are even eighth order open heaven realm masters in the shattered heaven, not to mention seventh order ones. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. How can that be? If that was true, he wondered why he hadn't heard of them before. He was fully aware of how dangerous the shattered heaven was, but it never crossed his mind that there were seventh order and even eighth order open heaven realm masters in this place. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't Su Wang who said it. Su Wang went on to say, they have been living here for a long time, and they usually don't expose their cultivation. That's why most people are not aware of their existence. In any case, it's true that there are many high-rank open heaven realm masters in the shattered heaven. Yang Kai's expression changed, and then he asked slowly, there's something I've always been curious about. Would you please enlighten me, senior brother Su? Su Wang turned to look at him. Please ask, junior brother. Great forces in the 3,000 worlds are categorized into different classes. A great force with only low-rank open heaven realm masters is third class, while a great force with mid-rank open heaven realm masters is second class. Only the cave heavens and paradises can be considered first-class great forces. Logically, third-class great forces would become second-class one day, and second-class great forces would become first-class one day. After all, even if there are no cultivators who have directly ascended to the sixth order in those second-class great forces, quite a number must have directly broken through to the fifth order. As time passes, those fifth order open heaven realm masters would naturally ascend to the seventh order. However, why is there not even a single seventh order open heaven realm master in any second-class great forces I know of? I haven't been able to figure this out. I know what you're trying to ask, junior brother, Su Wang replied with a smile. There are rumors that in order to maintain their dominant positions in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises never allow the second-class great forces to have any high-rank open heaven realm masters. Once that happens, the cave heavens and paradises will either suppress or make the high-rank open heaven realm masters who come from those second-class great forces join the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't believe such a rumor. Given the depth of the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises, it wouldn't matter if there were some seventh-order open heaven realm masters in the second-class great forces. They wouldn't do such a thing just to destroy their reputations. Is that how you look at it, junior brother? Su Wang gazed at him. Yang Kai knitted his brows. Is it not true? Su Wang said with a smile, what if I tell you that the rumor is real? Yang Kai scowled as he suddenly thought of the proprietress who was trying to achieve a breakthrough to the seventh order back in Void Land. If the rumors were true, after she made it to the seventh order, she would be suppressed or forced to join one of the cave heavens and paradises. If that's true, it'd appear that those from the cave heavens and paradises are rather narrow-minded. Su Wang asked with a smile, are you disappointed in those so-called cave heavens and paradises? Yang Kai replied dispassionately, I never had any hopes for them, so why would I be disappointed? Su Wang let out a sigh. Junior brother, the rumors you've heard about are true, but there's a reason behind it which I'm not at liberty to tell you. Given your aptitude, you'll find out when the time is right. However, I can tell you that the reason the cave heavens and paradises do such a thing isn't to strengthen their rule over the 3,000 worlds, nor are they worried that the second-class great forces would someday grow powerful enough to threaten them. There's a reason that most people are not aware of. The cave heavens and paradises always act with a clear conscience. Yang Kai arched his brow without giving any remark. Su Ling Gong, once told him that the 3,000 worlds were not what it seemed, and now Su Wang was saying something similar. At that instant, Yang Kai felt that his eyes had been shaded by a fog of mystery, which barred him from seeing through the nature of this expansive universe. Besides, do you think there are really no high-rank open heaven realm masters in those second-class great forces? Su Wang put on a smile. There are quite a number of them, actually. Just like what you've said. Some of them directly ascended to the Fifth Order, and as time passed, they reached the Seventh Order. However, they wouldn't dare to show up easily. That's because once they do, they will instantly catch the attention of the cave heavens and paradises. By then, they'll lose their freedom. Many of those at the peak of the Sixth Order from the second-class great forces suppress their cultivation and don't dare to achieve an ascension because of that rumor. They're worried that a calamity would befall them once they make it to the Seventh Order. Yang Kai suddenly recalled a person he had come across in the past, Li Luo Shui, who was the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province. When Yang Kai brought his people to storm Golden Rainbow Province, the woman's appearance gave him a real shock. If it wasn't because her realm was unstable since she had just broken through to the Seventh Order, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Now, it seemed that just like Su Wang had said, Li Luo Shui was one of those cultivators at the peak of the Sixth Order who hadn't dared to achieve an ascension. Otherwise, it was unlikely that right after he arrived at Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui was able to make it to the Seventh Order. Previously, he was still worried that the woman would come to retaliate against him. However, he hadn't heard any news about her over the years. Now, it seemed that the woman was either subdued by one of the cave heavens and paradises, or that she wouldn't dare to show up easily for fear of just that. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4650, An Ingenious Move. Rumor has it that after the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces join the cave heavens and paradises, they'll soon vanish. It's said that they're either imprisoned or secretly killed. Su Wang put on a smile. Over the years, I'd indeed seen some high-rank open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces. They were brought to Bright King Cave heaven by the elders in the sect. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How are they now?" Su Wang shook his head. "I'd only met every one of them once. After that, I haven't heard about them anymore, and it's not certain whether they're dead or alive." Yang Kai felt a chill running down his spine. The insinuation in Su Wang's words made him realize that he didn't understand the cave heavens and paradises at all. It's hard for the cave heavens and paradises to monitor the affairs in the shattered heaven. Therefore, many people who have ascended to the high rank will come here to live. Some of them have even come all the way here to achieve a breakthrough in order to avoid catching the attention of the cave heavens and paradises. So, there are not only Seventh Order, but also Eighth Order open heaven realm masters in the shattered heaven. You have to be careful while you're here, junior brother. I'll take note. Yang Kai nodded lightly. However, his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. If what Su Wang had said was true, the waters in the shattered heaven were truly muddy. The several Seventh Order open heaven realm masters who had hidden among the crowd obviously knew a thing or two about the universe cave heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here and raced through the portal right after it opened up. Unfortunately, after they entered, the portal instantly disappeared. There was no hope for the others to go in and get some leftovers. Yang Kai was capable of following the traces and forcefully opening the portal, but he wouldn't do such a thing as it wasn't worth the effort. The shattered heaven is indeed an amazing place. Yang Kai suddenly sighed, then turned to look in a particular direction and smiled. "Don't you agree, Blood Crow?" Su Wang's expression turned solemn as he followed Yang Kai's gaze. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman in that direction who were apparently from the same sect. Noticing the stares of Yang Kai and Su Wang, they turned to look at them. The two men frowned while appearing both vigilant and perplexed. The woman also asked in puzzlement, "Are you talking to us, senior brother?" Yong Kai flashed a grin at her. "If the high-rank open heaven realm masters hadn't appeared and disturbed you, causing your aura to leak, I wouldn't have discovered your whereabouts. Since I've found you, there's no point for you to keep pretending. You're a senior expert, so you should behave like one. Juniors like us will be disappointed if you keep acting dumb." The woman said with displeasure, "I don't know what you're talking about, senior brother." The two men beside her glowered at Yong Kai, thinking that he had offended the beautiful woman. Yong Kai sneered, "What's wrong? Are you sick of being a man? So you've decided to live as a woman now?" One of the men bellowed, "Please mind your language, friend. The three of us have no grudges against you, nor do we even know you. Have we ever offended you before?" "Are you mistaken?" Su Wang asked in a small voice. He didn't find any traces of blood crow coming from that woman, nor could he detect any unusual aura around her. The way the woman reacted was also natural and reasonable. Hence, he was puzzled at Yong Kai's accusation. The conflict had caught the attention of many people at the scene. The portal that led to the universe cave heaven had disappeared, while several high-rank open heaven realm masters had entered it. Many had thus already decided to leave. After all, high-rank open heaven realm masters were immensely formidable. They wouldn't dare to snatch anything from them. Since there were no benefits to be gained, they wouldn't mind watching a good show. At that moment, many of them turned to look at the source of the conflict. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Yong Kai suddenly extended his hand and summoned his spear. As a light flashed through the weapon, he thrust out his weapon. Faced with the attack, the alluring woman with an hourglass figure didn't even have time to react before her head exploded. Blood started spurting out of the headless corpse like a fountain. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The burly man, who was standing somewhere near Yong Kai, was especially terrified. When Yong Kai asked him a question some time ago, he brushed him off because he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with profound cultivation. Even though he was aware that Yong Kai was also in the sixth order upon the latter's arrival, it didn't bother him one bit. However, Yong Kai's incredible attack and the heaviness of his world force made the burly man realize the immense difference between them. At that moment, he was covered in cold sweat as he instantly retreated dozens of kilometers so that he wouldn't be dragged into this mess. In the blink of an eye, the alluring woman was killed just like that. The men beside her were startled for a moment before their eyes reddened. One of them bellowed, "How could you murder Junior Sister Gua? I'll kill you." Upon finishing his words, he summoned a long sword and pushed his world force before charging towards Yong Kai. Although the other person remained silent, he also summoned his artifact as his murderous intent surged. Both of them were only in the fifth order. Despite knowing that they were no match for Yong Kai, they couldn't keep a cool head, since their junior sister was killed for seemingly no reason. Su Wang hurriedly raised his hand and explained, "Please calm down. She wasn't your junior sister. That person was—" Before he could explain anything, he felt a spear brushing past his ear. He instinctively tilted his head, and when he looked up again, he realized that the two fifth-order open heaven realm masters had perished together with their junior sister, their heads exploding in the very same way as they passed away. Su Wang turned his head and yelled, "Yong Kai!" If Yong Kai hadn't saved him from being killed by Blood Crow, he would have launched an attack on him just now. He initially had a good impression of Yong Kai, which was why he had told him many secrets that were not very important. However, he had never expected that Yong Kai was such a ruthless person who had no qualms about killing people. Until now, he still hadn't detected the aura of Blood Crow from any of these three people. Without gazing at him, Yong Kai looked up with a solemn expression, and then his lips curved into a sneer. "You've indeed lived up to your name as a senior expert. What an ingenious move. Su Wang realized that something was off as well. As he looked around, he saw that about 20 people who were supposedly onlookers had just stepped forward. They consisted of men and women, as well as young and old people. Their companions gazed at them in shock, as they had no idea why these people had stepped forward when they were supposed to just watch the show. In a particular direction, a woman, who was in a group of 4 people, looked at the leaving figure in puzzlement and called out, "Senior Brother Liu?" The person called Senior Brother Liu didn't even turn his head as he spread his palms and activated his world force. He then bellowed, "Anyone can destroy such a devil lord who has no qualms about killing others. Aren't cultivators like us supposed to stand up to injustice?" There was a glow behind the woman's eyes as the already perfect Senior Brother Liu in her heart appeared even more heroic now. She then stepped forward and stood beside him. "I'll assist you, Senior Brother." Upon seeing that, the remaining 3 disciples from the same sect had no choice but to come forward as well. The same thing happened to other groups of people. Initially, there were only some 20 people who had stepped forward, but in the blink of an eye, the number increased to over 70 since the companions of the initial people had come forward. Although Su Wang was from Bright King Cave Heaven, he was still dumbstruck by the sight. He wasn't a fool. He was furious because he thought that Yang Kai had killed some innocent people just now. However, it was awkward that more than 20 people had suddenly come forward together right after that. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had seen enough of the world to know not to take a stand so easily. They were not headstrong youths, and they could decide whether they wanted to fight or kill based on not just emotions, but logic and reason. For such people, it was no different from self-deception to claim to be standing up against injustice. Su Wang would rather believe that there was a problem with the more than 20 people who first stepped forward than naively think that they were really trying to bring the murderer to justice. However, there was supposedly no problem with their companions from the same sex who had come forward to help them out. "What should we do?" Su Wang asked in a small voice. "Just kill them all," Yang Kai replied. Su Wang rolled his eyes. "How are you still in the mood to joke around?" Yang Kai shrugged. "Even if I can't defeat them, I can still flee. None of them can stop me." Su Wang hurriedly said, "Don't forget to bring me with you when you flee." Although the disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven are tough and resilient, it's not like it's fun to be beaten up by so many people. "It'll depend on my mood," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. A speechless Su Wang stared at him. "We are disciples of Bright King Cave Heaven." Yang Kai suddenly raised a spear and shouted. At the same time, he secretly kicked Su Wang. After Su Wang got his hint, a thought flashed through his mind as the golden, immovable, bright king body appeared behind him. He wasn't in the mood to reprimand Yang Kai for pretending to be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven. At this point, it was the best choice to make use of Bright King Cave Heaven's name. As expected, after Su Wang activated the immovable bright king body, the group of 70 or so people became wary. They certainly knew that Bright King Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. "We were pursuing Blood Crow Divine Monarch and have chased him all the way to this place. Blood Crow has many deceitful tricks up his sleeves. The 3 people I killed just now were controlled by his blood principles. Even your companions have ended up the same. They're no longer the friends or family you once knew." Yang Kai looked provokingly at the more than 20 people who first stepped forward. The whole crowd broke into a commotion. Blood Crow Divine Monarch was infamous in the Shattered Heaven. He was an expert in the Tao of blood, who loved to absorb the blood essence of cultivators. Those who were targeted by him would end up in a horrible state. The emotions in their hearts were undulated when they heard Yang Kai's words. Some of the agile ones immediately moved away from their companions who looked perfectly normal. Nevertheless, most of them were still doubtful After all, they hadn't separated from their companions recently. They would have noticed it if Blood Crow was really around. "Senior Brother Lou," the woman called out in a shaking voice as she gazed at the man's profile. "Is what he has said true?" Senior Brother Lou didn't seem to hear her, as he looked impassively towards the front. The woman suddenly covered her mouth as her tears slid down her face like the pearls after the string snapped. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4651. Our goal has been achieved. "Why are you crying, junior sister?" Senior Brother Lou suddenly turned his head and looked smilingly at his junior sister. The woman shook her head as a glow of resentment radiated from her teary eyes. "You're not Senior Brother Lou?" "Silly girl." Senior Brother Lou put on a smile. "Who could I be if I'm not your Senior Brother Lou?" He then touched the woman's delicate face. His hand felt as cold as a snake, causing the woman's heart to freeze over in an instant. A sword suddenly appeared in her hand as a cold glint radiated from her weapon. She directly thrust her sword into Senior Brother Lou's chest. Senior Brother Lou looked down at the weapon in his chest, but he didn't react in a way that was expected of an injured person. Although his heart had been shredded by the woman's world force, he still appeared calm and collected. People in love can also be the cruelest. He then clenched the woman's neck. His blood squirmed out of the wound in his chest as though it was a living creature, which then turned into blood mist. Regardless of how hard the woman tried, she could not escape his grip. The blood mist soon engulfed her as she disappeared from everyone's sight. When the blood mist dissipated, she was nowhere to be seen. The remaining 3 disciples from the same sect were stunned. Senior Brother Lou turned his head and bellowed, "You've been chasing after me for a long time, Yong Kai, but do you really think this monarch is afraid of you? I have a lot of blood sacrifices now. Let's see how you can fight with me." The strangest part was that as Senior Brother Lou spoke, the more than 20 people who first stepped forward also said the same thing in the same tone. Over 20 people performed hand seals and shouted, "Raging Blood Sea." Following that, all of them exploded and turned into blood mist as they spread out across the void. The same thing happened to the 3 people previously killed by Yong Kai. The blood sea took shape and covered a large area as it madly expanded. The open heaven realm masters, who had stepped forward alongside their fellow disciples, were unable to dodge it and were directly swept into the blood sea. Other than shrieks, the noise of artifacts and secret techniques being unleashed was also heard. The place soon descended into chaos. In just a moment, though, the noises died down, and only the weltering blood sea remained. The onlookers in the distance hurriedly flew backwards upon seeing the turn of events. Those who were agile instantly escaped, while the sluggish ones were pulled towards the blood sea by blood dragons which had manifested from it. Inside the blood sea, Yong Kai and Su Wong pressed their backs against one another as blood weltered around them. They were like 2 reefs in the sea that protected the only pure land left. "Junior brother, if I'm killed here, please bring my corpse back to Bright King Cave Heaven," Su Wong shouted. Yong Kai broke into laughter. "Do you think your corpse will remain if you die here?" It was then Su Wong thought of the eerie methods of Blood Crow, Divine Monarch. With a dejected expression, he continued, "It's horrible to die without a complete corpse. And so you'd better not die," Yong Kai smiled. As they spoke, the blood sea in front of them contorted and formed into a curvy figure, the same one Yong Kai had killed with his spear earlier. The woman's eyes were filled with hatred as she clenched her own neck. Like the most ferocious ghost, she stared fixedly at Yong Kai while her blood streamed down from her eyes, which looked horrifying as she screeched, "Your spear hurt." "Cheap tricks." Yong Kai snorted and pushed out his spear before exploding the woman's head, just like how she was killed some time ago. However, this time, her head soon grew back into shape as though she was immortal and indestructible. She continued staring resentfully at Yang Kai as she snarled. So what if I let you kill me 100 or 1,000 times? Can you destroy this monarch? Just stand there and let me jab my spear into you 1,000 times, and we'll find out. Yang Kai extended his spear again. On the tip of the spear, a black ball the size of a fist exploded and turned into a black hole before absorbing everything around it. Several figures consecutively appeared. Most of them were the cultivators that were killed by Blood Crow just now. Yang Kai had never even met these people, but it was apparent that they were killed and refined by Blood Crow. The powers of these people ranged from the Third Order to the Sixth Order as they emerged from the Blood Sea. Blood Crow alone could create an army. Yang Kai continued wielding his spear while Su Wang's fist turned into countless phantoms as they battled against the tide. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. Regardless of how many times these people were killed, they could be swiftly resurrected. As the intense battle dragged on, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. He initially intended to use his cow punch secret technique to end this. However, Blood Crow had suffered a setback before and had apparently learned his lesson. Yang Kai was unable to find any traces of the other party's aura. Junior brother, it's not like we can do this forever. Blood Crow, obviously, wants to deplete our strength. Once he succeeds, we'll be at a big disadvantage. Su Wang suddenly spoke to him secretly. Yang Kai remained calm despite, knowing that what Su Wang had said was true. Anyone who wasn't blind could figure out Blood Crow's intentions here. Outside the astral wind divine ability back then, Blood Crow used the same trick to deal with Su Wang. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared from the astral wind and caught Blood Crow off guard, Su Wang would have been killed. This time, Blood Crow was using the same trick while both Su Wang and Yang Kai were unable to get out of the trap. Since the Blood Sea had taken shape and the space around them had been sealed off, it was also impossible for Yang Kai to use instantaneous movement to escape. What's your plan, senior brother Su? Yang Kai secretly asked. I want you to join forces with me to fight our way out of here, junior brother. Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. To him, it wasn't hard to fight their way out of this place. No one was a match for him unless he was faced with a high-rank open heaven realm master. Although Blood Crow's moves were indeed strange and mysterious, he was still just a Sixth Order open heaven realm master. Despite the fact that he was an old monster who had been reborn and that he had the foundation of a Seventh Order master, his strength was still limited to his current realm. While Blood Crow wanted to deplete their strength, Yang Kai was actually trying to do the same. That was why he engaged in a protracted fight with him in the Blood Sea. To him, it was pointless to simply defeat Blood Crow. Only by destroying Blood Crow completely would it be useful. Otherwise, given the guy's capabilities to flee and save himself, he would recover sooner or later as long as he survived. Upon realizing that Yang Kai didn't respond to him, Su Wang spoke to him via divine sense again. Please trust me, junior brother. Yang Kai's expression changed, and then he nodded. Please do your best, senior brother. I'll have your back. Su Wang guffawed. I definitely will. He then roared and fully activated his immovable bright king body. A gigantic golden figure expanded and turned into a 1,000 meters tall colossus. It even showed some signs of materializing. Yang Kai gazed at the golden figure in amazement. Given Su Wang's heritage, he had definitely reached the threshold of acquiring a divine manifestation. If nothing unexpected happened, after he ascended to the Seventh Order, it would only take him some time before he could comprehend his own divine manifestation. It had to be noted that Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order open heaven realm master, didn't have his own divine manifestation, which went to show how difficult this was to achieve. Ti Zheng from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven had showcased his divine manifestation once, but he subsequently died for some unknown reason. The competition between Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't just about the heritages of their small universes. The possession of divine manifestations was also a big factor. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who could use divine manifestations were definitely stronger than those in the same order. Who couldn't? Su Wang raised his hand and revealed a long sword, which was not beautiful or delicately made. However, with the sword in his hand, he had become even more imposing. The cultivators of Bright King Cave, heaven focused on body tempering, making their bodies their strongest artifacts. Despite that, it didn't mean they wouldn't use artifacts, but when they did, it meant that they were going all out. Following Su Wang's movements, the 1,000 meters tall golden figure shadowed him and unsheathed a huge sword from its waist. When Su Wang brought down his sword, the golden figure did the same as he had fully activated his world force. A huge gash was then formed in the blood sea upon impact. Without stopping, Su Wang charged forward as countless figures came right at him. Nevertheless, he was unfazed while staring fixedly at the front. Yang Kai wielded his spear and exploded all the figures before they could come near them. The speed these figures could resurrect was slower than the speed Yang Kai could kill. In the blink of an eye, they had moved across a 1,000 kilometers distance and reached the end of the gash. Su Wang brought down his sword and formed another gash. After 3 times doing this, he finally formed an opening in the blood sea that had surrounded them. The heaven ceiling and earth locking trap started showing signs of weakening. Yang Kai grabbed Su Wang's shoulders as he was ready to manipulate space principles to take them out. Upon realizing Yang Kai's intention, though, Su Wang grasped and clenched the other man's arms. Yang Kai was puzzled, and while he was in a dazed state, the crack in the blood sea had healed, which meant that they had lost the best chance to flee. Su Wang had turned pale after making 3 moves. It was obvious that such a divine ability was quite energy-consuming for him. Even the huge golden figure behind him had dimmed noticeably. He proactively dispelled his immovable bright king body, as though he was ready to entrust his safety to Yang Kai. He then directly sat down with his legs crossed and grinned. "Our goal has been achieved." While Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully, Su Wang fished out something and tossed it into the blood sea. Yang Kai could clearly see that it was a lid, but he was unable to figure out anything special about it. However, after Su Wang threw out the lid, Yang Kai could detect a flustered aura coming from the blood sea. The blood slaves, who originally kept appearing, suddenly quieted down. A ferocious aura suddenly descended on this place from a few million kilometers away. Even surrounded by the blood sea, Yang Kai could feel as though his skin had been jabbed with countless needles. The trap around him seemed ready to tie him down. On the other hand, Su Wang grinned. "After I parted ways with you previously, I contacted my martial uncle who was stationed in the Shattered Heaven. Back then, 2 disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven were killed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Therefore, my martial uncle was sent here to hunt Blood Crow down. Still, Blood Crow is truly cunning. Although martial uncle personally made a move, he still couldn't find Blood Crow's whereabouts, so he has been unable to accomplish his mission thus far." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4652, Capturing Blood Crow. Blood Crow is a cautious person. If he had detected Martial Uncle's aura, he wouldn't have easily shown up. Therefore, Martial Uncle could only follow my aura from a distance and make a judgment of the best time to make a move. Since my aura has been blocked while we are surrounded by the blood sea, Martial Uncle must have some speculations already. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, "So, you wanted to break through the blood sea to send out your aura, which would help your senior identify your location." Su Wang smiled and nodded. Exactly. In order to achieve the goal, Martial Uncle even split his natal artifact into two and let me keep part of it. While he plays it by ear from a distance, I'll be assisting him here. Regardless of how powerful Blood Crow is, he won't be able to flee now. Yang Kai gazed at the dissipating blood sea and commented, "He's doomed." Then, inside the blood sea, the lid that was tossed away by Su Wang expanded rapidly. As they spoke, the lid had expanded by a radius of several hundred kilometers and directly covered the blood sea. Regardless of how the blood sea raged, it was unable to get out of the lid. Upon realizing that something was off, Blood Crow instantly decided to flee as he led the blood sea in a different direction. However, the lid relentlessly followed him and changed its size according to the movements of the blood sea. A gigantic dark shadow descended from above next. It wasn't certain what it was, but it soon became one with the lid and trapped the blood sea inside it. Yang Kai could faintly see a tall figure hovering above the dark shadow. While he performed different hand seals, his world force surged and revealed a seventh-order pressure. Blood Crow certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death as his immense power undulated. There was no doubt that a cornered beast would fight back. However, there was a massive gap between their orders, and the other party managed to get the upper hand by trapping Blood Crow inside his artifact right from the start. Regardless of how hard Blood Crow tried, he could not escape. An incense stick later, the dark shadow contracted. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized it was something that looked like a fish basket. There were gaps around the fish basket through which one could see the weltering blood inside it. What was amazing was that the blood couldn't seep out through the gaps, as though it had been restricted by a mysterious power. A person grabbed the fish basket and casually placed it over his shoulder. The sight caused Yang Kai to be drenched in cold sweat. Su Wang took a step forward and cupped his fist. "Fisherman Martial Uncle!" Voidland's Yang Kai greets Senior. Yang Kai also cupped his fist. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine this person, who didn't have the demeanor of a high-rank open heaven realm master at all. Yang Kai could be considered a worldly person. When he previously met up with those from the cave heavens and paradises while he was in the star boundary, he had chatted with some 80 to 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters, so he was not unfamiliar with such people. While Yu Chang Dao had a sage-like temperament, even Su Linggong, who loved spouting nonsense, was an imposing presence. However, Yang Kai had never seen a high-rank open heaven realm master who appeared as strange as the person before his eyes. Su Wang called him Fisherman Martial Uncle, and true to his title, he looked just like a fisherman. While wearing a bamboo hat and a straw coat, he was barefoot with rolled-up leggings. Presently, there was a fish basket over his shoulder. If he also held a bamboo stick, he would look like a common fisherman in the winter. Nevertheless, the fish he had caught this time was Blood Crow. The fisherman raised his hand and lifted the bamboo hat that had slightly blocked his sight. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he said with a smile, "It's said that every generation will see a fair share of talented people. This old master has heard a lot about you over the years." Yang Kai replied humbly, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior." The fisherman slowly continued, "There's no need to be overly humble. You've done a great service with the star boundary. All cave heavens and paradises owe you a favor." He then took a glance at Su Wang and asked in a solemn voice, "I detected the auras of several high-rank open heaven realm masters in this place some time ago. What happened?" Su Wang then told him what had happened when the portal that led to the universe cave heaven opened. The fisherman was surprised as he looked at the depths of the void where the portal was located, but soon said after a sigh, "Unfortunately, this old master has to return to Bright King Cave Heaven. Otherwise, I could have stayed and watched a good show." Su Wang darted his gaze around before saying, Please go back with peace of mind, Marshal Uncle. I'll stay here. He was curious about the universe cave heaven. The fisherman shook his head. You have to go back with me. Su Wang then sported a dejected expression. With a smile, the fisherman went on to say, You've made a contribution by assisting me to capture Blood Crow. Did you forget what reward you'll get? There'll be an opportunity in 1 year. If you don't come back with me, you'll have to wait at least a dozen years for the next opportunity. Upon hearing that, Su Wang changed his mind in an instant. I'll obey your orders, Marshal Uncle. As they spoke, the fish basket over the fisherman's shoulder started shaking violently. It was apparent that Blood Crow was trying to struggle out of it. The fisherman then landed a forceful slap on it, after which no more noises were heard. Su Wang said, Junior Brother Yang has made a significant contribution in helping to capture Blood Crow. If he hadn't helped me escape previously, I would have been killed. After that, he came all the way here to hunt Blood Crow down. It was also thanks to Junior Brother Yang that I was able to send out a signal just now. Doesn't our sect have any reward for him? The fisherman put on a smile and gazed at Yang Kai. If you were a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven, you could have a chance to enter our small source world just like Su Wang. Unfortunately, you are not from our sect, so we can't give such a reward to an outsider. An opportunity to enter a small source world was extremely precious. That was because every time a person received training in a small source world, it was akin to gaining some of the heritage of that world. Yang Kai had experienced the divine armament world of Yin Yang Cave Heaven before, so he was fully aware of this. If he were not a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and if Su Linggong hadn't done his best to make it happen, Yang Kai wouldn't have gotten the chance to enter the divine armament world either. The cave heavens and paradises all had their own small source worlds, but they would only allow the best disciples of their sects to enter for life experience. Since Su Wang had made a significant contribution, he could enter the small source world of Bright King Cave Heaven, but Yang Kai couldn't get this reward. If you have any requests, just speak them. I'll agree to them if I have the right to do so. If it's not up to me to make a decision, I'll inform the higher-ups in the sect about it and see what they say. Yang Kai directly took a glance at the fish basket that confined Blood Crow and asked, Senior, may I know what will happen to Blood Crow? The fisherman shook his head. I have no idea. Although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wasn't in any place to make a decision on how to deal with Blood Crow, who was an old monster that had been reborn by occupying someone else's body. Yang Kai nodded gently. If there's a chance, I want a copy of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. I can't agree to that right away. If possible, I'll tell Su Wang to send the copy to Void Land. If it's not achievable, you don't have to keep waiting. Although the fisherman didn't reject him directly, Yang Kai could feel that the chance was slim. After all, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was truly abstruse, and by giving a copy to someone they might accidentally create another Blood Crow. Therefore, they probably wouldn't let that happen. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still expressed his gratitude by saying, Many thanks, Senior. The fisherman nodded while Su Wang cupped his fist. Farewell, Junior Brother. I hope that the next time we meet, both of us will already be in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. I hope so too, Senior Brother, Yang Kai replied with a smile. The fisherman and Su Wang then left the place together. Yang Kai remained on the same spot and watched them leave, after which he turned to look at the portal that led to the universe cave heaven. Earlier, the appearance of Blood Crow caused this place to plunge into chaos. About 70 to 80 out of the hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly killed, which were a lot of casualties. Furthermore, after several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters showed up, most surviving cultivators stayed away from this place, and they wouldn't even dare to observe what was going on. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were nowhere to be seen now. After all, several Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had shown up. No one would dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The place was originally bustling with noise, but now Yong Kai was the only one left, which he was glad to see. Although the portal that led to the universe cave heaven had closed, it had opened up several times before and left behind some traces. Others might not have a way to enter it, but Yong Kai could forcefully open the portal since he was a master of the Tao of Space. It would just take him some time to do so. He thus activated his divine sense. While restoring his strength, Yong Kai tried to capture the remaining traces in the void, and an incense stick later, he managed to grasp a lead. Yong Kai pushed his space principles, stabbing them into the portal like a sharp knife as he slowly increased his output to force it open. After some time, a black hole the size of a fist appeared in front of Yong Kai. The aura of a universe world wafted through the black hole. As the black hole expanded, the aura of the universe world became increasingly conspicuous. Soon, it had become the size of a wash basin. Suddenly, Yong Kai's expression changed drastically. A horrifying force burst out of the portal he had forcefully opened. The unsuspecting Yong Kai was hit in the chest by this force and sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. While the vitality in his chest weltered, his vision darkened as though he had been struck by a divine ability from someone in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Even his small universe was in turmoil. Before he could stabilize himself, he felt an even more dangerous aura coming out of the portal. A terrified Yong Kai turned to look at the opening, which should have disappeared as soon as he stopped holding it open. However, it instead had started expanding uncontrollably, as though it was going to swallow the entire void. What's going on? Yong Kai was astounded. He just wanted to open the portal to take a peek inside the universe cave heaven, so his movements shouldn't have caused such an incident to happen. While he was in a daze, he could faintly see a few figures battling against each other through the portal. There was a burly middle-aged man, an old woman with gray hair, a young boy, and a young woman with a curvy figure. They were all the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had previously entered the universe cave heaven. Yong Kai's expression instantly darkened. Are these people out of their minds? How could they engage in an all-out battle inside a universe cave heaven? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4653, Familiar Escape. Although the universe cave heaven was left behind by a cultivator, who was at least in the Eighth Order, it was ancient after all. It could accommodate several high-rank masters who came in to explore, but it certainly couldn't bear the impact of a battle between such masters. People who could make it to the high rank were not fools, but despite knowing the consequences, they still engaged in an intense struggle. Yong Kai was curious about the reason that caused these high-rank masters, who had been living furtively in the shattered heaven all these years, to be so determined to destroy one another. Without any time to ponder on it, he quickly ran away because, while the black hole was rapidly expanding, a dangerous aura was felt coming from the universe cave heaven. The next instant, the void trembled as countless shattered spirit provinces of different sizes shot out in all directions. It looked like a universe world had exploded all of a sudden. In fact, that was indeed the case. The universe cave heaven that had remained hidden in the void for years collapsed due to the fierce battle among these high-rank masters. A violent force swept out, and even the high-rank masters had to stop fighting as they activated their powers to ward off the impact after the universe cave heaven came apart. Although Yong Kai had fled as early as possible, he still staggered upon impact. He was like a ship that was navigating across an ocean in a thunderstorm. A moment seemed to have gone by, but it also felt as though 1,000,000 years had passed as the terrifying fallout slowly subsided. However, a huge black hole had appeared in the void, where the portal of the universe cave heaven was located. and a horrifying aura of nihility was felt coming from it. As soon as Yang Kai stabilized himself, he felt a crawling sensation on his scalp because when he looked up, he saw that the high-rank masters had turned into rays of light as they charged towards him. All of them were filled with murderous intent as their auras surged. At this moment, they were still exchanging moves which caused the surrounding space to descend into chaos. Although these people were regarded as cowards by Su Wang, they were still high-rank masters in the end. They might not be comparable to Zhuo Quanhui from Thousand Cranes Paradise, but they certainly were not much weaker. Zhuo Quanhui alone was enough to cause so much trouble to Void Land. Now that 5 high-rank masters were coming at him, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to remain on the same spot. Given his current strength, if he was dragged into the fight, he would be badly injured, if not killed. Just when he was preparing to use instantaneous movement to flee, he frowned and looked at a certain shattered spirit province that was coming right at him. The shattered spirit province was apparently a part of the universe cave heaven that had fallen apart. It seemed to be a small part of a mountain range with several mountains that were connected. However, Yang Kai could detect an amazing aura coming from one of the mountains. He had no idea what was hidden on the mountain, but he soon realized that he wasn't so unlucky after all. It was just that he happened to be escaping in the same direction the treasure the high-rank masters were fighting over was flying. Since the high-rank masters had their eyes on this treasure, there was no way it was not valuable. Therefore, despite not knowing what was hidden on the mountain, it didn't stop Yang Kai from making a bold move. Instead of backing down, he shot towards the shattered spirit province. After he got close, he directly opened his own small universe and stored the spirit province inside it. He didn't have time to examine it, so he could only act so. Although there might be some potential problems doing this, he reckoned that fortune favored the bold. The potential problems were the last of his concerns now. In an instant, the high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were originally determined to kill one another in a heated battle, stopped. Both shocked and furious, they stared at Yang Kai and engulfed him with their divine senses. None of them had expected that while they were hacking each other to death, a 6th-order open heaven realm boy that they didn't have any regard for would come over and snatch their prize. "Brat, you court death," the middle-aged man roared. The others directly sent out ferocious divine abilities at Yang Kai. The divine abilities seemed able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth before they even reached their target. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't stand still and wait for death. In fact, the moment he put the shattered spirit province inside his small universe, he also activated his space principles and disappeared from the spot the next instant. The fierce world forces arrived and shattered the void. Nevertheless, when the high-rank masters came over, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be found. Space principles. The old woman sported a dark expression while the others turned grim. They initially thought that even though the 6th-order brat had snatched their treasure, he couldn't possibly escape from them. Although the treasure was precious, he would need to stay alive to enjoy it. Since they were making a move together, they thought they could easily subdue a mere 6th-order open heaven realm master. However, since the other party was a master of the Tao of Space, things had become thorny. The young woman in the 7th order fell silent for a moment before she turned to look in a particular direction. She then turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Seeing that, the others followed her without hesitation. The high-rank masters, who were initially determined to destroy one another, seemed to have tacitly come to an agreement as they put down their grudges and pursued Yang Kai together. Nevertheless, only they knew whether there were any secret exchanges of moves while they were on the road. In the depths of the shattered heaven, Yang Kai was running away at full speed. The situation he was in seemed oddly familiar to him. He suddenly recalled that after he ran away from Seven Wonders Land, he arrived at a dying sun star where he obtained the carcass of a mature golden crow. Following that, he was chased after by several people. At that time, he was just an emperor realm cultivator, while the ones running after him were a group of low-rank and mid-rank masters, which included the proprietress. Eventually, he managed to escape and return to First Inn, though he was in a battered state when he arrived. Back then, he was ignorant and uninformed, as he had never heard of the universe transference law before. He initially thought that he had gotten rid of the proprietress, but when he saw that she suddenly appeared from First Inn to stop him, he was flabbergasted. If it weren't because he had a golden feather given to him by the divine spirit Niemeng, he couldn't have snuck in a First Inn. Since then, he and the proprietress had become one family. Thinking back on that incident was a pretty embarrassing memory for Yang Kai. First Inn was destroyed, which made him owe the proprietress a lot of open heaven pills. He had no choice but to become a waiter and debt collector for the inn to pay off his due. Although he was weak at that time, he was also carefree. Regardless of what happened, the proprietress would solve the problem for him. After he and Bai Chi made a scene in Wind and Cloud Auction House in Thousand Bird Star City, it was the proprietress who showed up and settled the issue for them. Now, he was in a similar situation as when he snatched the golden crow carcass from the open heaven realm masters. He was also being pursued by masters that he found difficult to deal with. However, this time, there was no First Inn for him to seek shelter in. With that said, he was no longer an Emperor Realm Junior, who was powerless to deal with open heaven realm masters. He could feel divine senses coming from behind him, and although he kept manipulating space principles, he was unable to shake them off. He couldn't help but lament that it was truly difficult to deal with high-rank masters. If it weren't because he was an expert in the Tao of space, he would have no choice but to wait for death. He wondered what was hidden in the shattered spirit province that made these high-rank masters covet it so greatly. They were relentlessly pursuing him, as though he had snatched their wives or daughters. While running away, he didn't even have time to examine his reward. Nevertheless, the high-rank master's action proved that the treasure was truly valuable, or else they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. A few days later, he realized that one of the divine senses had disappeared, making him wonder whether the person had given up or was forced to give up somehow. Several days later, another divine sense vanished. While fleeing, Yang Kai couldn't help but put on a grin. It was possible that the first high-rank master who backed down had given up because there was no hope of catching Yang Kai, but that wouldn't make sense when the same thing happened to the second person. Hence, it was obvious that those high-rank masters were not united after all. While pursuing Yang Kai, they must have exchanged moves to destroy their opponents. Therefore, only 3 out of the initial 5 high-rank masters were left. Although the number of people had almost halved, that made no difference to Yang Kai. He couldn't help but ponder on the possibility of slowing down, so that the remaining 3 would believe that he was on his last legs. In that case, they might kill off one another before getting to him. However, while he was still contemplating this plan, his expression suddenly changed as he staggered and flipped upside down. He then kept tumbling through the void as he hurtled forward. The turn of events astounded Yang Kai, as the first thing that came to his mind was that he had been struck by someone. Nevertheless, he soon realized that the problem came from his own small universe. Presently, his small universe was in chaos. The ground was shaking in a way as though there was an earthquake going on. All the world force in his small universe was also madly streaming towards a certain spot. Yang Kai turned pale as he tried to stop it, but his efforts were in vain. He could only watch as his world force was consumed by something. When he activated his divine sense and examined the situation, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. The thing that caused the disaster in his small universe was none other than the shattered spirit province he had rashly put inside his small universe earlier. It was easy to identify as the shattered spirit province was a part of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm master. So it still contained its original owner's aura and world force. Right after Yang Kai stored it, he sealed it off inside his small universe. If he hadn't done that, the world force of someone else would have seeped into his small universe. Once that happened, it would take him a lot of effort to get rid of the impurities that didn't belong to him. He initially intended to settle the issue regarding the shattered spirit province after he had escaped to a safe place. However, there was a change of plan now as the shattered spirit province had settled down and merged with his small universe for no apparent reason. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4654, for Universe Pillars, World Spring. The world force that was originally in the shattered spirit province started streaming into Yang Kai's small universe. It was supposed to be the source of power for the owner, but to Yang Kai, it was nothing but impurities that affected his foundation. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all, though. After Yang Kai killed Suoquan Hui in the past, his small universe was also filled with impurities from the latter's small universe. It only took him some time to get rid of them. The crux of the problem was that the world force in his small universe was madly leaving him, which caught him off guard. That was the reason he was all flustered and battered. As Yang Kai suppressed his weltering vitality, he took a glance at his small universe and became stunned. He could see that there was a spring that had landed in his small universe alongside the shattered spirit province and settled down. The spring was deep and crystal clear. As his world force streamed into it, the spring became increasingly fortified. Following the appearance of this spring, some subtle changes took place in his small universe. He could feel a stream of invisible but truly existent aura wafting from the spring and assimilating into his small universe. What in the world is this? Yang Kai was both shocked and doubtful. He initially thought that there was an artifact or a precious treasure hidden in the shattered spirit province. It never crossed his mind that it was a spring. Furthermore, the spring was madly absorbing his world force in order to integrate into his small universe. Although he was taken aback because of that, he had a feeling that it was an invaluable treasure. Yang Kai could confirm that the spring belonged to the owner of the universe Cave Heaven, and the reason the high-rank masters got into a fight must have been to claim ownership of this thing. It was just that Yang Kai came across it first and snatched it. Fortunately, even though the turn of events was shocking, the spring didn't suck all of Yang Kai's power out. More than 10 breaths later, the noise in his small universe subsided as he finally managed to stabilize himself. 3 divine senses targeted him from behind at that moment as they sent out their divine abilities at the same time. Drenched in cold sweat, Yang Kai instantaneously disappeared from the spot. A moment later, 3 figures shot past this place. They were the old woman with gray hair, the young woman with a curvy figure, and the middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Presently, their streams of divine sense were entangled with one another. Although they were united in chasing after Yang Kai, that didn't stop them from secretly exchanging moves. 2 people were defeated earlier and were forced to look for a place to recuperate. If nothing unexpected happened, given Yang Kai's cultivation and his mastery over the Tao of space, even 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't be able to capture him, let alone 3 people. However, since the day when the spring settled into his small universe, it would break out from time to time. And each time it did, Yang Kai's world force would madly leave him while his small universe fell into turmoil. During these events, he was unable to keep running. He could only stop to adjust his breathing and consume a lot of open heaven pills to replenish his energy. Fortunately, the breakouts usually wouldn't last for a long time. Sometimes they'd last more than 10 breaths. and sometimes they'd only last for a few breaths. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have kept escaping. However, with this being the case, Yang Kai was never able to fully shake off the 3 seventh-order open heaven realm masters chasing him. Every time he successfully widened the gap between them, the turmoil in his small universe would make his effort go down the drain. Yang Kai was so exasperated that he wanted to curse. However, compared to the displeasure he felt while running away, he was pleasantly surprised by the transformation taking place in his small universe. That was because he realized that every time a breakout took place, his small universe would become sturdier by a small margin. These changes were intangible, but real. If the small universes of open heaven realm masters were compared to houses, the small universe of a low-rank master was like a dilapidated cottage where water would leak through the ceiling should there be any rainy weather. The small universe of a mid-rank master was like a solid wooden house. It was definitely better than the broken cottage, but it wasn't anything amazing. On the other hand, the small universe of a high-rank master was like a finely made stone house. Its foundation wouldn't be destroyed, even if there was a fierce storm. There was no way the house would be shattered unless it was faced with extreme weather. Yang Kai's original small universe was somewhere between a wooden house and a stone house. It was neither good nor bad. However, as the invisible aura continued streaming out from the spring, Yang Kai's small universe, which was his house, became increasingly fortified. It was like a barrier was being slowly erected inside his small universe, reinforcing its very structure. Despite not knowing what the spring was, Yang Kai figured out that it was a precious item that was beneficial to a cultivator's small universe just by observing the transformation in his own small universe. The information he had read from the ancient books flashed through his mind as he had a speculation about the thing he had accidentally snatched from the high-rank open heaven realm masters. A world spring, one of the 4 universe pillars. There were 4 universe pillars, which were the profound fish, world spring, starry night sea, and full sky cloud. Although they were not the most precious treasures in the expansive universe, they were still extremely rare and valuable, only really inferior to supreme treasures. These 4 universe pillars didn't provide help to one's cultivation or increase their rate of cultivation. However, each of them could fortify the small universe of an open heaven realm master, making it impossible for others to invade or even shake it. Such an item was useless to any cultivator below the open heaven realm, but it was a sought-after treasure for any open heaven realm master. If Yang Kai was faced with an opponent who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars, his cow punch secret technique would be useless. That was because he had to follow the traces of their world force back to his opponent's small universe through his secret technique. With one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, the opponent's small universe would be void of any imperfections and much sturdier than average. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he would never be able to harm the other party's small universe, thus rendering his cow punch unusable. The small universe of a cultivator who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would be extremely sturdy and would essentially never fall into chaos. When Yang Kai dealt with powerful opponents, sometimes his small universe would shake when he was hit hard enough by his opponent's attacks, which caused his flow of world force to also become unstable, causing him to be at a deep disadvantage. This was an inevitable reality for all cultivators and would happen to Yang Kai when he fought high-rank masters. However, with one of the 4 universe pillars strengthening their small universe, an open heaven realm master wouldn't have such worries when engaging in a life and death battle. When one small universe was sturdy while the other had destabilized, there was no doubt that the former would get the upper hand given that their heritages were equally matched. The benefits of the 4 universe pillars were immense for any open heaven realm master. In fact, these 4 items were not the only treasures in the world that could strengthen the small universe, but they were the most effective and powerful, which was why they were called the four universe pillars. With any one of them in possession, a cultivator's small universe would be unshakable. Besides the four great universe pillars, there were also the 12 minor universe pillars. Any one of them was extremely hard to find, and the average person wouldn't be able to see one in their lifetime. Yang Kai initially hadn't realized what the spring was, but as he observed the transformation going on in his small universe recently, he could confirm that he had obtained one of the four universe pillars, the world spring. It was no wonder that the high-rank masters were determined to destroy one another to get this item. It had to be noted that they had always hidden in the depths of the shattered heaven, and usually wouldn't show up once in 100 years, but now there were 5 of them who appeared at once. It wouldn't have happened if the treasure wasn't alluring enough. They must be aware of the situation in the universe cave heaven, so they had been waiting there in advance so that they could be the first to get in and fight for the treasure. However, they eventually caused the universe cave heaven to collapse, and the shattered spirit province where the world spring was located coincidentally flew towards Yang Kai, who decided to snatch it. Upon confirming that it was the world spring, Yang Kai felt both pleasantly surprised and helpless. He was pleasantly surprised because he wouldn't have to be afraid of dealing with opponents who were stronger than he was with this thing in his possession. On the other hand, he felt helpless because the high-rank masters would never let him off since he had snatched such a treasure from them. The world spring was still in the process of integrating into his small universe. During this period of time, it would absorb a lot of the world force and cause some occasional breakouts, which was why Yang Kai was so flustered. He also didn't have time to get rid of the impurities in his body. While running away, he was even forced to choke down a lot of open heaven pills from time to time to restore his energy. The originally conspicuous streams of divine sense behind him had become intermittent. It was apparent that the gap between them had widened, and it was hard for the high-rank masters to accurately locate him. He believed that he would be able to get rid of them in a few days. 3 days later, all of the divine senses had disappeared. It was then Yang Kai let out a long breath. It was the first time he was chased after by so many high-rank masters, and it was extremely difficult to shake them off. Without stopping, he made a detour and kept flying for a few days before landing on a shattered spirit province. There were countless shattered spirit provinces of different sizes in the shattered heaven. After witnessing the sight of the universe cave, heaven getting destroyed, Yang Kai finally realized how these shattered spirit provinces came to be. They were either the broken pieces of universe cave heavens and universe paradises, or the things left behind the universe worlds of ancient times. This place was desolate and void of people, so Yang Kai found a hidden place and concealed his aura before sitting down with his legs crossed. After some calculations, he believed that it was about time for the world spring to absorb his world force again. Yang Kai had no idea when this kind of torture would end. He had only read some information about the 4 universe pillars from some ancient books, but he had never expected that one would go through so much trouble by putting one of them inside their small universe. It was no wonder that while the high-rank masters were killing each other, none of them attempted to put the world spring in their small universe. Yang Kai initially thought that they didn't have the energy to do so, but it now seemed that it was just one of the reasons. The most important reason was that they were aware of what would happen after they stored the world spring. Therefore, before getting rid of all other opponents, none of them would foolishly take it, or else they would be creating a chance for the opponents to destroy them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4655, If One Often Walks by the Riverside. Not long after Yang Kai settled down, his small universe descended into chaos again. As expected, the world spring broke out again as his world force started streaming into it. This made him feel bitter, as he had no idea when this kind of torture would end. He could only empty his mind while consuming open heaven pills to replenish his loss. A moment later, his small universe finally calmed down. He only got to his feet after getting some rest. Although this place looked safe, he couldn't stay here for a long time. The world spring was deathly attractive to those high-rank masters, so they wouldn't easily give up. They would find this place sooner or later. Yang Kai had already obtained a huge reward in the shattered heaven, since the world spring was now in his possession, so he decided to return home. After leaving his hiding place, he tried to identify the right direction, but just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze and turned his head, only to see a curvy figure with a pair of alluring eyes who was staring at him like he was a ghost. As their eyes met, the young woman, who looked like she was 28 years, flashed an innocent smile. Yang Kai felt a chill running down his spine. Although he had slightly put his guard down due to the turmoil in his small universe, he had never stopped monitoring the surroundings. However, he had no idea when the young woman arrived at this place. Since the young woman was here, what about the old woman with gray hair and the middle-aged man? An alarmed Yang Kai looked around as he secretly activated his world force. If all three high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were there to ambush him, he would not survive, even though he was a master of the Tao of Space. He was unable to figure out why they could find him so soon, since he believed he had gotten rid of them. Just then, the young woman uttered in a clear voice, "Don't panic, I've parted ways with them. It seems that I'm just lucky enough to be the first to find you." It was then that Yang Kai put on a smile. "So, you're on your own. You should have said so sooner. I was terrified there for a moment." The young woman gazed at him with a tilted head. "You're pretty interesting. Am I not enough to capture you alone?" Yang Kai didn't remark on that, as he attempted to persuade her by saying, "Elder sister, there are no grudges between us, nor do we know each other. Why don't you just let me go?" The woman directly nodded her head. "Good. I don't intend to kill you anyway. Just give me the thing you've snatched, and I'll leave." "You're indeed a straightforward person, elder sister." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged towards her as their faces almost came into contact. His world force undulated around his azure dragon spear as he thrust his weapon out. He would have been wary of this young woman if he came across her before his life and death battles with Suoquan Hui. However, after several fights with Suoquan Hui, he had gained some valuable experiences in battling against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since he was weaker than the woman, he had no choice but to make a move first. There was a tinge of shock on the woman's beautiful face, as she had never expected that Yang Kai was such a reckless person. Despite knowing that she was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he still had the guts to make the first move. Although she didn't seem to be moving at all, the Azure Dragon spear eerily brushed past her and jabbed into the void. She then raised her palm and extended it towards Yang Kai. After Yang Kai launched an attack, he sported an expression that was as astounded as that of the young woman. That was because he realized that it was now harder for him to draw on the world force in his small universe. As a result, he could only exert about 60% of his full strength. This realization stunned him, as it was more shocking than when he saw the young woman just now. Since it was harder for him to activate his world force, it meant that he couldn't fully use his power. He was unable to figure out the reason behind it. He didn't have time to ponder on it, as the woman soon landed a palm on his chest. Her attack was fueled by her rage, and although she hadn't fully used her power, it was still about 80% of it. The average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would see his small universe plunging into chaos, or even exploding into nothingness upon getting struck by such an attack. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not at risk of losing his life. As soon as he realized that something was off, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood, which turned into a blood mist and covered the woman's face. At the same time, he rapidly moved backwards as space principles undulated. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of the young woman's face that blocked the blood mist. In amazement, she stared at Yang Kai, who was still alive and kicking. She was surprised by how sturdy Yang Kai's physique was, as he wasn't really harmed after getting struck by her palm. She then performed a hand seal and bellowed, "Rise." Rays of golden light suddenly appeared in all directions and covered the entire shattered spirit province. Since the space around them had been sealed off, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, as though he had been held down by an invisible hand. Blood streamed out from the corner of his mouth while he was holding the azure dragon spear. Yang Kai stared at the young woman who was approaching him while feeling bitter. He had practically been defeated. His strength had been suppressed for no reason, which barred him from using instantaneous movement. Trapped in such a cage while he had to face a high-rank open heaven realm master, there was no way he could flee. "Since I'm aware that you're an expert in the Tao of space, why wouldn't I be prepared?" The woman smiled faintly. There were 2 dimples on her face. One of them looked smiling, while the other contained murderous intent. Yang Kai jabbed the azure dragon spear into the ground, and appeared to be completely frank. "It's said that the winner is the king, while the loser is the villain. Just tell me what you want. I won't turn you down if it's acceptable. I just hope that you won't cross the line, so that we'll be able to meet again without any enmity between us." Upon seeing that he appeared to be resigned to fate, the young woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and furrowed her brows that looked like willow leaves. For some reason, she caught a whiff of a dangerous aura. She then sneered, "Why didn't you think about not crossing the line when you tried to stab your spear into me?" Yang Kai suddenly looked away while appearing bashful. "I was just shocked by your sudden appearance. I would never have the heart to kill an alluring woman like you." All of a sudden, the woman's voice was filled with fury as she said, "Have you refined that thing?" Pretending to be clueless, Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" The woman said through clenched teeth, "If you hadn't refined that thing, you wouldn't have found it hard to activate your world force just now. Although the world spring can help strengthen the small universe and prevent any external intrusion, the small universe would be suppressed by it before it's fully refined. That's why you now find it hard to circulate your world force smoothly." Yang Kai was dumbfounded and almost cursed out loud. He already had a speculation when he realized that something was off just now. He reckoned that it might have something to do with the world spring. Upon hearing the young woman's explanation, he realized that it was indeed the case. The world spring would suppress the small universe. After it was fully refined, it would be immensely beneficial. However, before that, it would negatively impact the cultivator's power. While he was fleeing some time ago, he had been manipulating space principles and occasionally utilizing his world force, but it wouldn't consume a lot of energy doing so. Therefore, he was unable to notice this. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack on the woman just now, he still wouldn't have realized it. Now, he had practically no way to defend himself, which was why he felt bitter. However, he knew little about the world spring at that time, and he didn't think twice before putting it inside his small universe. It never crossed his mind that the world spring would try to merge with his small universe all on its own. He was all battered while fleeing some time ago, and now this young woman directly captured him. Yang Kai secretly tried to circulate his strength, and realized that just like the woman had said, his small universe had been suppressed by the world spring, so he was still unable to run his world force smoothly. After putting the azure dragon spear away, he put on an embarrassed but polite smile. "Elder sister, I didn't want this to happen either. I can give you the thing you want, but please give me some time as the thing has settled down in my small universe. It's not easy for me to take it out." The woman stared coldly at him and didn't conceal her murderous intent. The emotions behind her gaze kept changing, as though she was weighing the pros and cons of something. A moment later, she asked, What was your order when you broke through to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly asked about it, but he wouldn't mind stalling for time, so he answered honestly, "Fifth order." The woman let out a breath, as though she had just heard some wonderful news. "Fifth order? It means that you'll have a chance to make it to the seventh order." Yang Kai fawned over her by saying, "That's right. You're indeed intelligent, elder sister." Apparently, the young woman didn't like this kind of flattery as she stared dispassionately at Yang Kai. "Consider yourself lucky that I'm young enough to have time to wait. If the other two old farts were here, you would have lost your life by now." Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. "Many thanks for not killing me, elder sister. If there's a chance in the future, I'll do anything to repay your favor." The woman snorted, "Stop the smooth talking, or else I'll cut off your tongue." Yang Kai raised his hand and zipped his mouth as though he was determined not to speak again. The woman scoffed, "Don't move if you want to live. Otherwise, I don't mind gambling." She then used a different hand seal and yelled, "Bind." Just then, the rays of light that had sealed off the entire shattered spirit province turned into silver threads and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist, but he wouldn't dare to take the risk, as he could sense the woman's faint murderous intent still lingering on him. He had no choice but to allow the silver threads to penetrate his body. The next moment, he grunted as he could feel something assimilating into his physique. Although he didn't feel any discomfort, he knew that he couldn't activate his space principles to flee before the silver threads were resolved. If he really did that, the young woman could easily make him stay by controlling the silver threads. It felt terrible to have his life under someone else's control. However, he was certain that if he really resisted just now, the young woman wouldn't have spared his life. Given the state he was in, Yang Kai had no right to provoke a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Only by yielding to her demands would he stand a chance to survive. He had never been humiliated in such a way since he started cultivating the Tao of Space. Although there were many times when he had to flee in embarrassment as he was chased after by more powerful cultivators, it had never come to such a point where he was disgraced in such a manner. It was said that if one often walked by the riverside, there was no way he could always keep his shoes dry. Now, not only were his shoes wet, but he had actually been soaked in the river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4656, Xia Linlang's Plan. The young woman suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai honestly told her his name, then added, "I'm a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven." Clearly unperturbed, the young woman sneered. It was then Yang Kai knew that he had done something pointless. He initially wanted to bring up Bright King Cave Heaven, so that this seventh-order woman would be wary of it and wouldn't outright kill him. However, it seemed that she didn't care whether he was a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven or not. Just like Su Wang had said, a noble background was pointless in the shattered heaven, as the cultivators here only cared about strength. Some of the open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had lost their lives in the shattered heaven, but the murderers were still at large. Upon that realization, Yang Kai decided to keep his mouth shut so that he wouldn't say anything useless again. The young woman's expression suddenly changed as she turned to look in a particular direction, then said through clenched teeth, "That old hag found us pretty quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder and surged her world force in an attempt to run away with him. Nevertheless, a ferocious force came right at her the next instant. The young woman gritted her teeth and tossed Yang Kai away. As her curvy figure whirled around, she pushed out her palm to parry the attack. The shattered spirit province could not bear the fallout of the exchange of moves between two high-rank open heaven realm masters, so it exploded the next moment. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that the young woman was already standing beside him as she stared vigilantly ahead. Following her gaze, he saw an old woman with a hunched back hovering in the void as she looked greedily at him. Faced with the stare, Yang Kai was having goosebumps all over his body. The young woman bellowed, "You court death, old witch!" The old woman's wrinkled face creased together as she put on a withered smile. "Xia Lin Lang, stop being so haughty. Since both of us are in the seventh order, can you even kill me?" The young woman named Xia Lin Lang snorted. "Even if I can't kill you today, it doesn't mean I won't be able to do so in the future. Don't forget that while you're old and frail, I'm still young and strong. You'll definitely pass away before I do." The old woman replied, "Yes, your youth is your greatest asset. However, you might not have the guts to risk your life while I care little for mine. I'm willing to die if it means I take you down with me. Do you have the gall to do it?" Xia Lin Lang frowned. "I found him first, so the world spring belongs to me. If you're willing to back down, I'm willing to give you some compensation on behalf of Lin Lang Palace." The old woman sneered. "If it belongs to you just because you found him first, we wouldn't have tried to hack each other to death a while ago. As for the compensation, just like you've said, I'm old and frail. So what's the point for me to have it?" Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, "In that case, what's the point of you getting the world spring? As for how I'll use it, it's none of your business. It seems that you're determined to lose your life here." Xia Lin Lang's murderous intent surged. Since they couldn't come to any agreement, fighting was the only option. The old woman shook her head. "Stop trying to intimidate me. Each of us will have a 50% chance of winning if we get into a battle, if others find out about it. Both of us will get nothing in the end." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang immediately looked around with vigilance. After making sure that no one else was around, she snorted, "Stop pulling cheap tricks with me." The old woman added, "Don't worry, I found this place by chance." That guy went in a completely different direction, and he won't pay attention to this place for a while. Even though she was speaking to Xia Lin Lang, her turbid eyes had never moved away from Yang Kai. All of a sudden, she furrowed her brows. "Wait, given your temperament, why would you still keep this brat alive? Could it be?" Her expression suddenly changed as she glared at Yang Kai. "Brat, have you put the world spring inside your small universe?" Without responding to her, Yang Kai took a glance at Xia Lin Lang, as though he would only obey her orders. Just then, the old woman started guffawing. "Consider yourself lucky, brat. It's no wonder that this snake woman didn't kill you. Do you think it's because she's kind-hearted?" In fact, Yang Kai hadn't figured out the reason Xia Lin Lang didn't just kill him. He had been vigilant while she was trying to plant a restriction in his body earlier, and it never crossed his mind that this woman didn't want to kill him at all. "You're wrong. The reason she didn't kill you is that you've put the world spring inside your small universe. You're just a sixth-order open heaven realm master now. So if you pass away, your small universe will completely disintegrate, and the world spring might also be gone for good. There's no way she'd take such a risk. Did she ask you whether you'd have a chance to make it to the high rank?" Before Yang Kai replied to her, the old woman continued, "And you should have a chance to ascend to the high rank. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. However, on the day you make it to the high rank, you'll still die. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master has materialized, so even if you die, the world spring will remain." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally understood the reason. He was still alive. It was no wonder Xia Lin Lang said she didn't mind gambling. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master now. So supposedly, if he was killed, the world spring might vanish alongside his small universe. Therefore, she had to keep him alive like she was rearing a farm animal. She would only make a move when he ascended to the seventh order. Instead of getting furious, though, Yang Kai felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Although he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, his small universe had actually materialized. In other words, even if he passed away, it wouldn't affect the world spring that had settled down in his small universe. Hence, he decided that he would never reveal the secret about his small universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. While the old woman spoke, Xia Lin Lang didn't intend to interrupt her. It was apparent that she didn't mind Yang Kai finding out about her plan. With what passed for an amicable expression, the old woman stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little one, although the woman beside you appears to be beautiful and innocent, her heart is as venomous as a viper. You'll end up in a horrible state one day." Yang Kai put on a grin. "Well, it is said that dying on a bed of flowers is the best way to go." Xia Lin Lang shot him a glare, while the old woman was lost for words. After a moment of silence, the old woman said, "It's inevitable that young men are enchanted by beautiful women. Why don't you come with me instead? I'm not as devious as she is, and I can assure you that after you ascend to the seventh order, you'll just have to cut off a small part of your small universe to remove the world spring. I swear not to kill you, although it might harm your foundation by doing so. It's better than losing your life." Yang Kai pulled a long face. "You don't look like a good person. I don't trust you." The old woman laughed in a hoarse voice. "You don't trust me, but you trust that devious woman?" After a sigh, Yang Kai said, "Both of you are senior experts, so I can't afford to offend either of you. Why don't you have a life and death battle here first? I'll follow the person who survives." The old woman snorted, "Cunning brat." Xia Lin Lang had run out of patience as she snapped, "Old witch, if you're determined to decide life and death here with me, I don't mind sending you to the Yellow Springs. However, if you want to spend the rest of your life peacefully, scram." The old woman appeared furious, but it was apparent that unlike what she had said before, she wasn't willing to take the risk of dying just to drag Xia Lin Lang down with her. With a sneer, Xia Lin Lang grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder and turned into a ray of light before shooting into the distance. Yang Kai could clearly feel a sense of murderous intent surging from the old woman as she stared fixedly at him from behind. However, even after they moved out of range of the old woman's divine sense, she still didn't make a move. It was obvious that she didn't have the confidence to make Xia Lin Lang stay. They would be evenly matched even if they got into a fight. So, in the end, she decided to hold her fury in. Watching as Xia Lin Lang and Yang Kai left, the old woman muttered resentfully, "Where do you think you can go anyway? Are you disappointed that that old witch and I didn't kill each other?" Xia Lin Lang suddenly shot him a glare. Yang Kai patted his chest. "If you two got into a fight, I'd definitely help you." "Really?" Xia Lin Lang put on an inscrutable smile. Yang Kai changed the topic by saying, "In fact, if you want the world spring, you don't have to wait for me to ascend to the seventh order. After the dust settles, I'll try to force the world spring out of my small universe." With a smile, Xia Lin Lang replied, "You can give it a try. If you succeed, it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai grunted in a sulky voice as he never intended to flee. As though trying to placate him, Xia Lin Lang said, "Although the old witch is ill-intentioned, she's right about one thing. I initially intended to kill you and get the world spring after you made it to the seventh order. Since it's been exposed and you've been obliging, I won't do anything that crosses the line." "What's your plan now, elder sister?" Yang Kai asked. "After you make it to the seventh order, you can keep your life if you're willing to cut off a small part of your small universe and bring the world spring out. However, by doing so, your cultivation will likely fall back to the sixth order, and it might cause your foundation to become unstable. By then, you won't be able to deal with average sixth order open heaven realm masters. and you'll only be slightly stronger than the fifth order. It's decided, then, Yang Kai hurriedly replied. A shocked Xia Lin Lang gazed at him. Don't you want to sleep on it? Yang Kai put on a hollow laugh. I'd rather live miserably than die horribly. Since you're completely frank with me, I won't beat around the bush and pull any tricks with you. A part of Xia Lin Lang's heart seemed to have been touched as she sighed. You're right. It's better to live miserably than die horribly. As they moved forward at full speed, she never allowed Yang Kai to use space principles, for she was wary of this strange ability of his. After all, if Yang Kai secretly pulled a trick while using space principles, she might not be able to notice it even though she was more powerful. On the other hand, Yang Kai was tactful enough to not inquire about the woman's background. Since she wasn't willing to show up in the outside world by hiding in the depths of the shattered heaven, she must have some secrets that must not be exposed. Half a month later, they arrived at a place in the void where no one was around. Xia Lin Lang finally stopped in her tracks. Yang Kai looked around, but didn't discover anything of interest. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang performed different hand seals, then gently stuck 2 fingers out and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void, whereupon Yang Kai could see a picture scroll emerging into existence. Inside the picture scroll, a beautiful view of mountains could be seen while some exotic beasts were roaming around. There were also some houses and gazebos on the mountains that made the place look like a paradise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4657, Lin Lang Palace. There was no doubt that the existence of a picture scroll in the void was shocking, but it would be completely normal if it was just a portal. While grabbing Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang plunged into the picture scroll without hesitation and disappeared the next moment. The picture scroll that had abruptly appeared also vanished into thin air and left no traces behind. Ample world energy was felt coming right at their faces while they were surrounded by the thick aura of this world. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was already in a place that was full of greenery, which looked just like a paradise. He then looked around and became amazed. Given his eyesight and experience now, he instantly realized that this place was different from the average universe world. It was a universe cave heaven that was left behind by a high-rank open heaven realm master after his death, and it was very well preserved. The world principles were complete, the world itself was stable, and the Tao essence was ample. The universe cave heaven that shattered following the exchange of moves between several seventh-order open heaven realm masters was not comparable to this one. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Tao essence in this universe cave heaven was compatible with him. It was then he realized that the owner of this universe cave heaven was an expert in the spear Tao before his death. Therefore, the spear Tao essence in his small universe was abundant. By cultivating in such an environment, one could better comprehend the spear Tao with half the effort. When he entered the blood monster cave heaven in the past, the traces of blood principles were conspicuous. However, Yang Kai didn't cultivate the Tao of blood, so he didn't feel anything while he was there. As for the shadowless cave heaven, everything had been swept away by the astral wind, so the place was nothing more than a hollow shell. In Yang Kai's small universe, the most abundant Tao essence was definitely the space Tao essence. After all, he condensed his Tao seal through the Tao of space. The rest was the Tao of time, alchemic Tao, and spear Tao. If anyone managed to enter Yang Kai's small universe, they would have a chance to comprehend his insights in these 4 Taos. There were all sorts of grand Taos in the 3,000 worlds, but they all led to the same destination. Even though Yang Kai's mastery of the spear Tao was inferior to that of the Tao of space, it was still at the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Therefore, as soon as he entered this universe cave heaven, he was moved by the thick Tao essence. This was indeed a wonderful place. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it would help improve his spear Tao significantly. Although it was of no help to his cultivation, it could increase his combat strength. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly looked down at a particular place. Beneath him, there was a market located in a city that was bustling with noise as people streamed through the streets. There are so many people in this place. Yang Kai was stunned. He initially thought that the place Xia Lin Lang resided must be totally serene, but the sight before his eyes was different from what he had imagined. As though knowing what was on his mind, Xia Lin Lang said, "This universe cave heaven already looked like this when I found it in the past. The previous owner must have been in the 8th order at the very least. It wasn't surprising that he raised some living beings in his body in order to generate auspicious spirit essence and increase his world force. Many high-rank open heaven realm masters in ancient times would do this, much unlike the current generation of high-rank open heaven realm masters." Yang Kai couldn't help but think about the blood monster cave heaven where there were many living creatures as well. The ancestors of Mo Mei and the others from Abundant City were living beings raised by blood monster divine monarch in his small universe. However, blood monster divine monarch was a cruel and narrow-minded person, so the living creatures in his body were planted with a blood principles restriction, other than stopping them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao. The restriction would also ensure they couldn't condense their Tao seals. Additionally, there was no way they could flee from the blood monster cave heaven. Without the nourishment of the aura in the blood monster cave heaven, those who had been planted with the blood principles restriction would explode and died. Back then, Yang Kai made a deal with Black Crow and obtained a technique that could disperse the blood principles restriction. That was how he managed to bring Mo Mei and the others back to Void Land. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed the moment Blood Monster Cave heaven fell apart. Xia Lin Lang was right to say that many high-rank open heaven realm masters in ancient times would raise some living creatures in their small universes. Nevertheless, things were different now. Yang Kai had never heard of any high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises who had this hobby. At least the 7th order open heaven realm masters he had come across didn't have it, though he wasn't sure about the 8th order open heaven realm masters. There were many benefits to be gained by raising living beings in one's small universe. The reproduction of these living beings would provide a continuous supply of auspicious spirit essence. In that case, the world force of the owner's small universe would continue to increase without the need for him or her to actively cultivate. This kind of increase was negligible in the short term for high-rank open heaven realm masters who needed thousands to tens of thousands of years to make it to the next order. Nevertheless, it could not be underestimated in the long term, since many grains of sand would eventually build a mountain. It might help the owner shorten the time they had to cultivate significantly in the long term. However, it wasn't good news for the living beings who were raised in the small universe. Usually, their daily life wouldn't be affected, but if the high-rank open heaven realm master got into a fight and their small universe was shaken, a calamity would befall them. Worse, if the high-rank open heaven realm master was killed, which resulted in their small universe collapsing. Those living inside would die along with them. To those living inside, their fate was closely tied to the small universe's owner. If anything happened to the owner, they would share the same terrible fate. Yang Kai gently grunted as a realization dawned upon him. Xia Lin Lang shot him a weird look. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai straightened his face and replied dispassionately, "Nothing. It's just that I've figured out something." Xia Lin Lang didn't intend to keep asking. Since Yang Kai had been brought into this place, He was no different from a beast in a cage despite his mastery of the Tao of space. Therefore, she wouldn't do anything to him as long as he didn't cross her bottom line. On the other hand, Yang Kai finally figured out why the 4 universe pillars were so popular and why several high-rank open heaven realm masters were willing to kill each other in order to obtain one. Naturally, the world spring could help perfect a small universe and prevent any external influence from affecting it, which would be immensely beneficial when the owner is in battle. However, its biggest use was to allow one to safely raise living beings in their small universe. With one of the 4 universe pillars residing in their small universe, it wouldn't fall into chaos as long as it wasn't struck by deadly force, thus allowing those living inside one's small universe to continue their lives peacefully. In other words, with one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, an open heaven realm master could start raising living beings in their body without any worries, as they wouldn't be affected even if they fought an intense battle. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help having a bold idea. Since the world spring was now in his possession, he should probably start planning how to take advantage of it. Now, he was in the 6th order, which was still far away from his limit, the 8th order. It wasn't certain how many years it would take him to make it to the 8th order, but if he could raise some living beings in his small universe, he could shorten the time needed to reach his limit. However, he was nothing more than a captive now, so his first priority was to escape. The reason he had been obliging until now was that he wasn't willing to test Xia Lin Lang's patience. If he hadn't heard what the old woman had said, he would still have been very nervous about Xia Lin Lang killing him at any moment. However, upon learning the secrets of the world spring, he now wasn't worried that she would do anything to him. At the very least, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't take the risk before he made it to the 7th order. He would only be forced to deal with her when he ascended to the 7th order. In truth, he never believed what she had said, even though she appeared sincere. Just then, a reflective lake came into his sight. There was an island in the middle of the lake where a bamboo forest swayed gently with the wind. Xia Lin Lang led Yang Kai to land on the island and said impassively, "You'll start cultivating here from now on. If you want to regain your freedom, you'd better ascend to the 7th order soon. When the time comes, I'll fulfill the agreement we've come to." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll try my best, but it'll definitely take time." "Pass me your space ring." Xia Lin Lang extended her hand. Yang Kai batted his eyes as the sight was familiar to him. He then recalled that he had said the same thing to Wan Baifeng in a matter-of-factly manner. It seemed that karma had finally come for him. If Wan Baifeng were here, she would have convulsed with laughter. With a morose expression, he took off his space ring and tossed it at Xia Lin Lang in silence. After taking it, Xia Lin Lang had a look at it and frowned. "Why are you so poor when you're a 6th order open heaven realm master?" In fact, Yang Kai wasn't poor at all. He had brought an enormous amount of resources with him when he left the star boundary. Otherwise, the void yin-yang mirrors couldn't have been refined. However, most of his things were placed in his small universe. He already had such a habit when he still had the sealed world bead. All the valuable items were put in the sealed world bead, while the miscellaneous items were in his space ring. That was because if he came across any powerful cultivators and got robbed, he would still have his most precious items stashed away somewhere else. Faced with her pitiful gaze that was tinged with disdain, Yang Kai put on a meek smile. "Although I'm not wealthy, I don't think I'm considered poor either. These resources are enough for me to cultivate." Xia Lin Lang curled up her lips. "Didn't you say you're a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? You're a 6th order open heaven realm master from one of the 36 cave heavens. Aren't you worried that your poverty will embarrass your sect?" With a cold expression, Yang Kai snapped, "I don't mind you mocking me, but please stop exposing my weaknesses. What's the point of putting me in a tight spot while you're fully aware of my shortcomings?" Xia Lin Lang pursed her lips. "Stop the pretense, will you?" She then tossed the space ring back at him. All right, just cultivate with such rubbish for now. I'll tell someone to send you some resources later. Yang Kai nodded and put on his ring before saying, by the way, please dispel the restriction in my body. Otherwise, it'll affect my cultivation. Xia Lin Lang looked playfully at him. She was fully aware of whether the restriction she had planted would affect his cultivation or not. However, since Yang Kai was like a caged beast now, the restriction was no longer important. Not willing to waste any time on this issue, she put on a sweet smile and parted her lips. Just stay here and cultivate. If I catch you running away, I'll break your legs. If you do it again, I'll end your life. Yang Kai instantly turned pale with horror and hung his head low. I would never dare to. Xia Lin Lang crooked her finger, whereupon silver threads flew out of Yang Kai's body and turned into a silver light in her hand before disappearing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4658, Refining the World Spring. Xia Lin Lang was gone, but it wasn't certain where she headed to. It seemed that she was not worried that Yang Kai would run away at all. In fact, Yang Kai didn't have the intention to flee. Since the world spring hadn't been fully refined, his world force would be sucked into it from time to time, which would cause his small universe to descend into chaos. Furthermore, when he took in the Shattered Spirit Province where the world spring was located previously, many impurities had also snuck into his small universe. Before he resolved these two major issues, he would never be able to flee from a high-rank open heaven realm master, regardless of how swift he was. Although the island in the middle of the lake was not large, its view was magnificent. As the bamboo forest swayed with the breeze, the koi fish that came in different colors were seen swimming in the lake. It was truly a stunning sight to behold. It took Yang Kai 2 days to build a bamboo hut to shelter himself from the wind and rain. Following that, he set up a simple barrier around the hut to prevent anyone from spying on him before he started cultivating. He could refine the world spring at a later time, as the most important task for him now was to purge the impurities from his small universe. While these impurities were inside his small universe, he had to spend some effort to suppress them. Otherwise, once they assimilated into his small universe completely, his foundation would be affected. Fortunately, it wasn't the first time such a thing happened to him, so he was already familiar with how to deal with it. It took him about half a month to restore his small universe to its original state. After settling the problem in his small universe, Yang Kai started refining the world spring. This thing had started settling in on its own since it landed in his small universe, so he was just trying to accelerate the process by actively refining it. Yang Kai hadn't paid any attention to the world spring since he was running for his life some time ago. Now that the dust had settled, he realized that as the world spring absorbed his world force and became fixed in place, there was an invisible aura that permeated his entire small universe which originated from it. The existence of this aura had fortified and perfected his small universe. Even his heritage had been strengthened. Yang Kai made some calculations and believed that given his current state, it would take him 1 to 2 months of hard work before he could fully refine the world spring. During this process, the amount of world force that would be consumed would be incalculable. Although he had chugged down a lot of open heaven pills to replenish his world force, he still couldn't make up for the losses. Following a continuous infusion of world force for the next 2 months, the world spring, which caused Yang Kai's small universe to descend into turmoil from time to time, finally merged with his it. He instantly felt as ecstatic as a dead tree that had been resurrected. The pressure that had burdened him for months was finally gone for good. He clenched his fists and activated his world force, and confirmed that there were no longer any obstacles that stopped him from circulating his power smoothly. The world spring suppressed his small universe before being fully refined. Otherwise, he could have at least counterattacked when dealing with Xia Lin Lang. After all, he had engaged in life-and-death battles with Suoquan Hui before. Regardless of how powerful Xia Linlang was, she would not be stronger than Suoquan Hui. Now that he had fully refined the world spring, it wouldn't obstruct his world force and would instead reinforce his small universe, making it extremely sturdy and resistant to outside shocks and influence. Unless it was struck with enough force to crack it, his small universe wouldn't fall into chaos again. While he focused on examining the transformation in his small universe, the barrier around the bamboo hut was suddenly triggered. With a frown, Yang Kai looked out intently and realized a tan-skinned young man was standing outside the hut with a gloomy expression on his face. It wasn't certain why he was so angry, but when he pushed out his fist, Yang Kai's hastily arranged barrier and bamboo hut fell apart in an instant. The barrier only served as a cover, and it wasn't solid enough to ward off any attacks. Although the tan-skinned young man was irritable, he was surprisingly a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so it was only natural that the thin barrier couldn't bear his attack. There are open heaven realm masters in this place other than Xia Linlang? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. After giving it a thought, though, he relaxed. Although Xia Linlang resided in this place, it wasn't surprising that she had some subordinates, as she was a seventh-order open heaven realm master. The moment the bamboo hut came apart, Yang Kai calmly landed on the ground. As they exchanged glances, the young man examined Yang Kai with a furious expression. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The young man snorted as he held a space ring in his hand and showed it to the other man. "Palace Master has asked me to pass this thing to you." Yang Kai took a look at the demolished bamboo hut and replied with a smile, "Did your Palace Master also ask you to destroy my hut?" Without directly answering his question, the young man snapped, "I don't care who you are, but we've all risked our lives to obtain the resources in this ring. Every one of them was not easy to come by. Qinfen, wouldn't disobey the Palace Master, since she wants to give you these resources. However, you'll have to prove your worth before you can get them." Finally understanding why the young man named Qinfen was furious, Yang Kai put on a faint smile. In order to help him ascend to the seventh order sooner, Xia Linlang would certainly give him some resources. That was the reason she took a look at his space ring some time ago. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to collect resources in the Shattered Heaven. As a disciple from Linlang Palace, Qinfen definitely wouldn't dare to disobey Xia Linlang, the Palace Master. However, he was also reluctant to give away resources which he had exerted himself to find to a stranger for free. Since he had nowhere else to vent his anger, Yang Kai's bamboo hut became the target. "How do you want to find out whether I'm worthy?" Yang Kai gazed at the young man. Qinfen put away the space ring and extended his hand before summoning a spear with green and purple lights swirling around it. As his world force surged, he pushed out the spear towards Yang Kai and bellowed, "Of course we'd have to fight." "You'll get the ring if you're able to win the battle, but you'll be killed if you're defeated." Faced with the sudden attack, Yang Kai remained unmoved. However, as his clothes swayed with the wind, his figure started moving backwards like a phantom. He had retreated several thousand meters in the blink of an eye, while the tip of the spear remained 7 meters away from his face. The light on the tip of the spear flickered, as though it was the tongue of a snake. Explosions occurred wherever they went, which went to show how powerful Qinfen's attack was. However, regardless of how much force Qinfen exerted, Yang Kai remained calm and collected like a senior expert teaching his foolish student a lesson. Yang Kai looked teasingly at him, as though the latter was a child who was throwing a tantrum. Qinfen growled, "Stop using cheap tricks and face me directly if you have the guts." He madly surged his world force as his spear moved forward 2 more meters. Following that, Yang Kai suddenly pushed out his fist. Qin Fen widened his eyes in disbelief, for he felt an immense force coming right at him. The force whisked across his spear and came at his chest like it was a mountain. The green and purple lights around his spear madly flickered. A horrified Qin Fen instantly moved backwards, but his chest was still struck by the attack. Upon impact, he tumbled across the surface of the lake as the waves surged. When he finally managed to stabilize himself and looked up, he saw that Yang Kai remained calm and collected while standing in front of the demolished bamboo hut and gazing impassively at him. It was as though he had never moved a muscle. Upon standing with difficulty, Qin Fen hovered above the lake as a myriad of expressions came over his face. He was overwhelmed by a sense of shock and disbelief. Both of them were in the sixth order, so he didn't understand why there was such a huge gap between this man named Yang Kai and himself. He was easily defeated by the other party with only one move. Just now, he felt as though he was facing a seventh-order open heaven realm master like the palace master instead of a sixth-order one. Where did this guy come from? The emotions in Qin Fen's heart undulated. He only found out some time ago that the palace master had brought a stranger back to this place. He initially intended to ignore that man, but the palace master had asked him to send some resources to that person. After taking a look at the space ring, he realized that there were a lot of resources in it, which was why he was vexed. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but in the end, he was the one who suffered a setback instead. Suppressing the roiling vitality in his chest, Qin Fen stared at the other man with a conflicted gaze. After a snort, he put away his spear and tossed the space ring at him. "Since you've proved your worth, this thing belongs to you now." The ring clanged to the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to take a glance at it. Qin Fen glared at him. "What do you mean by this?" With a harmless smile, Yang Kai replied, "Nothing." Qin Fen had the urge to ask Yang Kai what the latter meant by nothing, but he knew that he would be humiliated if he really did so. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already made his stance clear. As he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and the space ring, he grimly said, "You may kill me, but you may never humiliate me." Yang Kai chuckled in response. At that instant, Qin Fen fell into a dilemma. He was reluctant to pick up the ring and pass it to Yang Kai, but he wouldn't dare to disobey the palace master's order either, so he had to make sure that his task was completed. Initially, he just wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson and dropped the ring in front of him like the latter was a beggar. However, he was the one who was embarrassed instead. Just when Qin Fen didn't know what to do, Xia Lin Lang suddenly spoke from a distance, "Don't cross the line, Yang Kai." Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, she went on to say, "Qin Fen, since you've destroyed his bamboo hut, you should rebuild it for him." Qin Fen respectfully cupped his fist. "Yes, palace master." Yang Kai pressed his lips into a line, but he still cupped his fist and said, "Since you've said so, this Yang will obey." He would probably suffer horribly if he offended this seventh-order open heaven realm master. It still wasn't the right time to confront her. Since she had made a fair judgment, he decided to make a concession. Then he extended his hand and grabbed the space ring. Upon infusing his divine sense into the ring, he realized there were really a lot of resources inside. Besides open heaven pills, there were more than 20 complete sets of fifth-order materials. There were no sixth-order materials. It wasn't that Xia Lin Lang didn't want to give him sixth-order materials, but be it in the 3,000 worlds or the shattered heaven, all open heaven realm masters face the same issue. Yin and yang element materials in the sixth order and above were extremely rare, while it was easier to find materials of the 5 elements. However, when one cultivated, there couldn't be a lack of yin and yang element materials, while just refining 5 elements materials, for doing so would disrupt the balance of power in their small universe. As such, when an open heaven realm master refined cultivation materials, they had to prepare a complete set of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4659, Barging into the Palace. Other than an opportunity such as entering a small source world, the quickest and most effective way for Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters like Yang Kai to cultivate was to refine Sixth Order materials. However, Sixth Order Yin and Yang element materials were hard to come by, so most had to settle for the second best materials, the Fifth Order ones. It was the case for Yang Kai, and even for the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. No one would waste Sixth Order materials. More than 20 sets of Fifth Order materials and 30 million Open Heaven pills could only last Yang Kai for about half a year. Since Xia Lin Lang had given the order, Qin Fen wouldn't dare to disobey her. Therefore, for the next few days, he had been building a bamboo hut for Yang Kai. He initially intended to build a sloppy one, but what made him furious was that Yang Kai had been instructing him like a supervisor the whole time. Qin Fen had a strong urge to kill this guy with his spear. A few days later, the bamboo hut was finally completed. Qin Fen instantly left the place without sparing Yang Kai a glance, for he was worried he wouldn't be able to contain his fury. Nothing major happened in the days that followed. No one would bother Yang Kai while he stayed on the island in the middle of the lake, so he could focus on cultivating. Since he ascended to the Open Heaven realm, he had rarely had any chance to sit and cultivate in peace. In the past, he was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless Cave Heaven. After entering it, he consumed a world fruit and made it to the Sixth Order. Following that, he had to travel to many places and deal with a lot of issues. Sometimes he would have some free time, but he would soon have to get to work again. Although he was forcefully brought to this place by Xia Lin Lang, it could also be considered an opportunity for him, as he could seize this chance to strengthen his cultivation. After ascending to the Open Heaven realm, a cultivator had to carefully manage their small universe, a process that couldn't be rushed as it took years of accumulation. What was more important was that he was given free resources. Although he didn't really care about it, since he was pretty wealthy now, no one would turn down free resources. Half a year later, Yang Kai had used up all the resources Qin Fen had sent him. He didn't ask for more resources from Xia Lin Lang, though, because normally, so many resources could last a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master 2 or 3 years. Fortunately, he still had a lot of resources in his small universe, so he wouldn't have to stop cultivating. This way of cultivating was extremely dreary, but it was inescapable for all Open Heaven Realm Masters. As time passed, Yang Kai managed to calm himself and slowly understand his own deficiencies. The reason he made it to the Sixth Order from the Fifth Order was that he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit. After that, due to various opportunities, his cultivation had increased significantly. Although there were many benefits in the short term since his power had risen quickly, there were some barely noticeable dangers that would snowball into something serious in the long term if not addressed. These hidden concerns wouldn't break out so soon, but as his cultivation increased, it would slowly affect his foundation, and once that happened, the situation would become very serious. Hence, now was the perfect chance for Yang Kai to rectify these problems, since he could focus on cultivating in peace right now. On the other hand, this universe Cave Heaven was indeed rich in Spear Dao essence. Qin Fen, who had provoked Yang Kai some time ago, also used a spear, and his mastery of Spear Dao was actually better than Yang Kai's. However, since there was a huge gap between their strength, he was defeated by Yang Kai with only one move. If their heritages were the same, and they both used spears to battle, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat Qin Fen despite having the supreme, limitless spear art. While cultivating, he also never forgot to improve his comprehension of the Spear Dao, using the Dao essence filling this universe Cave Heaven. Time passed by quickly, and Yang Kai never stepped out of the bamboo hut. All he did was cultivate with his legs crossed. New resources would be sent to him every 3 years, but it was no longer Qin Fen who did so. Since he was defeated by Yang Kai before, he wouldn't have the face to come to this island again. The person who was responsible for sending him resources was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, but they never even spoke. After arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, he would hurriedly pass a ring to Yang Kai and leave. For the past 10 years, Yang Kai had not seen Xia Lin Lang again, making him wonder what she had been doing. 10 years was neither a short nor long time, and it certainly was not enough for Yang Kai to significantly increase the heritage of his small universe. However, it was enough for him to achieve greater heights in his spear Dao. Originally, his mastery over the spear Dao was only in the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Nevertheless, after 10 years of study and comprehension, he had reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. There were 4 Daos that Yang Kai had significant attainments in. His Dao of Space was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, while his Dao of Time had reached the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Additionally, his spear Dao was now on the level of attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. On the other hand, he had all but given up on the alchemic Dao. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't spend any time and energy to improve it again. One day, while cultivating, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. He could sense Xia Lin Lang's aura appearing in a particular direction as she turned into a ray of light. Soon, she left this universe cave heaven and disappeared into the distance. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before putting on a grin. Today is the day. The chance has finally come. Without hesitation, he stood up and dashed out of the bamboo hut. After taking a look into the distance, he disappeared from the spot the next instant. There was a palace in the place where Xia Lin Lang's aura appeared just now. It was also her foundation, Lin Lang Palace. A moment later, Yang Kai revealed his figure in front of a magnificent palace. While looking up, he muttered, "Just as I suspected." Just like the Heavenly Sword Palace, the palace in front of him, named Lin Lang Palace, was also a flying palace artifact. In fact, Heavenly Sword Palace wasn't the first mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was. Blood Monster Divine Palace. In the Blood Monster Cave, heaven was also such a palace artifact. However, the Flowing Time Temple was a product of the Star Boundary. Although it belonged to Flowing Time Great Emperor when he was alive, it was inferior to the other mobile palaces Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was invincible in a battle between cultivators below the Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, in a fight between Open Heaven realm masters, it was practically useless. Strictly speaking, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the first true mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had come across. Unfortunately, when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Lin Lang Palace was also a palace artifact. Just like the status of Blood Monster Divine Palace in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Lin Lang Palace was the center of this universe cave heaven. It was very important, as it was just like the array core of a grand array. The one who obtained Lin Lang Palace would be able to control this universe cave heaven. Presently, Lin Lang Palace had been left with Xia Lin Lang's imprint, so she was its owner. Yang Kai had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years because, first, he indeed needed to calm down and cultivate, and secondly, he couldn't confront Xia Lin Lang, since he was no match for her in this universe cave heaven where she held all the advantages. However, he would certainly want to counterattack when there was a chance. Yang Kai wouldn't risk his life for the magnanimity of a woman he was at odds with. As soon as Yang Kai showed up, a figure shot out of Lin Lang Palace. It was Qin Fun, who was defeated by Yang Kai before. While glaring at him, he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Before the palace master left, she told him to keep an eye on Yang Kai. It never crossed his mind, though, that right after the palace master left, this guy would show up here. It was obvious that this bastard had some ill intentions. Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the palace and took a glance at Qin Fen before smiling and declaring, "Those who stand in my way will die." An unperturbed Qin Fen snapped with a cold expression, "You can give it a try." Certainly, Yang Kai was going to try. He turned into a beam of light and shot towards Qin Fen. As though recalling the defeat 10 years ago, Qin Fen couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, before Yang Kai even got close to him, a light barrier appeared around Lin Lang Palace. Yang Kai crashed into the light barrier, causing the entire palace to shake. Although the light became dented, it wasn't broken in any way. Yang Kai flew back 300 meters before standing still in a calm manner. Qin Fen sneered. Palace Master knew that you'd create trouble after she left, so she had made some preparations. You'd better leave now. Otherwise, no one can save you when Palace Master returns. Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned out his Azure Dragon Spear before uttering impassively, "If Xia Lin Lang was still inside Lin Lang Palace, I naturally wouldn't dare to make a scene. However, since you're the one who is in charge now, what's the percentage of the palace's power that you can use?" Qin Fen snorted, "More than enough to deal with you." Yang Kai grinned. "The biggest mistake Xia Lin Lang made is regarding me as an average sixth order master. Let's find out how many of my attacks this barrier can bear, shall we?" After he finished speaking, Yang Kai pushed his world force and infused it into his spear before thrusting out his weapon. Qin Fen wanted to mock him, but when the spear came into contact with the light barrier, it actually flickered noticeably. Although Xia Lin Lang had given him some temporary powers, Qin Fen was still stunned by the attack. A flabbergasted Qin Fen hurriedly fished out a jade and performed a hand seal. By activating the power of the jade, he could control the Grand Array. Just like Yang Kai had said, though, Lin Lang Palace belonged to Xia Lin Lang. Even though she had given Qin Fen temporary authority to control the Grand Array before she left, he couldn't fully use its power. Yang Kai's attacks continuously rained down on the light barrier of the Grand Array. In the past, Yang Kai couldn't have achieved this even though his spear technique was already fairly powerful. However, after 10 years of cultivation and seclusion, while he hadn't improved the heritage of his small universe much, he had gained quite a bit of insight into the spear Dao. As he wielded his spear, the spear principles in the universe cave heaven seemed to have been stimulated, which helped empower Yang Kai. Qin Fen staggered while he kept performing different hand seals, but he couldn't stop the light barrier from dimming. Impacted by the turmoil in Lin Lang Palace, his small universe had also become unsteady. After about 100 attacks from Yang Kai, the barrier around Lin Lang Palace broke into pieces like a shattered mirror. Qin Fen fell on his backside as blood streamed out of his mouth and nose. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai sauntered up the stairs as though no one else was around. Seeing this, Qin Fen gritted his teeth and roared. He then summoned his cyan spear and fearlessly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai lightly swung his Azure Dragon Spear, and as the spears brushed past each other, his spear jabbed into Qin Fen's shoulder, drawing a spurt of blood from the latter. He then lifted Qin Fen off his feet with his spear. On the other hand, the tip of Qin Fen's spear was just a palm's length from Yang Kai's chest, flashing with ample world force. However, even a palm's length was like the difference between life and death in this situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4660, Occupying the Palace. After his defeat on the island in the middle of the lake, Qin Fen knew that there was a gap between Yang Kai and him, but what horrified him was that the gap was so wide. He could use the excuse of being negligent for his previous defeat, but in the life and death battle just now, he was still overpowered by the other party with ease. The outcome gave Qin Feng a crawling sensation on his scalp. He had never seen or heard of such a sixth-order open heaven realm master before. The palace master had left, and the grand array around Lin Lang Palace was unable to stop this person's steps. Who else in this place could be a match for him? He didn't blame Yang Kai for being ruthless. He just hated the fact that he was unable to protect the palace while the palace master was gone. As blood spurted, Yang Kai tossed Qin Fen away from his spear and activated his cow punch secret technique. Instantly, Qin Fen felt dizzy as his small universe shook violently. He was unable to come to his senses for a long time. Just then, a few figures shot out of Lin Lang Palace. The person who always sent the resources to Yang Kai over the years was among them. There were also several fifth-order and sixth-order open heaven realm masters he had never seen before. They rushed over to have a look the moment they heard the noises that were coming from Lin Lang Palace, but it was too late. When they saw that Qin Fen's shoulder was covered in blood while he was seated on the ground, they were astonished. They then glared at the culprit Yang Kai as their murderous intent surged. "Stop embarrassing yourselves. Even together, all of you are no match for him," Qin Fen shouted with difficulty. In Lin Lang Palace, he was the strongest apart from Xia Lin Lang, but he was defeated by Yang Kai in just one move. If it weren't because Yang Kai didn't have the intention to kill, he would have lost his life already. Although there were some sixth-order open heaven realm masters among those people, they wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai. Qin Fen's words were effective in stopping them from making any rash moves. Those people appeared furious and eager to fight, but they still held their anger in and did not make a move. One woman circumvented Yang Kai and walked up to Qin Fen before helping him up with a worried expression. Qin Fen waved his hand to show that he was fine, though the upheaval in his small universe didn't seem like it would settle any time soon. An invisible force had permeated his small universe and thrown it into absolute chaos. He then wiped the blood from his mouth and stared coldly at Yang Kai. "So, what if we're no match for you? In Lin Lang Palace, you're unable to flee without the palace master's permission. I suggest you retreat now. Otherwise, you'll be killed when the palace master returns." Yang Kai snorted. "Retreat? Why should I retreat?" Although Lin Lang Palace was a universe cave heaven left behind by a high-rank master with a closed portal, it was still possible for Yang Kai to flee if he wanted to. As an expert in the Tao of space, he just had to head to the portal and forcefully open it. Once he ran away from this place, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a seventh-order open heaven realm master. With that said, Yang Kai never had any intentions of fleeing. He had waited for 10 years before Xia Lin Lang finally left because he decided to do something big. Qin Fen suddenly paled as he gazed at Yang Kai's right hand. "What are you trying to do?" At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a jade in his right hand as he fiddled with it. The jade was given to Qin Fen by Xia Lin Lang before she left. It was the jade that was used to control Lin Lang Palace. Qin Fen had no idea when Yang Kai had snatched the jade from him. It was probably during the time he was in a dazed state due to the turmoil in his small universe. Upon realizing Yang Kai's plan, Qin Fen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He already felt guilty that he couldn't stop Yang Kai from barging into Lin Lang Palace, but if Yang Kai managed to refine the palace as well, Qin Fen would never forgive himself. "This thing is pretty easy to refine." Yang Kai put on a smile. As he waved his hand, Lin Lang Palace shook a little while an invisible force swept out. Qin Fen and the other open heaven realm masters were sent flying away by this force. When they landed on the ground, they were already outside of the palace. The light barrier, which Yang Kai had shattered earlier, reappeared and blocked them out. Of course, a jade that was used to control a palace artifact couldn't be refined easily. In fact, Yang Kai had only refined a little of it, and there was still a lot to do. Since Xia Lin Lang decided to pass this jade to Qin Fin so that he could protect Lin Lang Palace, she naturally had to get rid of her own imprint from it in advance. Therefore, only Qin Fin's aura was now left in the jade, which was why Yang Kai could easily dispel it. It wouldn't have been easy if Xia Lin Lang's aura were still inside it. In fact, Xia Lin Lang hadn't made any mistakes in her arrangements. Qin Fin and Yang Kai were both in the Sixth Order, and although Qin Fin appeared to be weaker than Yang Kai in the battle on the island previously, he should have been able to deal with an opponent in the same order with the help of Lin Lang Palace. Furthermore, there were other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the palace to assist if something went wrong. Xia Lin Lang believed that with such arrangements in place, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any scheme even though she had left. Unfortunately, she had greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Qin Fin had only temporarily taken over Lin Lang Palace, so he was unable to draw out its full power. On the other hand, Yang Kai was overwhelming and acted resolute in every move he made. After breaking the grand array around the palace, he directly snatched the jade from Qin Fin. That was the reason Yang Kai said that Xia Lin Lang had made a mistake by regarding him to be an average Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It wasn't that Xia Lin Lang was careless, but a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai was too unique. Common sense was not applicable to a monster like him. After they were pushed out of the palace, one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became furious and wanted to make a move, but Qin Fin raised his hand to stop him. "Stop wasting your energy. The grand array of Lin Lang Palace has been activated. You won't be able to break it." As he spoke, a renewed sense of horror came over him. Yang Kai managed to break the grand array around Lin Lang Palace with a burst of about 100 attacks. It indeed had something to do with the fact that the Grand Array's power had been weakened under Qin Fin's control, but the major issue was that there was a huge gap between his strength and Yang Kai's. He initially thought that he could shorten this gap if he cultivated hard, but now it seemed that even if he reached the peak of the Sixth Order, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Yang Kai. At that instant, he felt extremely bitter in his heart. It was expected that he was haughty since he was able to make it to the Sixth Order, but the experience on this day was like a slap in the face for him, making him realize that there were always people beyond people out there. Do we just watch and do nothing then? The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was impolite as he blamed Qin Fin for losing the jade of Lin Lang Palace. Following a sigh, Qin Fin replied, "The portal in this place is sealed, so he can't flee anyway. He'll only suffer miserably when Palace Master returns." Upon hearing that, all of them were lost for words. Meanwhile, Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of Lin Lang Palace. In just a while, he arrived at a spacious grand hall with nothing in it. However, the abstruse patterns of a grand array were carved on the ground and walls. Amazing aura was seen weltering within the grand array, and it was clearly closely connected to the universe cave heaven. This was apparently the place where the central grand array of Lin Lang Palace was located. This grand array was linked to the jade in his hand. Yang Kai then walked up to the middle of the grand array and sat down with his legs crossed. Following that, he crossed his fingers and placed his hands on his lap. The array jade nestled between his palms. As he activated his world force, Yang Kai infused his power into the jade and refined it. He wasn't considered powerful since he was just a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was definitely not weak either. As a result, it was easy for him to refine a basically ownerless array jade. He wasn't certain why Xia Lin Lang had left or when she would return, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Presently, he was still not a match for a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Lin Lang Palace would be the key if he wanted to go up against Xia Lin Lang. Otherwise, he would have forcefully opened the portal and fled instead of wasting time here. Xia Lin Lang thought that there wouldn't be a problem with Qin Fun in charge of the palace, which went to show that she still underestimated Yang Kai. It was easy to refine the jade in the initial stage, but it became increasingly difficult as he progressed further. It took Yang Kai half a month before he fully refined the jade. As he slowly opened his eyes, though, he became dumbfounded. Soon, he snapped out of the dazed state and snarled, "That woman is so sly. I've never seen a more cunning person than her." He appeared incensed as he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped, as he realized that he could only control half of Lin Lang Palace's power through this jade, even after he fully refined it. In other words, this array jade wasn't complete, with its other parts still in Xia Lin Lang's hands. This was quite embarrassing. The main reason Yang Kai had taken the risk to stay was to refine Lin Lang Palace. As long as he could occupy this palace, he would no longer be afraid of Xia Lin Lang, since he would be able to control the entire universe cave heaven through the palace and make use of the world force in this place to deal with her. This was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th order. If Yang Kai managed to succeed, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a 7th order open heaven realm master. However, after he spent so much effort refining the jade, he realized that Xia Lin Lang had pulled a trick. In that case, he was the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, the same as Xia Lin Lang. No one was at an advantage in this regard. Yang Kai had no idea whether Xia Lin Lang was being careful or that there were originally 2 parts of the array jade, but his plan was now impossible to complete. Fortunately, there was still a benefit to his actions to be excited about. Outside Lin Lang Palace, even though Qin Fen was still slightly pale, he was actually fine as the wound on his shoulder was almost healed. Even if a 6th order open heaven realm master had never practiced body tempering before, their physique would still be pretty sturdy. Although Yang Kai was decisive in his moves, he didn't have the intention to kill, so it took just half a month for Qin Fen to fully recover. During this period of time, he and his companions had been staying outside Lin Lang Palace with grim expressions. In the meantime, they prayed that their palace master would return sooner to teach that reckless bastard a hard lesson. Just then, Qin Fen sensed something and looked up at the sky. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and glared at Lin Lang Palace. Besides him, the 2 other open heaven realm masters, who were respectively in the 6th order and the 5th order, did the same. The remaining 3 people had no idea why Qin Fen and the others had reacted in such a way. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4661, Drawing Out the Lake to Catch the Fish. "That crazy bastard," Qin Fen growled through clenched teeth. Another 6th order open heaven realm master appeared to be heartbroken. He's basically drawing out the lake to catch the fish. Although the 5th order open heaven realm master didn't say anything, he pressed his lips together with a gloomy expression. At this point, their companions finally realized that something was off. The woman who helped Qin Fen up earlier was standing beside him as she asked gently, "Senior Brother Qin, is that person absorbing Spear Tao essence?" With reddened eyes, Qin Fen nodded. The woman let out a sigh. The original owner of this universe cave heaven was a master of the Spear Tao before his death, which was a well-known fact, so the Spear Tao essence in this place was quite abundant. Therefore, be it the open heaven realm masters or the other sentient beings raised in this place, many of them were good at using spears. Ironically, the current owner of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang, knew little about the Spear Tao. In the past, Qianfen would always cultivate together with the other two open heaven realm masters who were adept at the spear Dao. They could easily achieve greater heights in the spear Dao due to the unique environment in this universe cave heaven. If this universe cave heaven was like a pond, the ample spear Dao essence in this place was like the fish, and the people who were adept at the spear Dao were like the anglers on the shore. As for how many fish they could catch, it depended on their talent and opportunities. Qianfen's innate aptitude was excellent, which was why he had built a solid foundation in the spear Dao. Xia Linlang once said that if Qianfen could keep achieving greater heights, he would have a chance to receive the inheritance of this universe cave heaven that the previous owner had left behind. It was the inheritance of an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it was expected that everyone had their eyes on it. Qianfen had always regarded himself to be the only choice to succeed the inheritance. However, at this moment, someone had brought a giant net with very small holes to this pond that was full of fish. After he was done with catching the fish, there wouldn't be many, if any, left for everyone else. That was the reason Qianfen was heartbroken, and it was the same case for the other two open heaven realm masters who were experts in the spear Dao. Inside Linlang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand array, could clearly feel the abstruse aura streaming into his body from all directions, which helped him quickly comprehend the spear Dao. The sense of enlightenment made him feel ecstatic. The moment he was brought to this place by Xia Linlang, he could feel that the spear Dao essence in this place was abundant. It was the reason he had improved his comprehension of the spear Dao by 2 levels in just 10 years. Nevertheless, he wasn't content with just that. His goal had always been to absorb all of the spear Dao essence in this place. As for whether his actions were considered drying out the lake to catch the fish, he didn't give a damn. Since Xia Linlang was trying to harm him, he certainly had to get his revenge. Although Yang Kai already had this plan a long time ago, he was unable to carry it out. Now that he had refined half of Linlang Palace, he had the right to do it now. Other than being a palace artifact, Linlang Palace was also the command center of the entire universe cave heaven. Streams of aura around the edge of the grand array were closely connected to the universe cave heaven, and every move made here would have far-reaching implications. The status of Linlang Palace in this universe cave heaven was the same as that of Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Blood Crow wanted to refine Blood Monster Divine Palace back then was to take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even though Yang Kai had only refined half of Linlang Palace, he could do whatever he wanted, seeing as the controller of the other half wasn't around. Streams of existent but faintly discernible spear Dao essence were being absorbed by Yang Kai, which greatly improved his mastery over the spear Dao. Although he couldn't comprehend the Dao by blindly drawing it in, he would be able to digest it in the future. The transformation going on in the universe cave heaven was silent. Only the open heaven realm masters who were adept at the spear Dao could clearly feel its loss. As time passed, the originally ample spear Dao essence soon became sparse and disappeared. Qianfen appeared to be devastated. Although Yang Kai had occupied Linlang Palace, Xia Linlang could still retrieve it upon her return. Nevertheless, the loss of Dao essence was irreversible. In the grand array of Linlang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed, belched as though he was full. While he was seated there, his spear intent surged as though he was an invincible spear himself. Certainly, he couldn't digest all the spear Dao essence in a short time, but as long as he could assimilate it into his body, he believed that he could still improve his comprehension of the spear Dao by another 2 levels, which would mean that it would be his second most powerful grand Dao after the Dao of space. He had refined half of Linlang Palace and snatched all the spear Dao essence in this universe cave heaven. Although he was forcefully brought to this place, he had gained immense benefits in the end. After what he had done, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Certainly, he wouldn't wait for Xia Lin Lang to return and settle the score with him. Lin Lang Palace couldn't be taken away. In truth, he could forcefully bring it with him, but by doing so it would cause the universe cave heaven to collapse, while those living inside this place would end up in a miserable state. Xia Lin Lang would also be determined to kill him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the portal where he previously passed through to enter this place. Xia Lin Lang's aura also disappeared in this place when she left some time ago. Initially, Yang Kai thought that given his master of the Tao of Space, it wouldn't be hard for him to open the portal even though he would need to spend some effort. However, upon arriving at this place, he was shocked to realize that there were no traces of a portal here at all. After searching around for half a day, he still couldn't find it. This caused Yang Kai to frown, but a thought flashed through his mind the next moment. As the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, he could connect to the entire universe cave heaven and look for the portal. It wouldn't be easy if Xia Lin Lang was here, but since she wasn't around, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Soon, Yang Kai discovered something. His eyes widened in amazement, because not only was the portal hidden, but it also kept moving to new spots as time passed. It was then he realized the reason he couldn't find the portal was that it was on the move. He had wasted half a day as he thought that the portal was still in its original spot. Since he had found the portal, he instantly activated his space principles in an attempt to forcefully open it. Half a day later, he wore a livid expression. The portal had been sealed off by Xia Lin Lang, as it was now connected to the entire universe cave heaven. Unless he possessed a power that surpassed the heritage in this place, he could never force it open. Basically, she wouldn't allow him to leave. It was no wonder that despite knowing that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of Space, she still left the place without worries. It was apparent that she knew he couldn't break open the portal. Although he was a half-owner of this place, his foundation was still weak. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang had been managing this place for a long time, so it wasn't surprising that she had left behind some tricks. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai turned around and returned to Lin Lang Palace. Since she wouldn't allow him to leave, he would just stay here then. Previously, he was a captive who was powerless to go against Xia Lin Lang. However, now, he already had the capital to challenge the Seventh Order woman. In fact, he was not afraid of her return. The reason he wanted to leave was that he didn't want to get into a pointless fight with her. He moved around by using space principles, so Qin Fen and the others who had been waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace were not aware he had even left. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed inside Lin Lang Palace to cultivate while trying to assimilate the spear Tao essence into his body. Half a month later, he suddenly opened his eyes and appeared on the roof of the palace before looking up. Half a month wasn't enough for him to fully absorb all the Tao essence, but he was now only one step away from the 6th level in his spear Tao. A ray of light was approaching from the distance. Before she even arrived, she already noticed the transformation this place had gone through. Her grim gaze penetrated the void and clashed with that of Yang Kai as her murderous intent surged. In response, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. After the curvy figure landed outside Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fen and the others who looked like young kids who had been bullied while the adults were not around wailed, "Palace Master!" Xia Lin Lang sported a calm expression and looked up at Yang Kai, who was standing on the palace roof. Beneath her calmness was a volcano of fury that was about to burst. A guilty Qin Fen said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Yang Kai barged into Lin Lang Palace and snatched the array jade. He then occupied the palace and forcefully absorbed the spear Tao essence. "I'm so sorry." Xia Lin Lang gently waved her hand without saying a word. Seeing that, Qinfen felt even more guilty. Standing on the roof, Yang Kai extended his hand with a smile. The next moment, Xia Lin Lang landed on a spot that was 10 meters beside Yang Kai and stood alongside him. She then snorted, "It seems that I've underestimated you." "The view here is magnificent," Yang Kai replied, but it had nothing to do with what she had said. "Did you hide your true strength previously?" Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. Although her figure was shorter than Yang Kai's, her gaze was condescending. As a seventh-order open heaven realm master, she had the right to be haughty. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I've never had a chance to show my true strength, so I don't think it could be considered that I've hidden anything." The world spring started settling down in his small universe when Xia Lin Lang captured him. Since his small universe had been suppressed by it, he was unable to fully use his power. "Why did you not run away after doing so many terrible things? Are you waiting for death here?" Xia Lin Lang looked mockingly at him. She then derided him by saying, "Oh, I've forgotten that even though you're adept at the Tao of Space, you couldn't leave this place without my permission." Like a wise old man, Yang Kai snuck his hands into his sleeves and said, "Sincerely, that's why I've been waiting here to have a discussion with you. Go on, open the portal and let me leave. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore." Xia Lin Lang examined him for a moment before saying, "I'll just regard it as you spouting nonsense." She extended her hand, passed the array jade to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. I'll still wait for you to ascend to the seventh order. Otherwise, I'll kill you even though I might lose the world spring. After your death, the Tao essence you've stolen will return to this place, and even your own Tao essence will stay. In that case, we haven't actually suffered any loss." Yang Kai sighed. When one's strength is weak, their words carry no weight. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4662, Pear Flower. Xia Lin Lang sneered. "Do you think you have the capital to haggle with me now?" With a frown, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment before saying calmly, "Don't I?" Xia Lin Lang roared, "Brat, don't go too far. My patience is limited. You won't gain anything by offending me." Following a sigh, Yang Kai said, "It seems that we have no choice but to fight." He then extended his hand and summoned his spear before pointing it at her. "Come on, Grandma!" "Grandma?" Xia Lin Lang, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, felt humiliated as her facial features contorted. Qin Fen and the others who were waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next instant, an intense battle began. Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm towards Yang Kai, who was just 10 meters away. The world force of a seventh-order open heaven realm master surged from her petite palm like a tsunami. There was no holding back of her power as she was seemingly infuriated by what Yang Kai called her. An unperturbed Yang Kai parried the attack with his spear. As their world forces clashed, the air blast turned into a ripple and spread out. Azure Dragon's spear became bent, as though it would break at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming power, Yang Kai made use of the force to fly backwards and open some distance. However, Xia Lin Lang's attacks were continuous as she landed strikes on him like a storm. Yang Kai kept moving backwards as though he was powerless to counterattack. 3 breaths later, he was already several 100,000 kilometers away. He couldn't move backwards any longer since there was a mountain behind him. Upon impact, he flew away like a sack and smashed into the mountain. The mountain collapsed and engulfed Yang Kai in it. As the dust rose, Xia Lin Lang hovered in midair as she looked down in a condescending manner. A moment later, Yang Kai shot out of the rubble. Although he appeared a little battered as blood leaked from his mouth, his aura remained stable. He jabbed his spear into the ground and let out a breath before remarking, "The four universe pillars live up to their reputation." If he had to directly deal with the ferocious attacks from a seventh-order open heaven realm master before fully refining the world spring, his small universe would have descended into chaos by now. When he fought against Waquan Hui previously, he was constantly at a disadvantage and restricted in many ways, mainly due to the instability in his small universe. However, with the presence of the world spring, his small universe remained stable regardless of how powerful Xia Lin Lang's strikes were. It didn't even shake a little. The presence of the world spring was like sturdy armor covering his small universe. Even when Yang Kai was faced with an opponent with a stronger heritage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Certainly, if the opponent was powerful enough to break that armor, the world spring wouldn't be able to ensure the stability of his small universe any longer. Although Xia Lin Lang was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, though, she didn't have the power to shatter the world spring's protection. It could be said that with the world spring in possession, Yang Kai had reached greater heights in his combat strength as he now had the capital to battle against opponents that were in higher orders than him. "Is that the reason you're so confident?" Xia Lin Lang looked impassively at him. "If you think there's nothing I can do just because you have the world spring, you're wrong." Even though he had an impeccable defense, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without the power to fight back. Yang Kai wiped away the blood from his mouth and put on a grin. "Even though the world spring is amazing, it's just an external aid." If my confidence hinged on any mere tools, I wouldn't have survived till this day. A frown appeared on Xia Lin Lang's face as she finally saw the boy in front of her in a different light. Yang Kai raised his spear and got ready before speaking, shouting, "Pear flower!" In an instant, Xia Lin Lang was alarmed because the moment Yang Kai lifted his spear, the entire universe cave heaven seemed to resonate with him. Looking up, she realized that Yang Kai's figure seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp spear. As the half-owner of this universe cave heaven, Xia Lin Lang snorted while trying to suppress the world's resonance with him. Yang Kai smiled. "Both of us are half-owners of this place. However, it seems that this world favors me." There was a grim expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she realized that she was unable to suppress the resonance. It wasn't that she, as a half-owner, was inferior to Yang Kai in terms of control. In fact, they were equally matched when it came to their ability to manipulate the universe cave heaven. Therefore, she had never thought about making use of the universe cave heaven's power to deal with him, nor did Yang Kai have this plan, for it was pointless to do that. By doing so, they would only deplete the heritage of this universe cave heaven. They were indeed equal when it came to their control over this world, but there was no doubt that this world favored the outsider Yang Kai instead of Xia Lin Lang, who had been living in this place for a long time. That was because Yang Kai had absorbed all the spear Tao essence in this place, so he could be considered a successor to the inheritance of its original owner. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai declared, "The title of this universe cave heaven's original owner was Pear Flower Divine Monarch, and that palace's true name is Pear Flower Palace, not Lin Lang Palace." Xia Lin Lang snapped, "I can call it whatever I want. It's none of your business." Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "It was none of my business in the past. However, since I've obtained Senior Pear Flower's inheritance, I have a duty to make things right." He then pointed his spear at her and drew a deep breath. With the resonance of this world, his aura surged massively. "My name is Yang Kai, and I'm eternally grateful for your inheritance, Divine Monarch. Today, I borrow your power, so I do not disappoint your expectations." as he gently pushed out his azure dragon spear. Yong Kai roared once again, "Pear flower!" At that instant, all the pear trees in this world seemed to have blossomed. The shadows of his spear filled the entire world and engulfed Xia Lin Lang. With the help of the world's power, his strike was horrifyingly strong, while world force gushed form his own small universe like a raging tide. As he made a move, the grand hall of the place named Lin Lang Palace by Xia Lin Lang, which was supposed to be Pear Flower Palace, radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the world. Qin Fun and the other Open Heaven Realm masters, who were experts in the spear Dao, were dumbstruck as they looked at the sky of pear flower blossoms. Their eyes were filled with amazement, as it was the most beautiful sight they had ever seen. A moment seemed to have passed, but it was also as if 10 million years had gone by. When the spear shadows dissipated, Xia Lin Lang's figure appeared battered. Presently, her face was slightly pale. There were some cuts on her clothes, and her hair was a mess. Her twin peaks heaved as she glowered at Yong Kai. While she clenched her teeth, blood streamed out from the corner of her mouth. Yong Kai put on a grin. "I can do this 3 more times." Xia Lin Lang's face twitched. The attack with the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power was equivalent to the all-out attack of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that she could parry it showed that she was truly powerful. Although she wasn't severely wounded, she wasn't completely fine either. She would be badly injured if she had to deal with the same kind of attack 3 more times. Certainly, Yong Kai would also end up in a horrible state by then, but it wasn't worth it for her. At that instant, she was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to let Yong Kai go, but if she made him stay, one of them would have to die today. "What do you say?" Yong Kai demanded, as he didn't intend to give her time to ponder the issue. "Do you want to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Or do you want both of us to live? The choice is yours." He wisely stopped mocking her as a grandma, lest the situation be exacerbated. Seeing that she remained silent, Yong Kai went on to say, "I definitely cannot defeat you, and I might even lose my life here. However, before that happens, half of Pear Flower Cave Heaven will be destroyed, which will be an immense loss for you. If you let me go now, we'll be even. We might even have a chat over a cup of wine when we meet again in the future." A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang while Yong Kai stopped urging her as he fell silent. A moment later, her expression turned milder. She took a deep breath and said, "You can leave, but you have to return the jade to me." Upon hearing that, Yong Kai nodded with ecstasy. "Good. However, you'll have to see me off." Xia Lin Lang shot him a glare and dashed into the sky. After putting away his azure dragon spear, Yong Kai placed his hands behind his back and calmly followed her. He seemed to have put down his guard, though nothing could be further from the truth. A moment later, they arrived somewhere in the sky. Then Xia Lin Lang turned around to look at him. Yong Kai said, "Since you've decided to let me go, you should stop being doubtful. After I leave, it's pointless for me to keep the jade, and I'll only offend you by doing so. Don't worry. After you open the portal, I'll leave the jade here and go." "Don't try to pull any trick on me," Xia Lin Lang warned. "I've always been a man of my word." Yong Kai appeared solemn. It was only then that Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal. A moment later, a portal appeared in the void. Yong Kai used his divine sense, and upon detecting the aura of another world from the other side of the portal, he set his mind at ease. He fished out the jade and showed it to Xia Lin Lang before flicking it towards her. At the same time, he plunged into the portal without hesitation. Xia Lin Lang took the jade and didn't seem to have the intention of stopping him. Nevertheless, just as Yong Kai slipped through the portal, she curved her lips into a sneer. After Yong Kai was gone, She scoffed. You think you're so smart? You've fallen for my trick in the end. Yong Kai arrived at a place where the mountains were covered with trees. While the exotic beasts galloped forward on the ground, the sky was filled with birds. A dumbfounded Yong Kai gazed at the sight before his eyes as a myriad of expressions came over him. A while later, he looked up and sighed. I suppose what goes around comes around. He had fallen into that woman's trap. Xia Lin Lang had opened up a portal for him earlier. After passing through it, he arrived at this strange place instead of returning to the outside world. He was certain that he was neither in Pear Flower Cave Heaven nor the Shattered Heaven. Just then, Xia Lin Lang abruptly appeared like a ghost as she shot Yong Kai a glance. With a mocking smile, she said, Isn't this the young man who has almost turned my backyard upside down? What a coincidence! I never expected that we'd meet again so soon. Presently, her skin was glowing without any signs of the paleness it had earlier. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.